Oh, nice composure from Dexter. The bomb is on the floor. He's across. Oh, damn. Potential post-plant here. Shadow advantage for Stown. It's only Stare and down now to Dexter.
Oh, and there's the opener for Virtus.pro. Flit takes it all away. And on the back of that hat-trick down in lower, this one is teed up for Virtus.pro. It's all about Flit.
They'll have to search somewhere else. Oh, that's just a wallbang kill for free.
Why did that feel so easy?
Wow, the wallbang really helped. The device grabs another. Nico down now. It's just Dexter around that should have been theirs.
Oh, wow.
No resistance. Sit. Dexter with a miss or remove. Device gets the kill, and that is a thing of beauty. Astralis.
It's Vexite 1v3. Looking very suave in the clutch. It's a 1v1 now for Vexite on the Tech 9, and that is beautiful.
Yet again. Oh, never mind.
How in the world?
Dirty snap up from NQZ. Bomb's gonna go down front side. He found it.
Another.
Flash temporarily. NQZ swings first. Connects. No. Quad kill for NQZ. And Kelwes is going to drop that bomb on Black. Come on now.
Oh.
Held by the car. It's a 1v4. No, he's hanging on, dude. 1-4. They've got a second frag. There is still time for this.
Kelwes may be exposed.
It's going to have to be 9-10 to defuse, but he's in the back. 9-10's in the back. He's the one with the kit. He has to defuse, and it gets turned on.
Damn.
They haven't maintained short control, and hyped. Feels a bit shortcoming there. Hit the shot. Woxic just hits it more precisely, and Kiyubi.
Gonna dink him up, and so the Molotov will finish the job. Still, things aren't going swimmingly. LuCaoZ left up in this. 2 kills already, and he will get the better of Lucky. That is the heavy hitter.
Losing from 11-4 up would be worse than having your girlfriend break up with you on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Always has to be so tricky. Oh, almost another collat. That's even better.
Bomb drop down here over towards the T-stairs. LuCaoZ suddenly is to try and battle the Inferno players. They're still pressuring, and a double kill out of Exit as he turns the tide.
Wow.
There's a Moto player. There was a Moto player. There's no crossfire. They're all getting churned up. It's just LuCaoZ back of the site, buying time. 2 kills to his name. You find the finisher. There it is. But good grenade.
No, he gets his gun back out in time. And Brolin isn't able to jump on him right away. So we've got Brokey in an early clutch attempt, and you know this is when he can thrive.
Oh, he's moving back.
Torsi, read like a book. Brokey goes clutch.
For complexity, Tori's just gonna stick it. Damage done through the smoke, but not stopping her. The knife comes out and holds her just last tick. So close to stopping him. 23 could not defend.
But, I mean, if the smoke fades, he's just going to be exposed to him.
That's true.
He gets one. Rain trades back in sight. We've got a lot of bodies here. Rain, critical. 3 frags in the cave, and he will even ice out the last.
Oh. Wow.
Good morning, PGL Cluj-Napoca, Hugo. That's what we're doing here today, right? We're nearly at the end of this whole little Swiss BO3 system. Oh my God, it's been good, right? BO3s from the get-go. But today we're sending more teams home, more teams into the playoffs. It's all happening, huge Byron. Let's take a look at our schedule, see what we're tucking into, see what we're feasting on this B stream.
Yeah, I got that.
Wildcard versus Big, aka the big wildcard game.
It is that big wildcard game, Harry. MIBR Astralis coming up next. Two teams that have disappointed. I would go as far as saying MIBR have disappointed more than Astralis so far in this tournament, but we'll get into that one later. We'll see if they can step it up.
Is that an expectations versus outcome type deal?
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know, you would higher expectations
I'd hire
of MIBR?
expectations for MIBR, yeah, certainly.
Fair play.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then we're rounding out the day with Complexity versus Saw, one of the greats.
That's kind of crazy because Saw beat FlyQuest. Dead team buff, apparently.
That was a weird game.
Saw, that was a weird game. And they beat FlyQuest. And now, like, Cole hopefully should just return to form. They took down Imperial yesterday. They should just win that game because Saw are a dead team. And they've even said they're a dead team, so we don't have to walk around that anymore. But in reality, I'm a bit scared for Cole that they could somehow lose. Apparently anyone can right now, and we've already got some qualified teams to the playoffs, Harry, worth keeping in mind. FaZe and MongolZ making it through yesterday in brand spanking new form for FaZe. Elite topping the charts. And MongolZ, they had to earn it against Pain, but boy, did they.
Yeah, we said goodbye to FlyQuest. They're gone.
Yeah,
I had a good nickname for FlyQuest, and I forgot it as I started telling the joke.
FlyQuest and Imperial out.
I was going to say Flies of Questly. That was it.
They got caught with their flies down on Ancient against Saw, and we kicked them out. Imperial gone as well. Not more than 5 rounds per map in this tournament, so not the best showing for Imperial Valkyries either. And now we get into more elimination games with Big and Wildcard kicking off the day. You want to dive into this one? You want to just you want to figure out what's going to happen here, Harry? Because I don't know what you make of Big or Wildcard, but for me, Wildcard kind of dropped the ball yesterday. They actually were in a very winnable game against VP, and they kind of crumbled on both maps towards the end. They had good leads, they had some good rounds, but then we lost. Sonic disappeared, sus, but that B bomb site on Inferno, and it felt like it was a Fuzi solo carry job. Jaber never got a chance on CT Inferno. VP just didn't go his way.
Yeah, I think you're dead on. Like, yesterday's going to feel like a big missed opportunity if you're Wildcard, right? Like, that could have been a close 3-map series. In the end, it ends 2-0 to Virtus.pro, with the first map being very dominant, and then they lost on kind of a home map for this team on Inferno. Yeah, it just didn't look super composed. I think it's even more, kind of worrying when you think about the fact that VP have had their own struggles on that map, and so to see them take down Wildcard on it was a pretty big deal. Gonna need to get more mileage out of guys like Sonic today. That kind of goes without saying. Now this big squad is even weirder, I think, right? Like, I
would say the difference is in this one is they've lost to 2 very strong teams.
Right, they faced harder opposition.
And they almost beat MOUZ on one of the maps as well. The other team they lost to was Eternal Fire, and so I can kind of, accept that. They got a bit blown out in that game, but Eternal Fire are on a hot streak right now, and sure, beating FlyQuest, as we've kind of learned,
everyone has,
doesn't really mean much right now, sadly. But the MOUZ game was closer than a 2-0 would read, at least on, I think it was Mirage. They made it very close. So, yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic for Big still in this tournament.
They made close, huge.
Ancient. I'm very sorry, Harry.
The scores are on the graphic.
Oh, I simply wasn't familiar with their game. We did see these guys take each other on in Atlanta. They also played the Katowice play-in as well, and Big 2-0'd them. So, Wildcard 2-0'd them. But Wildcard didn't make it through the play-in. They had to kind of go into the Americas derby where they played Furia
we ended
and
up
Liquid.
with the Americas gauntlet.
Yeah, it was like Furia, Liquid, Cole all playing, and Liquid made it out of that one, as well as Furia in the upper bracket. And Big did make it through the play-in the end, taking down Heroic in that lower bracket. So Wildcard won the last time they played, but it's still, I don't know where I'm leaning. I don't know where. It depends what wild card we get today, Harry. If you give me the wild card of yesterday, I'm going to go in all in on big. But you know me, I've been a wild card stan from day one, and that's not just because of the in-game leader.
No, I think like in a world where FaZe keeps up his performances, but then you get a bit more mileage out of really anyone from Susp, Sonic, or Jaber, you're suddenly in a really good spot, right? Like,
okay.
Taking a look at the maps here, it's the ancient pick for big. I think that makes a lot of sense. This kind of is their go-to. Inferno coming back out for Wildcard after their kind of disappointing loss to Virtus.pro on this map yesterday. Both these teams getting to play good maps, kind of their home maps in the opening round of the picks, and then it ends on Nuke as our decider.
I think that's a great decider. I think both teams are very comfortable on Nuke. Wildcard have shown a good Nuke. Big have always liked Nuke through every iteration of their roster. To me, Harry, it comes down to, I think Big is certainly going to win Ancient. It comes down to Inferno. It comes down to Susp on that B-bomb side because, man, he got abused yesterday. He couldn't really get anything done. They couldn't really get the right reads either, Wildcard in general, against VP. Now, Big are a very different team. Electronic, I think, caught some phenomenal T-sides yesterday, to be honest.
Which is wild, because up until that point of the tournament, the T-sides have been very flat. It was CT hubs where VP were finding a lot of their success.
But weirdly enough, on Inferno and Dust 2, the maps where you can, like what Electronic was doing was some really late rotations, a lot of fakery where, you know, they take long on Dust 2, they then going back through T-spawn to B. They do that a lot. They do the same on Inferno where they would go take banana, take bracket, take B again. And so, yeah, I actually think, you know, if we get a more standard game here, Wildcard hopefully should be able to hold their own. But what's that,
Any
Harry?
QR code scanners? I love scanning these things regardless of my intention. Just whenever I see a QR code, you got to scan it. But you can pick up some tickets for the playoffs at Cluj-Napoca using that QR code that was just on screen. It's pretty cool.
That's just at the end of the week, Harry. That's just a few days away. Of course, there is one more day of group stage after this, a couple of days off, and then we go into Cluj-Napoca with the top 8 teams of this tournament, which is a very exciting prospect. We've already got a couple of we got the two favorites, or two of the favorites already there. I think the other team I would expect would be Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire, not an easy run for them, but let's see what they can do. And I also think there's, you know, good likelihood we see MOUZ there as well. They kind of crumbled yesterday, but you know, the T side's not looking too good for Brolin right now, but in general they have the firepower. Who else? Who do you think either of these teams can make it to playoffs? They're 2 games away.
We'll
have to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I think Big, you know, providing they win this, I think they certainly could.
Well, if they lose this, they definitely can't. As we get into Big's map pick of the T side of Ancient, look at the pace.
That's what it's all about.
Wait, this is crazy. They've smoked red, but Wildcard have a 5A stack. That's Wildcard smoke that forces Big into B. That's kind of crazy cool, no? They literally send Big into the empty bomb site.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one to open up here. 5v5 retake is what we're left with, Hugo.
Crazy.
The thing that's a bit concerning, Wildcard have to spend time clearing all these close angles, and so even that delays them now, but they finally start to take shape over towards CT, trying to push up. As aggressive angles held from Big, though, you're going to be fighting every step of the way here in this type of round, and so this pistol hoping to come together swimmingly for this Big squad. Half the time ticked off that bomb already, and Hyped taps out the final few.
I'm going to just throw a huge question mark on that move for FaZe. He gets gooshed. He has smoke kit. There are 2 nade sets. He has smoke kit, and he just smokes them off. Maybe he's scared they're going to run him down. He's going to die. Maybe he would 4v5 them, but I think 4v5ing them is better than sending them into the B bomb site because you've got a full stack. Everyone is in CT spawn. If Big run around that corner, you have a good shot at brawling. And sure, Glocks are great at brawling, but they're also great at holding that B post plant. Look at how trapped Wildcard are coming back on the lane. So yeah, I think that's a kind of crazy move to make in round 1 of this game. We also saw some tilt, I'd say, for Wildcard yesterday. And I can't really blame them. It was a difficult game against VP, but got to remain focused in the matchup today. Because Big are no sleeper team right now. Wildcard may be the bookmaker favorite, but at the end of the day, we've seen some really high heights for Big, for Hyped especially, and even more so on this map. It's been a really good map for Big. taking out G2 in the debut of Bounty. So, like I said, coming into this game, it feels like Wildcard need to hit hard on their map pick of Inferno, and I think they could win it in 3.
Yeah, I mean, Big have looked to have Ancient in their pool for the longest time. This is one where the individuals really thrive, right? Like, I'm thinking JDC, some of his mid-entry routes, hyped on the AWP, always looking very comfortable on this map. QB, the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Of Ancient, as it turns out.
All right, full buy here for Wildcard. Not a lot of util. They don't go for the traditional lane molly. They block cave instead, so Big don't come running, but they'll go ramp fast into this site. Beautiful entries for Tabson. Look at him go. Double kill. JDC there. They spot the 4th man. They remove him in an instant. Well, that's a gun round gone. Courtesy of the captain of Big.
Maybe the worst way to lose your first rifle round, the all-in B push.
Still
or Big on a bit of a bonus. They explode into the site. They get 4 entries as well, right? Like, it's not like Wildcard didn't have numbers there. There were 3 players in the site with a 4th quick rotate as well. And Big get out with 5 alive. Susp is left saving this M4. And so that was your first rifle round, Wildcard. You're going to have to wait a little while before you try and fight for control over Ancient.
Life of the A anchor on this map. And, you know, I called Susp a little bit out, mainly because of his Inferno B. But this guy has been, like, the revelation of Wildcard, really. Back in Shanghai, he was the carry. He was the guy. Susp was a real figurehead of this team when Wildcard were getting upset wins.
Yeah.
Like, he would put on crazy one-man army games. Not to say that the depth doesn't run deep on this team, but, like, he was the revelation for me at least. So I think we're already holding him to a bit of a high standard, maybe. God, Big, the pace is impressive, getting past that cave util, but the push denied. And the M4 gone as well in mid. Irretrievable here for Wildcard. Should lead Big to a 4-0 start.
QB collects his freebie. Keep your eye out for this guy with some of the timings he likes to try and play over towards B. I think Big have gotten very, very good at creating the situations needed as well for QB to find and exploit gaps. Now, we haven't really seen that yet, right? Because it's only been this one rifle round, and it was a very direct first rifle round from Big. I'm curious how this T side is going to develop as the game goes on. I think Tabson's got some really nice ideas for his T sides of Ancient. A lot of different looks to this big T side. Is one of these JDC mid-entry route rounds. He's going to lead the charge, double up, and I mean, that is brutal. I do like watching JDC in middle. If you're a fan of how some of the other kind of prolific mid-opener players like to play this, I'm thinking Nerds, Donk. They like to go for those mid-fights. They like to brawl through the util with some supportive flashes. Not a passive mid player by a long stretch is JDC. And so you would be a fan of this guy. 7-1 right now. It's certainly looking like a hot start for him.
Yeah, Big really give him support as well, which is what I like. A lot of those players you mentioned like to go for solo moves, more so Nerds. He'll be a lurky guy. MOUZ on his own in that position, but there's always follow-up firepower behind JDC. He doesn't need it in this round. Double kill into the stack, but they find a clean shot. Crimbo onto Jaber, stand back in spawn, and smoked off is the orb. So this is a rough draw right now for Wildcard, down 5-0. Surely no saving this situation. Stan fighting. FaZe follows up. And Stan's got a kit, so he's going to have a look. Oh, if that connected, maybe there was a will. Big were very far away in A main.
Oh, in some insane way, like enticing Wildcard to want to attempt this so they didn't save the AWP in this gun is potentially quite nice for Big, right? Like, you would have had to play into that next round like it's a full rifle. These two players could have dropped guns. There could have been a full buy.
Oh, killing the AWP.
You would have had something to fight back with. Stan's trying to hang around.
That's actually worth.
Yeah,
that's actually so
knocks the
worth.
AWP out.
Like, the downside is you don't get a gun in this round, but his entire plan was, let's kill the AWP here. And so, don't know if Big ran back in and got it, but if they didn't, some money lost. But yeah, you're right.
I also think as well,
also lost their AWP. So.
With the partial buy coming up next, and Big already 5-0 up with, you know, there's been next to no damage done in these rounds, right? Like, you're not breaking the money. This is just the first step to doing that, forcing a heavy reinvestment on the AWP. Still, you're a long way from breaking through if you're Wildcard. In fact, it's you dealing with the monetary issues right now.
Yeah, arguably, you could say keeping 2 guns into this round would be better than getting 3
100%.
kills,
That's why I think it's brutal that they even got tempted to go for that retake.
These entries, though, for JDC. That molly fell a bit short, it looked like. The second one, a wild card.
John DeCastro, big mid entries.
A lot of util for a half, so maybe Wildcard are going to play a bit aggressive here. They hit some nades on the B lane. They go for a push, but it's being contained. Good flash, taps him. Oh, swings back out with QB in heaven. A main bash hyped very low.
Hanging around here, yeah. Could prove risky, but he nails the shot, makes it work.
They know about one more.
Just trying to slip away, right? He's got the bomb here, had support as well from JDC coming back from middle. They'll leave this one player deep in A main, and they're going to link up over on the B lane looking for this B opener. FaZe is all that stands between them and this B site, waiting in the cave. I think if you're Big, why even take the risk, right? You know you're up against pistols in this round. The 5-7 up close can be brutal. You could send one guy cave. That's forgivable. JDC going to pick it up anyway. And so nothing to worry about here for Big. 6-0, still flawless on this T side.
Yeah, the Ancient is very good.
Dude, one of the things I love as well is that, like, you can tell, as is the case usually with Big, they've done their prep. They've looked into what Wildcard bring to the table. They have a very different look to this T side thus far than what they did in, for example, the FlyQuest game, where it was a lot more about exploiting FlyQuest tendency to start with the A site empty, playing instead heavy in towards mid or lane, depending on where they want to fight for at the start of these rounds. You haven't seen any of that from Big in this game so far. It's been more standard mid takes, fighting for this B control. At the one round that finished up A after JDC got the double kill middle, but these are different contact points, different pressure points from Big. They're trying to exploit the Wildcard defense, and it's working wonders.
Great point. And Hyped has been really a supportive AWP so far, but he's actually such a nightmare when he's peeking up B ramp and getting picks. And 5-0, looks like he's feeling good right now. So just wait till we start seeing him let off the leash a little bit on this AWP. Those odds are flipped, or rather they're probably for the map. Wildcard were favorites coming in. And I still think they have a good shot in the BO3, but this is spelling a bit of a disaster to start the day. Good grenades again. Lots of free damage Wildcard are getting on this cave cross. The spam is good as well. Careful though, this push through the smoke, and Tabson's going to catch him. Dear oh dear, that deep smoke gives him so much room to move through it. Stan can't stop Tabson, even though he's painted 2 players red. Wildcard sit a man down. Even that spam is really annoying. Sonic feels like he can't cross into cave. And so Wildcard can't get info.
Yeah, it also like forces this defense to play way more committed. If you look at where like Jaber and Sonic are playing, they are flung out into the bomb site here, having to dodge this spam. And so for anyone walking up ramp, they're in the open. Thankfully, Big have homed in on this cave control. And this is one thing Wildcard are set up to deal with. They have a lot of eyeballs ready to turn around and deal with main. Sonic will be able to cover the ramp push. And so this cave responsibility gonna fall to Susp and Jaber, but the molly burns Sonic out into the open. Now ramp is a problem. Jaber's got to look at 2 places at once, and he can't hold on. JDC finds him, this B site crumbles. Big, they walk right into a triple crossfire that was set up there from Wildcard.
Oh.
They come through swinging, they live to tell the tale, and Fuzi's got to save this AWP. This is crazy dominant right now from Big.
That's an example of a round that goes absolutely to plan, doesn't it? I mean, great call to have one guy up the ramp, have the bulk in the cave, they molly default. It's so annoying. And Wildcard, like you said, they could be in better positions, but the positions are so good that they're just what Big are ready for.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, like, Big had clearly designed that Molotov around the idea of, okay, if we spam a bunch, we smoke off short. We know they can't be in, like, they kind of, like, hunt a cubby over towards the short side. We spam, we cleared it. They can't be back default. They can't be playing cave. We've taken all that control. That really only leaves, you know, they can't be in the cubby either. That leaves but one option, and that is that they are playing front sight if they're going to be anywhere. And so that molly was perfect to displace the defense.
Yeah, it's the ramp player who can just walk up and get free kills.
And I love that he plays so late as well. Like JDC swings out after one site player's already dead. There's 3 players spotted cave. In that moment, you know, the comms are clustered. Jaber's even aware that this timing's open. But all right, Big, something a bit different here. And as is often the case with tabseN on this map, he's called it at a perfect time, hasn't he?
No one's A.
One of the first rounds that Wildcard have left A open, and this is one of the reasons why we've seen Big largely avoid this side of the map, is that Wildcard do, more often than not, have a bit of a dedicated A player. Now, Susp has hit a great timing in this round. Gonna get the drop on tabseN, but still need more from Susp on this flank. It's gonna fall onto Stanislaw, who's hit the exact same timing.
You heard him. Focuses on the site first, gets that sniper kill, pistol out, Crimbo's ready, but it doesn't matter. When Stan comes up with 2 kills, they need to take space. Big go diving into the tunnel. Hyped with another kill off the pistol. The smoke bounces strangely, Hyped gets a shot. Pistol out! It's all Hyped. We were waiting for him. 4 kills in the post plant, saves Big in this flawless game. Just when everything's going right.
Someone get James Banks on the line. That's how you bring the hype. Take a look at that round, man. That's a thing of beauty. From the German AWPer.
Wow,
this decision-making to go and chase this kill on a Fuzi is so important. It tees him up to win the round. Feel bad for Stan after his heroics. He's betrayed by a weird smoke bounce. But look at how hyped up the Big squad are. Again, QB's beat this timing on the cave util, but only good for 1. Still, JDC's going to trade the contact out in middle. It was a chance to find Stanislaw here, but they found everyone but him.
You'll take that 2v2 in middle every day. Just completely breaks the defense. Wildcard lose everything. They lose the sight. Now, Fuzi has heard this donut push, so he might even play through the smoke and try and time JDC, but look at his routing. Through the temple.
He knows he's found a gap, especially with Susp dead.
And he might just flank B. They're probably going to get the kill here before this even matters. Stan's aggressive. Crimbo needs his frag. Stan finds it. tabseN low. Stan fakes the steps. JDC coming in. Fuzi knows there's a timing, so Stan in the back of his head is considering CT, so he's going to go forward into tabseN with a quick shot.
5 health that entire time, tabseN, but a shot away from death. He had to land that. Now, Fuzi could still make this round interesting. Fast on the mid flank. Coming in behind them now, and a low HP tabseN trapped with the bomb.
Oh, he's
could just get shot in the back, but no, tabseN, don't do it to him. He looks aware. Still, Fuzi gets the drop. That moment of hesitation from tabseN takes his eyes off the prize. Fuzi moves in. It's down to the 1v1 as Wildcard rely on their AWPer to put this first round on the board and finally break through. FaZe has had some of the hardest hitting games for this wildcard squad across Cluj-Napoca. And so let's see if he can be the one to deliver them something on this CT side.
Ollie. Oh, he tries, but he gives away his position. JDC patiently waiting on the bomb. FaZe got to hit that immediate kill. JDC's shadow, but he shows, and still FaZe only hits the leg. Oh, that's a disaster. The shadow, if anything, doesn't help FaZe. He fires early, hits him through the wall, and JDC wins the clutch. Nothing can go wrong for Big, even when Wildcard find a way to make a round interesting. Big just have that X factor. Look at this shot as well. So important. Wall bang.
Yeah. Oh, it's brutal. Oh. Yeah, another thing that's kind of upsetting thus far, don't get me wrong, it's great to see Stanislaw playing well, but the fact that so often he's been the guy in like these swing moments, having a multi-kill, having to do more, and he's actually been good for it, right? Like, got out with that high important kill down towards ramp. That stops the round just ending in its tracks. The whole reason FaZe's even allowed to attempt that clutch is because of Stan's successes over towards B. In the round prior, it was his A main flank, his double kill that teed them up to attempt the retake.
Dude, this is 9-0.
Yeah, bro. I mean, this is, you know, it's really hard, I think. We always say Wildcard are deadly with a bit of time to prep, but Big's playbook on Ancient is so big, I don't know how you come to grips with it. And Big are also a team that like to do their prep, that will adjust how they play based on who they're up against. And so you could have done all the research in the world here. It's still going to make life hard knowing exactly what it is you're going to run into from this Big T side. And look at the level of comfortability we have, right? QB, wall bang in, B player dead, Big 5v3 for the flawless 10-0 start.
Yeah, I don't know if prep can save you now. Walking out A main gets denied, but there's a quick trade for Crimbo, and Big still have this site. Bomb coming in tow. And Wildcard don't even have a gun to talk about in this round. 2 pistols. And they're both dead. 10-0 for Big. Blimey.
I mean, I think as well, one of the things that's been so cool about this rise for Big after a long time of disappointment for this squad, right? They had surprising results in Shanghai. Felt like that came out of left field. Then they make roster changes, and still they look very formidable as a squad, right? You kind of need to be in this position, 10-0 up. One of the things I love is they play a very confident game compared to how this Big team used to play.
Yeah.
I think sometimes in their quest to be the smartest team, they ended up playing very scared, and it would lack initiative at times, right? You would kind of suffer this weird inertia from the rigidity of these T sides. And so nowadays, bro, they play a super confident game. They have full faith in their ability to pull rounds back. They give room to go for openers. Individuals get given a lot of space. Finally, it looked like they were going to play into a stack here. I wonder if they changed their mind. They've been blocked in main.
They can't win this. Big have no right to win this round. The cities are leaving, though. They feel like it's too good to be true. It's too obvious. Big break the smoke, they run through. Caught off guard by a good flash. It's Susp overwhelmed. Sonic from afar, and the AWP by his side. Wildcard need to hit some shots. They need to hit them right now, but that's an ugly whiff. Hyped gets the entry, walking out A main. And Big, they always find a way. Wildcard are right here.
Sonic now donning the AWP. I mean, it's a good angle for it. There's no util to knock him off the line, but there's also no reason to peek this if you're Big. They're just going to play within the confines of the site. It taps and hits that transfer. They walk into a fully stacked A bomb site. Fast rotates available from Wildcard. They get blocked by util. Then they go a bit off meta with it. They wait for their own smokes to fade till it feels too good to be true. And then they full pump the hit. That is madness. The fact they get out with 4 players surviving as well. After braving the stack.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Can they keep it clean against the half? It's everything. It's all in. It's an M4. It's a couple of MP9s. And they're just going to throw themselves a big... Oh, of course.
Nothing's going right.
Tabson is just feeling it right now. Like everyone is, but Tabson's hitting some amazing shots. That spray transfer last round. With the AWP as well. This push about to be cleared. The timing. Oh, just missed. And then JDC hears it. Meanwhile, Big might just walk into this B bomb site. JDC, unbothered by the flank, walks away. So Big can slow down while this flank gets set up. They don't need to play yet. Keep it clean. Crimbo checks spawn, giving more time for JDC to get in position. And this is as Wildcard walk into the ever-waiting Big. Careful, Tabson spamming the wrong side. They don't know about Crimbo. That's something still. Maybe this now doesn't even look like a B play. And that could be Wildcard's undoing. Running back into the patient
so
Crimbo.
brutal.
We're looking at a 12-0.
Because of the boost up, Crimbo never saw him crossing, but that went both ways. And now that flank gets to arrive from JDC. FaZe is on borrowed time.
Boom.
Oh, JDC's not even needed. And now they don't know about him over here on the back lines. In this aggressive position. Sus was heard down at elbow earlier on, so you can make an educated guess that he's coming heaven. It's sad because he did reroute in the round, and now he's ended up back where he started, so Big should be prepared for this. Probably doesn't want to grab that M4 right now, trying to hit with the element of surprise, and so now just chasing them with the SMG.
They really
Big
want it.
swing him together for the flawless T-side, 12-0. It literally can't get more dominant than that.
I love how they kept it super clean throughout. They never like overplayed it. They never just started throwing away rounds. Even in that 3v3, they slow it right down. They get the info. They wait for the push. That's just a beautiful half of Counter-Strike for Big. You can look at Wildcard. You can say they weren't playing their A game, but I think they were shrinking into their seats with just how dominant those rounds were for Big. They were never really in winning positions with the exception of 1 or 2 rounds. And I'm not even gonna, I can't even criticize Wildcard for this game right now. I think it's all Big, playing beautiful CS, everyone feeling
One
it.
thing I will say is starting your elimination game off.
Oh, yeah.
0-12 is pretty,
like,
arguably as rough as it comes.
Reset of the year if Wildcard can win their map pick. I would have said, like, even I said Big are going to win this map, Wildcard are going to win the next map, then we go on Nuke. I don't know anymore. If Wildcard can reset after a dominant half like this, and I'll throw some platitudes their way. They've got to get some rounds now, Harry, to warm up, to feel like they're playing Counter-Strike, because right now, it's just bullying simulator.
Oh, pistol round's going to be important on this comeback. They're going to need it.
Someone call the bully hunters. Big looking for the flawless game.
Oh. Sonic's game is over. It ends in middle. Oh, God. Yeah. Let's just learn a lesson here. JDC, not the guy you want to mess with in mid-stand.
They saw him cross back. I think they know no one's red. And so it kind of leans into this B hit.
Yeah, look at that immediate rotate Tabson peeling away. Crimbo's opened up on his USP.
Oh, no.
It feels like we're going to get it. I've held off saying it this whole time because he didn't want to jinx it, but Big, come on now. 2 more kills. Flawless game. Oh. Why? Why? Oh, you knew it would happen. 2 quick kills back from Wildcard.
Oh,
JDC done as well. Why? All right, then.
What have you done?
Down at FaZe, can they do it? 2v5. Hype moves in. It's down to the 1v1.
Come on.
Or Viop, whose pistol's better. FaZe is low, but he hits the immediate dink. And there it is.
Why?
He had to say it.
Why did
The
you say
13-0 denied as the 2v5 comes up for Wildcard.
You ruined it. You ruined it for everyone. You ruined it for Big. You ruined it for everyone but Wildcard, really. Of course, they have to just 2v5 to stop the 13-0.
It's real. You can't talk about it. This was the ultimate test.
We held our nerve, Harry.
I didn't even, in the halftime break, it was so irresistible to not say, You know?
Whoa! Yeah, no, I was holding my tongue as well. I've cursed it.
I purposefully didn't bring it up, and I'm like, 5v2, they can't lose this.
Oh,
they
they
can't
can.
lose this, and then they do.
13-1 just doesn't hit the same, and they're ecoing. 13-2 just doesn't hit the same, Harry. Doesn't feel as good. Oh, it was one-sided, mostly.
Oh.
Well, that pistol, Harry, you could argue it was really important. So, how do Big have the...
Dude, you couldn't make it up, man. As soon as the word 13-0 was uttered, the Cosmos played its hand
2v5.
and said, not today.
It didn't even feel like Big, like, really threw that one. They all just took their fights. Like, sure, they're 1v1ing, but, like, you're 5v2. No one's ever lost a 5v2, ever. How are Big ecoing this? I would be buying down till the game's over. I have no respect for my opponent after a 12-0 half. Very reserved from Big.
What if they win it with the pistols, then? You ever
But they won't.
think about that? Huge?
Maybe, but not anymore.
All right, then. They get out with an AK at least.
They're just going to do it on the
in
first
next.
buy.
They're
Yeah.
going to try and win this 13-2.
Which, you know, is, I guess, is a pretty good game for Big. You know, it's no 13-0, but it's pretty good. Could be worse. Could be better.
I can't believe.
I'm with you. No, but by the way, I'm with you. Like, I was ready. At 5v2. I'm tentatively watching the 5v2.
Let's peel back the curtain for a second, right? Whenever we're in these positions, people will be like, you cursed the game, caster's curse.
I've had people get really angry at me
and
for saying
I'm like,
games are
you know,
over,
it's a funny meme, but it's not real. And so I was like, okay, let's test the theory, right? Like, anytime you mention 13-0 ever historically, it's not happened. Had to see in a 5v2.
Flawless game, he said.
Well,
Flawless
maybe
game.
Wildcard can still do this.
Well, anything Big can do, Wildcard might be able to do as well. 10 rounds in a row looking for it. Running into the Molotov, and Harry.
No.
a 5v4.
It's but one kill.
It is probably time for a Wildcard comeback.
I mean, everybody's asking them.
Everybody's asking me. Come back.
Oh,
How do you get away with that? That's not even...
Rimbo just jumps
not
up,
even good.
no util, no nothing.
Okay.
And he's won it all for Big. There's the close at 13-2 a couple of rounds later. But Big can hold their heads up high. Their Ancient is the real deal.
Absolutely. I mean, the T side was phenomenal. JDC out middle, the B pressure, that 1A attack just to really rub salt in the wound.
Shame their CT side sucked, hey, but pretty darn good T side if you ask me.
They really need to improve their pistol rounds, Big. They lost 50% of the pistols in this game. I mean, that's unacceptable. After a 12-round half, you're going to lose your pistol.
Yeah. This is going to require one hell of a mental reset from Wildcard.
And from you, really.
From everyone involved in this series.
Think about what you've done. It's your fault as much as Big's.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. I can't argue with it.
Yeah, there's nothing.
But look, as far as elimination games go, sure, you won the pistol, you converted against the pistols, you still lost the second. Big had real guns. And there was never even a moment where this game was close.
No, even the rounds were super one-sided. Like, this is the closest round because it's hype just 1v3ing.
Yeah, it's like there was this round and then you had the Fuzi 1v1 attempt, and that really was what your entire, successes in that first half boiled down to. Oh, and you lost both of them. So, yeah, really, really rough way to start off this elimination BO3 for Wildcard.
Taps are looking good, though. Individually, calling a great game. Hyped, hitting everything. As you can see, it's just a hyped highlight reel right now. 2v5 in the pistol. We can forget about it because Big answer the call, as you say, as soon as guns come out. So it's kind of hard to know what Inferno's going to give us because it really depends on whether Wildcard can actually reset of this game, or if they feel like their tournament's come to a close. This is a 1-2 match in the Swiss system. BO3's all the way. Wildcard have had their chances. They had their chance against VP yesterday. They lost a close affair. This was not a close affair, Harry. So it may get worse before it gets better. Big in fighting form, looking for that final playoff spot potentially.
Yeah, you know, I mean, with a real strong map at the backbone, and one that, you know, is not like, you know, it's not like a super niche map either. It's a team that it's a map that a lot of teams like to play.
It was the most popular map of last year.
So I think this is going to serve big well in the long run, that their Ancient stands the test so well.
It's the new Mirage. You can't not play Ancient. Like, everyone plays it. It literally is the most popular map in pro competitive play. It is really balanced. It is super nice. There are super great options.
Absolutely, like, because I want to keep giving him props. I know it was like a super one-sided game, but just in general, watching JDC mixed with Tabson's calling on this map is a treat. And actually, I love the way that, like, there's a couple of different playmakers, right? Sometimes Hyped is going to have his spawn. Sometimes he's going to want to get involved on the AWP. But more often than not, their T-sides are about either QB space-taking B-lurks, which is all achieved by the rest of the gang, like taking attention away and creating holes for him, or it's like these JDC mid-entries. And dude, watching JDC have this sort of form on this map always gets me so excited. He looks up there alongside some of the top riflers in the world whenever you put him on middle, on Ancient. He is really taken to this, coming and swinging in this series. He was lights out, infallible in middle. And sure, like early on, you mentioned how, like, oh, he gets a good support system though, right? They'll tee up flashes and stuff for him. But as the game goes on, they actually move away from setting up JDC. And it's not just in this game with a 12-0 first half that happened. It's like after a bit of time, JDC just kind of gets into the motion of taking this mid control, especially if he's gotten away with it a handful of times. He knows they stop fighting him. Dude, and he gets super active on lurks. So you have like these two-pronged, like, look at this, man. All of his kills kind of coming around the mid-island. Sure, he had a couple of rounds where he went with the team over towards B. But just a real nuisance here. 5 opening kills over in middle. Oftentimes they're multi-kills as well when JDC is coming out mid. I absolutely love watching this guy and QB on Ancient because of their timing plays around their various
He reminds me of MOUZ. He reminds me of MOUZ in M80. Not even in, he still does the same thing in G2, but he did it more in M80, where it's like he finds he just sometimes walks through mid smokes and just walks up big flag. Like, if you've got the read, like, oh, they're doing these nades at B, they're probably triple B. Okay, I'm just going to walk the big flag through red.
And like,
he'll do it on his own.
His routing changes in a way that is so far from like random. It's always with like an intelligent read behind it. As to whether or not he's trying to like slink through donut, commit to the red room flanks, jumping up heaven. Sometimes he even takes mid, goes back, watches the A main push. He's so aware of the different moves his opponents have access to. Bro, JDC, we love you, man. That was Ancient. It was very, very quick. Now we have to see if Wildcard can turn it around on Inferno. That's coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
It's Guess the Price here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. I've got JDC from Big Clan with me here. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
So online tournaments from Katowice now to another offline tournament. How's the energy?
I mean, we are a bit like tired, I think, but we need the experience as well. We have a fresh roster, so I mean, we're just hanging in there, we're playing every day, and we just hope to get better.
Confident?
I would say so. I think we had a good showing in Katowice. I mean, we lost online a couple of games now, but overall, I mean, we are a fresh team, like I said. The expectations are for us to be in that position.
All right, well, before you get into actual games, we're going to look at gun prices. You ready for this challenge?
I hope so, yeah, let's get it.
All right, the 60-second clock will start, and your first weapon is going to be the AUG.
It's 3,000.
3,300. MP5.
1,400.
1,500.
No.
SG1.
Okay, this is like 5,300.
5,000.
No way.
UMP.
1,200.
Yes. XM.
2,100.
No, 2,000.
No.
Bison.
1,900.
1,400.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Zeus.
400.
200. FAMAS, new price.
1,900.
1950.
No way.
Sort of.
1,800.
1,100. Oh no. MP7.
1,700.
1,500.
I'm out.
Scar.
5K.
Yes. P90.
1,900.
2,350.
Oh my God.
Nova.
1,200.
1050.
No way.
Max 7.
Oh God.
The time is.
You don't give me a single gun I play in a game. Where's the MP9? I mean, I wouldn't have known it probably.
Oh, bro.
Oh, that's rough.
It was tough, right?
I had 2, right? Yeah, I had 2. That's really bad, but it's okay.
It's not the worst, but it's not the best. To be nice with it.
It's okay, it's okay.
We'll have to see how you do when it comes to the games. Probably a lot better than this.
Yeah, I'm assuming so, yeah.
We hope so, right?
We're doing our top 4 predictions here at Cluj-Napoca to find out what the players think, who will be top 4. So, hyped, give it to me. Where do you think we're going on this 4th place?
Yeah, it's a good tournament. A lot of good teams are here. But I will pick us as a top 4 place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not first.
Nah, not first. Gotta be a bit realistic, but if we get top 1, we get it. And I think it's a good place to be.
I got Frozen with me from FaZe. Now give me your 4th.
So I would have 4 MongolZ.
Got NQZ with me from Pain. So come on, give it to me. Who you putting in 4th place to start off with?
I'll go with MOUZ.
MOUZ?
Yeah, MOUZ. Because I think they recently made a good move, but we will have to see how they will adapt to it. So for me right now, maybe they're in the shape to win the tournament, but for me, I'll put them in the 4.
Got Exit with me from MIBR. So who you going for 4th and why?
I can put MOUZ. I think they have a new IGL and they have Spinks coming into the team, his first tournament with the team. I think they're going to do good.
Next side, you're going to give me your opinion on this?
Yeah, well, we have to go through all these teams to prove ourselves. Yeah, probably just FaZe, because they're just, I don't know, they can just win it if they want to, I guess. They're just one of those teams. They're just like, it's really inconsistent, but sometimes they can be really strong.
And third?
Eternal Fire. I think they are playing really good right now.
That's a tough one. Maybe MongolZ. I'll go with MongolZ. Yeah, for me, they have the potential to win the whole tournament. They're playing really good, but for me, teams like FaZe can beat them, so I'll put them in 3rd.
Yeah, I'll go MongolZ.
Ooh.
So I think they're a very strong team, and the way they play is really good.
3rd, MOUZ.
I think it's MOUZ. Always good team, they're super skilled. They have some really good anchor players.
2nd?
FaZe. I think he's one of the favorites to win this tournament. I think they're a really good team, despite the fact that they put a Legion on the team. They need to show up more with him, but I think they are a great team and they are one of the favorites.
2nd, big.
2nd place, probably MongolZ.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
MongolZ. I think it's like a bit same as MOUZ. They're like super skilled, super much chaos.
I'm going to say Eternal Fire. And then, because they've been really strong lately, I feel like. And I think they got that new energy with Jota as well. So I feel like they're feeling motivated and good.
I'll go with us.
You?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll go with us.
Not first place for yourself?
We have to see. If we reach the finals, I think we can win it, but we'll go with us.
Last one, I'll leave it to the fans.
Oh,
They can decide for themselves.
We're going to have to put FaZe there, right?
Maybe.
All right, FaZe can go in first place for him. I've decided he's too humble to say it, but he knows what's going to happen.
I'll go with FaZe. Yeah. I feel like they're the most solid team in the tournament, so I'll go with them.
First, I pick FaZe.
Alright, so obviously FlyQuest first, because that's the only thing that makes sense.
MIBR.
Go.
Yeah, I need to put ourselves because when you come to this kind of tournaments and you don't believe in yourself, why are you here? So I'm putting yours in first place.
I like it. Don't stop believing, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, big cause Wildcard. Nothing but issues, Hugo, on that opening map.
Big issues.
Big issues. And so now we head to Inferno. That's Wildcard's map pick. Big on their home map, put on a very impressive, not expressive.
Inspiring.
Impressive and inspiring and brave display
Very brave.
on Ancient.
They should be celebrated.
But now, and now it's Inferno up next, the pick of the wild card. Now, Hugo.
I'm going to say these are these real? Are these what's the? I'm going to say ignore those ones.
There you go.
There we go. That's,
I was going to say,
yeah,
that threw me off.
None of them have ever played this game.
They never
the
played.
first game ever played on any map for these teams. They've never played before.
Oh, it's good.
Now,
though.
look at the numbers, Harry. This is Wildcard's home map. It's been pretty good to them. They made a run on Shanghai at this map. Big on the other side, 1 and 6.
It's not looking good from the numbers, but
they are inspiring. They are impressive. They are brave.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, the spirit of friendship can carry them through.
I also think, in addition to the spirit of friendship, which obviously is a huge
very powerful.
Right? And
maybe it's the lack of that for Wildcard. Oh, sorry, where were you going?
The thing I was going to say is I just think, like, it's how this, right, if they didn't lose kind of horribly to VP yesterday, and if they didn't nearly get 30-0'd in the opening map, I think Wildcard could bounce back here, no issue. But the fact that those two events have previously transpired, I don't imagine that Wildcard are going into this feeling super confident.
Winner guaranteed $31,000.
Big one.
And usually it's like, these guys balling out. Not everyone, not all the players are balling out, but a lot of players are balling out. So usually you go like, yeah, okay, a bit of pocket money.
They're playing balls out.
No, but Harry, VRS is king. VRS controls the world. VRS is the secret cabal behind all invites, all rankings, all major sticker money. I'm feeling a bit devious today.
I know, yeah, all right.
So you got to win money, Harry. It's all about VRS.
Exactly. And so
gotta win, can't lose.
A pretty large deal for whoever wins this.
The better teams you beat, the more VRS you get, the more money you make.
Let's take a look at our VRS forecast, Hugo.
Yes, indeed, Harry. Now, this one doesn't really mean much, at least. Now, let me explain, because there's two factors here. One, 16, 18, you win, you lose, you stay. If you're wildcard big, you win. You go up 1, you lose, you stay. And so you could go, oh, but what are you talking about, Hugo? They make 30 grand. That doesn't matter. Well, this is only for the game. This is only for the game. This is before the money is calculated. Obviously, that's calculated based on placing. The winner wins at least 30 grand, but they might win more. They might win more, Harry. They might get into playoffs. Then they win more money. Then they get more points. So it's not just on the game.
Yeah,
it's also on the placing.
With the frequency of 16-team events as well, you want to find yourself in the top 16 to ensure you're in that first round of invites. Anyway, let's go. Wildcard fast into the B site.
Horrible
and
smoke.
It has gone horrifically to open.
Really poor smoke. Really not nice.
Well, we know Big can't win a CT pistol.
Oh!
Held your horses here.
They are held.
JDC lends a bit of intrigue to this round.
Hey. And they're saving. Well, they knew they couldn't win the CT pistol, so fair enough for big.
No, okay. I
Okay,
mean,
do you like that though? Because 4 armor, you can go buy some
I think
helmets. And you can buy pretty well second round.
Tabson's
but
cooking with the sauce.
That's like you could have won that maybe. I mean, they had no kit, so yeah, we'll give it to big. I actually think it's okay. I think it's fine. Wildcard exploded to be QB. Unfortunate. You do see those smokes miss when they hit the wall wrong. What's
Tabson's looking at the menu. He's saying he wants the trophy something or other.
Hi, I'll have the Bratwurst.
I don't know if they'll sell that here.
In Italy.
Yeah.
This is Italy, right? And yeah, it is.
Yeah. I'll have the penne arrabbiata, please.
We'll need a tray.
Yeah.
The food is hot.
Do you know who I am?
The food is hot, Harry.
Shout out Eddie Lizard.
Yes. Double FAMAS. Glock drop.
Drop top.
Smoking and cooking that bratwurst.
And so here we are, Wildcard. They do have quite the force to go up against. A couple of FAMASes for the big family.
Going back to 4A and Wildcard taking banana. So off of the positions, it's looking pretty good for Wildcard.
Big smoking on the Wildcard pack right now with this type of setup, right? An early 4-man A-Lean with a solo B player. Tabson lent an extra smoke. That's a bit of a classic Wildcard move. Usually it's susp doing this for them when they move into the CT sides. This makes sense, right? You're coming through with the force. You're not afraid to take a bit of a gamble, and you're hoping this util stops the B here. Tabson has now retrieved that other smoke. Free smoke in.
Will anyone rotate? I was going to say it's too quiet right now. No apps control, no mid control. You may as well rotate. So, as they do, so the Wildcard.
Yeah, good job, Hugo.
Well, I would have.
May as well rotate.
I would have done the same thing if I'm big here, to be honest. Feels super BE, but now double boiler. This could be nice. Don't underrate this setup for big. Underrate this setup for big. They all die. If only, man. If only we kept 4 mid, man. We would have won that.
That's what I'm saying.
I would have rotated there as well. That was too quiet. Nice call for Stan to really late take middle.
Look, Hugo, here's my issue with your call.
Okay.
In this moment.
Go.
Sure. It's very quiet.
Yeah.
But I also think when you drop the smokes on B to play the 1-4, you're kind of committed to that idea. If dropping the last smoke is all it takes for the 4 stack to disassemble.
That's not what it is, though. It's the fact that no one has taken apps. No one has even stepped in middle. Not a single grenade has gone out.
I know, but look, man, if the second smoke going in is what's supposed to send Wildcard away, right? It's that second smoke or the third smoke even that's supposed to make them go, it's a stack.
No. I'm shutting that down.
You're wrong on this.
No.
Listen up, buddy.
You can't hindsight me.
I'm hindsighting the shit out of you right now.
Let me just tell you what's wrong about that, because we're not playing, gold Nova matchmaking. Teams don't think, oh, guys, there's 3 smokes at B. That means there's 3 B. Teams know you can drop smokes, Harry.
I know.
So when you see 4 smokes at B, it's the question. It doesn't mean there's a stack. It doesn't mean bigger pretending there's a stack. That could be 1 guy. That could be 4 guys. It doesn't matter. At this level, that is irrelevant. It's a mind game. It's a mind game both ways. No, Stan doesn't go,
they should have.
There's 3B. He doesn't think that. He doesn't know there are 3B, but that's the mind game. Anyway. You were right. They won the round, I guess. But
they should have stayed where all the baddies went.
They should have. If they were in the right place, they would have won the round, Harry. You're right, I guess. Sure. Congrats, buddy.
Here we are. Wildcard 2-0.
This is a bit. It's all fun and games.
It's good to know, though.
Were you worried?
Yeah.
I'm getting a bit...
You're a bit,
I'm a bit
goated with the sauce today.
I've slept 8 hours. Who knew? Who knew this is what happens?
Oh no, JDC.
All right, I think we're looking at the Wildcard 13-0 right now.
I was about to make the same joke. And I'm going to use this power very responsibly.
Yeah? What, by letting Big back in?
Wildcard have a chance to 13-0. Can they do what Big couldn't? I think it's coming. This is their home map, 3-0 start. No way back into this for Big off the rip.
Some great T-side rounds, Harry. Make it definitely look like a 13-0 is on the horizon.
And what a statement that would be.
It would be a statement. Well, we've got a buy round coming from Big next. Yeah, that's... Oh, I'd be mad. That's so annoying. What a cubby, though. Clean exec. Molly, the one position Big were playing. They got the Eternal Fire Smoke up top B as well. Lets you root very close to the half wall and still peek behind it. That smoke looks scary, but Sus was going to use it, or he looked like he was. The nade comes down, he dodges it. Big flash through. They are going to go through that smoke. As Big through the retake utility. Wildcard don't even see the molly. They see the smoke, they go, fine, have it. It's all yours. Molly comes out late. And that will force a bit of respect here. Big with 3 at B right now. As Wildcard go back to take middle, the smoke's beginning to fade. Bigger in a pit setup. So Wildcard, if they just go, this is their best chance. Oh, they love a long wrap, don't they? Oh, Bigger in trouble. Through the smoke.
They're going to expect this, surely. QB holding on for it. Does spot Sonic on the lip of that smoke. Hype now arriving as well. And QB continues to offer up assistance downrange from Pit. Big looking to get on the board here and now.
They said it was impossible. Are they right? Good shot for Hype, caught on the nade. And that's, I like that from Hype. He knows he has cover from QB, so he can actually just scope library and hold the short.
Yeah, didn't even try and get involved on long.
Yeah. Oh, this is dangerous. You got 10 seconds. If they were behind you. No, they're not. So Fuzi will save. Well, Harry, you cursed the 13 now. Thank you for that. And Bigger on the board. And honestly, yeah, despite a good call for Wildcard, but they didn't really commit. One guy threw Moto Smoke, then they slowed down. Again, Big very active here, but Fuzi waiting for that play. Good call. After last round, they saw that Big did that. So they go to punish it, peeking after the flashbang and putting the AWP to use, now even arming another player. See Wildcard immediately looking more comfortable on Inferno. And Big just forced to make a gamble because they've seen this banana take back into late A plays. They're hoping it happens again.
Oh, and they might get their wish. Triple porch setup and a long player to boot.
This is what you would do right now.
Yeah.
If Wildcard were going A, you would have called this.
Yeah, I would have called exactly this. Jaber, bomb as well. Looking to be the first thing in.
Uh-oh.
Long smoke down, but that's not the cover that Wildcard think it is.
Bomb first, Harry.
They do still have flashes.
They can leave. If they see this and Jaber doesn't die...
That's the big if, though, right? Jaber, oh, they're flashing the apartments players out. They drop in now. They learn about the short stack. They get mowed down. Crimbo out of ammo. It's going to fall on to Tabson. 25 seconds left.
Oh, they do.
They start to rotate away.
You got to kill.
Tabson's going to try and beat them to it, but the timing will favor Wildcard here, even though he's instant in this fallback. Now, there isn't a smoke for the cross. That is a big...
picked it up.
He's grabbed the smoke from B. That's going to give them a fighting chance. Molly from Tabson to try stop this plant, but it goes the wrong side. Sonic, spammed out Tabson, the highwayman. He has robbed this round from Wildcard.
Yeah.
And a bit of style on it at the end from Tabson.
Oh, sauerkraut on the top, Harry. That's a sick round for Tabson. Was there time to go behind the pillar? That would be the other good plant. The only safe one, really, that you're not going to get spammed. You can't die from CT properly unless you get clipped. But Tabson plays it really well. Molly's default spams the second most common plant place. Oh, I wish I spoke German right now. That's cool. Big. What a way to win a round. Full A stack in a 4v5. And
Man, that got me hyped. Tabson, that was a good speech. I didn't even know what he said. That's just vibes.
Inspiring.
Uzi. Hero Orb.
It's crazy. Saving this and just going into apps on your own. Uzi needs to force this kill. Flash, and he's dead. Blind shot for Hyped on the short side.
Bro, Fuzi was kind of the guy for Wildcard in that series the other day versus VP, but here Hyped has had his number time and time again, even in advantageous fights for Fuzi. In that round, Hyped is blind. He just hits a timing shot on Fuzi trying to play out through Boiler. Fuzi can't catch a break. Just left to the apps pop now. Stan has taken that AWP away from the rest of the team. Firing it off at Banana, trying to give the illusion that that's where Wildcard are going. When Big hit the AWP fire off, he's hoping that some movement happens here, but it doesn't. Crimbo, or QB rather, farms them up. It was a mixture. It was both. Okay, I thought I was going crazy. Holds the shot. No, it's good. It's
I thought
smart.
he just scoped in his face. Was he already scoped?
He wants save AWP, and so Stan does not fire a bullet.
Respect that. That's hard to do.
Ooh. I checked in on the German speakers in chat trying to translate this.
Okay.
And they're all kind of saying the same thing.
Which is?
Essentially, he said they wanted to trick us or fool us, but not me, not today.
Oh.
That's kind of hype, man. Knowing it in English now, it hits even harder.
Not today. Well, maybe today. JDC swung a big grenade. They're going to keep fighting behind it. Ooh, it's not going well, has it?
Tabson is brimming with confidence.
But no one would ever go 3B. No one would ever do that, Harry.
Well, no, there hasn't been 3 smokes dropped in, so how can Wildcard ever know that? Swing on the MP9, QB. There's a lot of bodies there.
They were all tucked. They were all tucked, baiting Susp, letting him die to trade. That's very reserved for Wildcard.
Another one of these B plays back to A plays for the Wildcard T side. Hype's AWP is the only thing standing between them and that goal.
Oh, he doesn't.
And he's just left the site. They're gamble stacking B.
Well, at least he gets to save his AWP, but he ain't winning this. So Wildcard walk in. Cheeky plant, cheeky round. Up to 4. Trading with Big is good. Big will take trading right now because this is Wildcard's go-to map. It's a map that Big are 1 and 6 on. Only win over Imperial Valkyries. Losing 13-1 to FlyQuest here. Do you remember that game, Harry? They lost 13-1 on Inferno, and then they destroyed them back-to-back maps. So safe to say, it's not been a great map for Big.
Come on, Hugo. There's absolutely no denying that the big squad of 2017 through 18 were good on this map.
The years, 2017 to 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I guess Tapson, the only remaining player from that time, can really channel his Krakow legacy. I'm sure jumping is going to save Big in this game. What do they used to call them, Harry? Can't bring it up and then say no. Can't dig the grave and then say, but it's just a hole.
It's a public service.
For the people.
Hyped.
Oh, they love
He's trying to dig some graves of his own. Oh my God, maybe his own grave is here.
This is crazy.
All right, boys, I got the shovel. I'm ready to die. Here he is, pushing down through Banana. The hyped AWP strikes while the iron's hot. Gonna go back in for a little bit more. And that's when Sonic gets the trade. 2 graves, please. One for me and one for my friend.
Oh, Tabson's trapped. And they stop him jumping through.
Not
Great
today.
Flash. Wait, that was a team flash. I don't think his flash did that much. Oh no, JDC threw one as well. There were 3 flashes. And Sonic, regardless, was very blind. Susp. Whoever that was. Ollie might spread. Jaber living on a prayer. Lurker cleaned up.
Far from halfway there, a wild card.
Nice.
They don't have the bomb. I'm going to go back and get it, waste some time off the clock here, and leaves them worlds apart. They're going to lend a bit of time to Jaber.
It's a hard angle if you're like just walk clearing stuff. Doesn't really get used much anymore.
Dude, I just realized we have Jaber, JBA versus JDC. They're kind of similar.
Not really at all, but...
Could you say JDC how you say Jaber?
Well, no, they are different. Full caps versus some caps. You know, I view the J as the forename, the B as the surname, and then the... Oh. That's why it's Jaber.
Yeah.
Not J... The K. It doesn't, if it was a lowercase c...
It'd be like Jaduk.
Jaduk. It sounds like a K.
Jadus.
The difference is, one's called Jaber and one's called JDC.
Where does that leave you on Jaden Smith? You loved him in that film.
Disinterested. Which film?
Beyond Earth or whatever.
Never saw it. Sorry.
No, you did.
No, I didn't. And that's the one with the stabbing. Well, actually...
After Earth. You love him in that film, right?
Jaber, his name is Josh Barrett. So, the BA is... Yeah, it's...
Not for...
That's like me being called... HBY.
Hubby. That's what I call you. Hyped! This shot on the AWP wildcard out through middle, and Sonic has secured the opening. Oh dear, Hyped is in hot water, and it's boiling over maybe, as Sonic runs him down. He's going to go fast.
That's more like it. A bit of pace for wildcard. They've played some really slow defaults. Good time to call a pace change from Stan. Big not ready for it. Stack triple B. They've done a lot of triple Bs, so, oh, that's disastrous for QB. Caught a whiff of Susp. Crouch sprays, he's gone, and that will throw off this round for Big. They can't retake anymore. Wildcard. Going for tit for tat, as expected. You know, the question was, can they reset? And the answer is a resounding yes. But Big are still putting up more of a fight than you could expect, given that this is a really poor map for Big in recent times.
Terrorists win.
Could see Sonic bringing his A game in that round. He will be a requirement. He was one of the missing pieces in their loss to VP. You know the heights of this guy. You know what he's capable of when he's feeling it. Oh, JDC didn't even get to play this round. And what started as a 3-man hold for Big at this B site is now down to a 2-2 split. They're even starting to rotate Hyped away. No, he has to go back. Especially with Crimbo nailing a shot in through the apartment. So he will get here in time, but this is still a fast round from Wildcard. In they come. And it's far from easy for Crimbo and Hyped. These CT setups are very twitchy, very nervous. Losing JDC to the nade stack into the sandbags only made that worse.
Yeah, it feels
as a result, Hyped and Crimbo kind of caught between positions without a proper crossfire or route to trade that set up.
It now feels like the first 8 rounds of this game, or 7 rounds of this game, were all just conditioning from Wildcard, going for Banana every single round of this map to condition Big into playing heavy B setups. And now Big have bitten down on it. Back-to-back rounds, starting Triple B to do the nades that have been so successful for them. And Wildcard have just done 2 really quick A-pops. Just nades keep him there. Wildcard do a lane split. Now they do an apps pop. And Big just is so hard to hold that down. Yeah, look at the frustration. So hard to hold it in a 2v4, 2v5 on A. Even with Pit being a very strong position. Wildcard just have pace. They have flashes. They are Wing to trade. Seeing a really well-called T-side out of Stan. I was a little worried at the start, but now the mind games have begun. Now it's a very hard call for Big to know where to go. Do we want to commit to the Triple B again? There's no way they'd rush A one more time. These are the questions Big have to ask, and these are the positions Stan does his best work. I'm not even going to try and predict what Stan's going to call here. I have no idea.
No, but he has put himself in a real powerful position to have dominion over the game.
Like, this should be 8-4, just based on the setup Wildcard have right now.
I wouldn't mind Big going back to just a 2-man B hold with like an extra bit of util dropped over there, just to try it. Yeah.
Just rush down mid and just throw everything out the window. Say, screw it, I'm not playing your game.
All right, then, yeah, respect.
Okay, they won't.
They're going to go aggressive in through the apartments. And they leave a solo B hold in this round. I think Big, you know, you can tell that these rounds are starting B, ending A. And so I like that they put more resources over towards this A side of the map.
They warbang Crimbo or? Oh my God. You didn't hear them? Didn't hear the jumps? I guess they're not that loud. They feel louder from your POV.
Well, also, we don't have 4 other German guys all communicating at the same time in our ears.
No, but they are on their way. I've called them. Maybe next map.
QB, the other hero gun here in hot water, just one. As these pistols rotate into a lost site, it's looking good for Wildcard to pick up their 7th.
Very nice half from Wildcard.
I think for Big, I hope it's a more standard 2-3 start. Even in the rounds where they've started 3-2, they're playing with a guy over towards Arch more often than not, or like Moto long side, usually Hyped floating around there. And so he's available for like a slightly faster rotate anyway. I think there's stuff that you could do with dropping over some extra smokes to buy them more time. You know that Big have done that, like retake banana util, for example, and not even played behind it, but just to deny the control. I think right now Wildcard have been profiting way too much off of the ability to fight top banana, put pressure on the defense, and then go back. And these players in A have had to play so passive. And they're kind of jumpy and over-rotating and moving around too much. And that comes with the territory if you're losing this banana fight. So yeah, here it is. A more standard 2-3 start from Big. Still hanging around at the top of banana with some util dropped in, but not fighting deep for this control. I think this is one of the best looking starts to a round that Big have had. Yeah, Hyped on the line. Gonna lock in that opener.
That fight literally hasn't happened yet. That's the first time. Oh, it's changed the move for Wildcard. They just go back to a quicker B. 2 players fighting a banana. Can Big get out? Big really going to die in this position.
They have a third guy moving over. That feels like it's why. They've done a lot of damage on these players in the top B, and there's that hyped AWP arriving. There's still Tabs in here left to deal with, but first kill found. Low HP on Sonic, who's the next man in. Tabson's just going to feast. Stanislaw takes one of the dome, now brought down to half health. As this clutch begins, he's going to try and get tricky with it. Let's see what Stan can cook up.
Is he actually going to go back, though? He might just, like, recommit late into this B bomb site and hope the Big have left. And look, they're starting to doubt it. Rotating, splitting up. That's what Stan wants. Now will he play Spawn? I don't think he heard Crimbo. But he knows it's very quiet right now. Stan clearing positions. Stick that bomb. He's allowed to. Crimbo, will he wait for QB? Moving in a little bit closer, offering that 1v1. If Stan wants to take it, Crimbo wins the round. That's a very close clutch for Stan, it feels like. See his brain whirring, but Big do survive the half. I'd say 5 is fine, it's enough, but Wildcard are still in the winning position to take their map pick in this series, which is more than impressive after getting 13-2'd. On Big's pick of Ancient.
Yeah, I think it would have been very easy to just kind of roll over and die in this series if you're Wildcard. But not wanting to head out of the tournament in a crazy dominant series, they're offering up some resistance here on their home map. And like you say, they are in that kind of power position now, a slight lead. But it was, you know, this sort of scoreline that let them down in that VP game. There, they got away with an 8-4 first half and only managed to find 2 CT rounds. I guess the big question around Big being able to come back in the second half is questions of depth in the T-side cooling, right? This is far from ancient for this team. It's not like they have a overloaded, overstacked playbook. This is one that provably they struggle on. They've at least guaranteed themselves a little bit of breathing room as Big hunt for the 2-0. A comeback from 5-7 down. It's Wildcard fighting for survival here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. Big fan out. 3 players taking control over the apartment. Stan just on a pixel angle, has Jaber there with him. A double setup, really wanted to get something. Instead, it's FaZe springing out next. This 3-player stack over in the apartments. Choose through Big. Great timing on when FaZe plays his hand there. Couldn't go too soon, couldn't go too late. Ends up just right.
He has great jewelry. Oh my god, there's great jewelry.
And it's the Goldilocks pistol ace from FaZe.
Dude, he does it so often. Not acing, but picking up big multi-kills on pistol rounds. FaZe is that guy. You actually see him buying orbs so early in games. I think it's probably because of these kind of rounds. The amount of 3Ks I see from FaZe with Julies is outstanding. All 5 from the young Swede. From Europe to China, now in North America. World renowned. He's got the 1 gun in this. 4 MP9s. Big on the full eco.
Always willing to extend a courtesy to the German Deegs, but in this round it's just 1. Singular.
Deeg.
This round is surely all Crimbo. He's got to be the fire starter. Wildcard playing long angles. It's a little awkward for FaZe. There's the trusty dual Berettas. They'll make another appearance here. Ace off of them in the pistol. And now a couple more in this follow-up anti-eco round. That's 8 kills in the first 2 rounds of this second half for FaZe. Not too bad.
Big have to win this gun round, though. If they don't come through instantly on their second half, this game might just slip through their fingers. Nuke is a third map. And Wildcard proving that they are here to play today. I was questioning it after Ancient, but a really strong game plan for Big. Everyone hitting hard. A lot more difficult to do on a map like Inferno, where you really have to play by the book.
This is the mother of all bonus rounds here for Wildcard. 4 MP9s. 1 rifle for FaZe. Surely you get aggressive here.
3B. Big don't even take banana. They probably respect Wildcard's utility here. But they actually held on to a good amount, doing very late HEs. They saved every HE. They still use them before Big get this control. There's one more for Stan. Down it goes with a molly. This is a take of banana here for Wildcard. They want to fight. They want to scrap. And they will get that opening kill. Could even get out now.
Oh, they go back in for even more.
Assassin.
And they'll get all the riches out from this banana side. Bro, this is awkward for Big. Your first rifle round up against the bonus, and you've got nothing done.
There's always money in the banana stand.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you get that.
No, I get it.
Okay.
Oh, it's a great bit.
It's the best, one of the best TV shows of all time.
Then they claim the insurance on it, but really they're like, was money.
There was actual, they burnt the
hard, cold cash.
He got
that they burned to the ground.
Yeah, there was hundreds of thousands of dollars hidden under the banana stand, and they burned it to the ground. So, well, Big.
Their banana stand is also burned to the ground in this round.
They've no insurance payouts here. Gotta save. That's the mother of all bonus rounds, Harry. You said it, and it remains to be true because 2 kills.
They have to run it back in the next. They could go get these AKs on banana.
They got 1. They got 2. So, damn, Wildcard are just being funded by offshore accounts.
Dude, I gotta say, Stan cooked in that round. That was a really nice play, right? Like the deep smoke in at banana, anticipating the respect from Big. They had a couple of cursory glances on jump checks just to make sure. They hold off all those nades and that deep take util, right? The molly, the nade that Stan throws in that helps at the end, but also the nade stack. They wait, they play entirely off a sound. That's why the first few nades actually come out too soon. Big threw like an early flash, trying to bait util at a wild card. Then you late take banana. It's just a series of lovely little decisions for the wildcard squad to min-max that bonus round.
Yeah, just great, cool experience on the map, right? That's why it's their go-to. They don't just burn.
Yeah, it's little details like this that you weren't even really noticing for Big in the first half, right? Wildcard very at home here. Great understanding of opening moves, things that they can do. That's a pretty huge opener for Crimbo. Far from inconsequential as he even survives the drop down into the pit. Jaber really starting to feel pressure here. Does drop that smoke, plays within it. Jaber's doing a fantastic job of delaying this site hit and buying time as the rest of Wildcard now move in. They start barreling through these smokes. Stan plays through. Jaber, by the way, is still alive. JDC's in the site with him, and Jaber gets the better.
He swaps positions. He goes cold box to backside, gets a nade kill, then goes back to cold box. The whole time JDC was on top of cold box. How does he swap? What a great just move for JDC, because that crumbles because FaZe throws a poor smoke in apartments that Big are able to peek through. Crimbo's able to walk around the smoke and get an entry and drop in. Stan's loving it. Rushing Moto. Jaber never dies. He was there the whole time. Oh, this one, it's looking like a 3-mapper, Harry. Big just can't get a grip on this game. They saved for that.
Not only has Stan called a great game here, but his individuals are showing up, and that's so important. Like, I don't think it's easy to instill that belief in your team that, hey, look, it's our map coming up next. We can turn this one around still.
Oh.
Good nades exchanged in a banana, but there's one straight back from the captain. Stanislaw hangs around to fight for this and will give up the entry into B. Only going 1-for-1. FaZe now smoked off. Waits to nade the plant.
Oh, it could kill.
I mean, it's Crimbo planting. It shouldn't. And it will soften up both of these players. Oh, you can't plant there. So
Goes, yeah, nowhere, actually. Kind of the worst nade, but it's fine. 2v2. Moving together.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, that's a huge flick back from FaZe. JDC dancing around that pillar. Makes magic happen for Big. 4 kills deep. In a must-win round of Big, want to maintain hope that Inferno could still be theirs. It's still a long road to recover this, but breaking through a 3-man B holding at top banana with fast rotates from the CTs is easier said than done.
Yeah, I'm surprised Stan hangs around. His team get double killed at top B in a 3v5, and Stan, he could just fall back, play his util, play a bit safer. He just chooses to look for fights.
I think, like, in my mind,
he gets one.
In my mind, the idea there is like, with his nade falling short, the only way they can peak is if they were close, which means the nade did big damage, and the nade did do big damage.
Yeah.
That, in theory, should have been a reasonably comfortable spray down to hold top banana. That's where I think it's more so just JDC going above and beyond, helping out massive.
I think in global offensive, Stan kills all 3 there because off angles exist. But in this game, it's so easy to adjust in time. I don't know what it is.
I also think, you know that Big didn't have a lot to work with there. If you can see Banana, suddenly they have guns. They have like a whole minute to play with. Stan's just like trying to end the round, essentially, right? Takes a bit of a risk. Doesn't pay off.
It's an 11-5 move.
Yeah. Big given a slight olive branch back into the game.
You wouldn't stay there in a major final. You wouldn't do that either.
No.
Big get another chance, an entry and damage onto Sonic with a nade.
This is good for Big, right? The fact that they're like stemming some of these confident, aggressive moves, that decreases the likelihood of Wildcard doing them. And if you can get Wildcard to stop playing like they are right now, where it's super confident, they're calling from the front, everyone's making plays, not afraid to play their move. You know, that is how you could try and tame this CT side a little bit.
They jumped the AWP in middle as well. Just a pack roll on this A site. A team fight.
I mean, look, this game could have been... What was that?
I don't know.
Who was spinning?
Scary.
JDC.
It could be anywhere.
The C stands for Clara. Like, what would the reaction be if you just started spin botting?
Probably get banned.
I mean, from us, how would we deal with that?
I mean,
you just have to leave a scathing review.
I think there's a level of plausible deniability where it's like, I don't think I've ever casted someone cheating. For the record, I don't think I've ever. Well.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Yeah, I don't know actually. Back in the day. But I've never cast anyone blatantly cheating.
Sure, we had a couple of flusher games way back when.
I didn't want to say it, but no, I've never cast anyone who I thought was blatantly cheating. If they were blatant, don't think you can really hold back. That's not my job, is it? The anti-cheats.
Was it Madden I used to say was cheating?
No, that was a bit. That was a bit.
It was a bit. You never know. Here we are.
I don't know. Now I'm thinking that. No.
Right, JDC.
So,
let's see. He toggled on in the last round.
I don't think
see what he's bringing to the table here.
For the record, my client is making a joke. Walk back into the Molotov. Definitely not the move.
I know, that is a pretty cheater move to make. Unaware about what the Molotov can do. But will he get the entries? We're about to find out.
Low health, round the corner, Molly down, and he won't peek it.
Oh no, that's a disaster. Crimbo dead, trying to move into the apartments. It's aggression from FaZe that will go untraded. They move away from that double lap setup now, but there's still the 3-man hold over towards B for Wildcard. So for the time being, big of a chance to break through. 4v2, reposition from FaZe, finds himself on the arches and gets away with one. Hypesorb trade down in pit, it's Jaber. Oh, and he's located, dealt with by QB on the apartments drop. This is where that 3-man hold now is to dig deep and try and offer up the retake for Wildcard, or else this game really starts to close up. They would be broken going forward. So much of this round is weighted on this opening kill. Stan's going to start lining up util to try and assist for this. Smoke goes in, hoping to block off some of these angles in the site. Molly to follow as well, making that site feel very claustrophobic. The smoke is twofold. Hyped can't see anything around it, but still, all the kills found for Big on these openings. Couple back from Stanislaw, as now it's just JDC left up against him. Up and over, and JDC has his number. Well handled in the clutch. A damn good try from Stanislaw to bring that 1v3 so close.
That one got scary. That got way too scary. I love that util set for Stan. The close smoke to Moto that just allows you to scale into the site or climb up Graveyard. They pick their fights really well there, and Stan almost pulls out a ridiculous 1v3. It's JDC trying to go on top, who will land it for Big. They're making this happen, man. You know, it's not done yet. They're worlds apart, but Big winning some very difficult rounds against a great Inferno team.
Yeah, and you know, coming in
from a 4v5.
Coming into this second half, Wildcard felt unstoppable. They had all the right reads all first half long. Some good calls, some good moves. But now it's really tightened up. You no longer have that safety net. You're no longer doing the safety dance. Everyone, look at Johans. Oh, JDC, of course, just toggled on. Delete Suspin at top banana. Cheating, of course. Here we are. By the way, this isn't real.
It's all a
bit. It's a bit. It's an extended bit, but JDC has turned up in these last few rounds now. Miss Smoke over towards CT.
Toggle off. Oh, the grenades.
Couple of awkward nades here for Big, but it shouldn't matter.
$11 to 9, and a full buy for Wildcard coming up. Got to screw the lid on tight here. Just lock in that point. I don't want to get, Harry, I don't want to get a throwback to that VP game.
Well,
Wildcard choked.
You
Inferno,
might be
CT
getting
side.
one.
No, because they're playing well today. They're looking good. The calls are nice. Fuzi's there. He was last time.
Jaber's up there alongside him as well, which
you know what VP did? VP just went B hit, B hit, B hit, B hit, B hit, and then they won the game. Now, it wasn't that simple. There was a lot of, like, back and forth on the map where they were taking banana, taking bracket, going back to late B, but they went into Jaber once. He got like a 4K and they never went back.
Yeah.
They went, nah, this guy's too good. And they just abused Susp and Sonic at B. And Susp is on the numbers. Right now, on the numbers, he's not there. Doesn't mean he's having a bad game necessarily. But let's see if Big abuse
One of the things that also just feels awkward about it, though, is, you know, they're starting triple B a lot. Susp is someone who likes to take these fights down through banana, and so you are getting chances at opening. JDC's cheating as well, so that's going to help Big out in the long run. Oh, he's tagged with a molly, and he has to go, but of course he hits the perfect timing. JDC will get traded after one. Can Sonic overstay his welcome? Still 2 players are kept there, and Big learnt about that. Stan was in the kill feed. He'd done damage with util, or maybe a flash. Regardless, they now have the info. It was that triple B stack, so expect the pace to get picked up in this A play. FaZe timing this, but maybe it's golden. Oh, yes! He will wrangle it back in, but he can't escape. Just the one and done. Jaber holds on. Jaber holds strong.
Jaber.
Good for the first. It was his multi-kill. It was able to propel them back into a pole position versus VP, and now again he's offered up resistance here versus Big.
He really is a strong piece of this defense. He is such a rock over a pit. He always on the porch boost, always putting on a bit of a show is Jaber. God, JDC is hitting bangers on entries, but finally, thank God FaZe recovers that kill, or that round would have spilled out of control on the long side. Big finally get held back by Wildcard, who are onto map point looking for Nuke as a decider. 3 chances to close this map. And if we hit overtime again, you look to the not more experienced team here. I'd look to Wildcard just because they have the depth.
Yeah, the team with the deeper playbook.
Yeah. So Big have to graft hard to get this game on in overtime.
Plus, I think at this point, I wonder if Big, you know, they got gifted the info, it was the triple B lead, but I wonder, would you rather face the triple B of Stan, Susp, and Sonic over the dynamic duo Jaber, FaZe, A-Hold?
Maybe.
Back to the triple B again.
Oh, they've again trapped him at Sandbags. It's the same round, dude. It's the same round with better results. Sus finally holds his own. Double kill at B might just end this map as Wildcard holds strong. He goes one step further. Look at this push smoke. He is below the half wall. Oh my God! Finally spammed out. No, don't get 3v5, Wildcard. Know when to quit. Good grenade. That's gonna hurt. Big. Try and contact into this B site. They need the orb to find the entry. Sonic is jiggling.
Walking the line all the way in. Contact on the AWP. Hyped is open. 3v5 starting to unravel. It's ended up in a 3-on-3, and Wildcard still haven't jumped the gun on the rotate yet. They haven't bought down on this idea that this is the B commit from Big. Only now rotating 1 extra player. Jaber is still in pit.
This is weird. Re-smoke. Oh. Get it in. Oh my God, he's got cover at least. They want the kill. They'd rather the kill than the smoke. 2 HEs and a molly and low players. Wildcard have every reason to go for this round, but the economy, will they opt for it? I'd like to see those nades go in just to test the site. Re-smoke very late for Big is a middle finger as they hold on at the back of the site.
Yeah, I love how long they delayed using these smokes for. It's going to force Wildcard to have to play through if they wanted to attempt this retake, and that single-handedly decides the outcome of the round. 3v5 from Big to keep Inferno going.
That is the Susp effect. When he's feeling it, it's really nice. He can get those huge multi-kills, but like he gets 2 here and he goes for more. And sometimes I would like Wildcard to know when to quit, to know when to give up banana. Like, you know, you understand why they want to fight full and just finish it. They've won games doing that, but when you see the other side, you see a couple of rounds where Stan doesn't pull back off of B, where Susp goes back for more, and Big punish hard. Contact orb, pick Sonic before he can get the molly out.
I also think like it makes a damn lot of sense that these A players often get left out of the action when B is such a consistent source of fights, and you know every round that Wildcard are going to play for this top banana control. Sure, why not try and fight them there? And I think if you're Big, you've also seen the triple B stack so many times in a row now that you almost expect it. JDC, interesting move through the smoke.
He really is. He's not helping his case. Oh my God, what is that? Why is Hype there? Pulling a FaZe.
I mean, this kind of comes with the territory that Wildcard haven't encountered one of these faster A plays. Jaber has to be the difference maker again, but cut down by the Hype Orb that is on a roll. Big mean business. They are 1 round away from overtime, and Wildcard are fully out of money. They're even delaying this plant to go for the hunt. Two players moving in up through Banana. Plant delayed for a few more seconds to give them the timing. Sonic will not be found at that B site. Big start to get aggressive, and they clear Sonic. Everybody falls. There is nothing for Wildcard in this next round.
I did not think this is how it was going to go. After they won that 12th round, I thought it was over. I didn't think Big were going to get 3 in a row. Some very hard rounds, a 3v5 that you're not going to forget about if you lose this game in overtime. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This one, they've got no money. They got nothing. They got an M4. And that is really it. Big mistake for Wildcard to let Big into this game, a map that Big do not have a good track record on. 1-6 in the last 3 months. We just saw them get 13-1 by FlyQuest on this map. Off the back of their T side, Harry. And now they are pulling it back on both bomb sites against a red-hot Wildcard, with overtime entering the fray.
I just think if this happens to Wildcard twice on this map, there's going to be some serious questions raised about the longevity of their Inferno.
Oh my God.
Hype nearly burns alive. It's not over yet. There's still a chance here, but Big go back to trying to fight for this banana control. It's been such a consistent source of these openers. That nade could have been the end of Hype, but it goes a little deep. Molly extinguished in the smoke, but here's the pressure. Sonic runs at them. There's no trade. Pistol pulled. Sonic doubles up. He shows Sus how it's done with the banana aggression. Sonic comes through with a vengeance.
Right, quit now. Know when to quit. Know when to bail. Sure, you eat an nade. That's unlucky. But don't chase this round.
This
You've got
is
Susp at the B side with an M4.
Another 5v3 for Wildcard, this time for the map.
I'm scared. If Susp dies,
is still hanging around.
Yeah, like he's putting on pressure. He's puffing up his chest. He's making it look like there's more here than one. He wants the info.
With that AWP gone, there is the freedom for the jiggle, right? You know you've killed Hyped already, and so you're not going to get punished for jiggling that corner. So he feels a bit safer. Stan is hot on the heels, and the rest of the team are in behind him. Big back turn, but he fires off straight away. Oh, you feel like there could have been so much more. Now they spot the flank. They're going to turn around and try and fight this. One more man lurked through middle. Susp to be inside of this B site. Jaber, 16 kills deep. Waits behind them, but he can't play his hand too soon. If he falls, that A-site play opens up. Now with only 20 seconds, Jaber's got the freedom to make a move. Susp offers up resistance. It's going to come down to Kyubi in this clutch. Was it all for naught? Big with a wild comeback, denied by Susp. He plays it safe, plays by the numbers, and Wildcard dodge embarrassment on Inferno.
That is a crazy game and a crazy way to close it for Wildcard. Just a sigh of relief more than anything that they can run down Banana like that and pick up a 5v3 that they almost lose. They almost do. And you say plays it safe. Susp walks through that coffin smoke before Jaber is even close to keep the pressure on. He is relentless. They don't know when to quit. They will live, they will die by it, but today they live all the way to a third map.
Yeah, being able to long this out, it's no small feat for Wildcard. They could feel that one getting out of control. They were not in a good place throughout any of that latter second half, going into the final round on a force fire essentially, right?
That was 11-4.
Yeah.
That was 11-4 for Wildcard, I think, right? Like, think about how hard Big pulled that game back on their T side. So you got to keep that in mind. Like, Big played a really good T side. Won a lot of man down rounds. Yeah, 7-5 half with the first 4 rounds. 11-4, Big make that very interesting. Also, Hype putting on a real show on both halves, but especially on the T side to draw them back into that game. The banana control is still a question for me. It's still pretty crazy for Wildcard. It's still a high-risk move. Today, they don't get punished, but... Woo! What has Nuke got in store? That's my question.
Yeah, I think it's going to feel, on the other side, I think it's going to feel like a bit of a shame for Big that they weren't able to find success after doing the entire comeback, only to fall down to a bunch of SMGs and 1 rifle in that last round. However, they at least move into that third map with the solace that this was a damn sight closer on Wildcard's home map than how this series started with the almost 13-0 from Big on Ancient. I think they're still moving into map 3 in the driver's seat, even though it's a good map for both teams.
It's just hype highlight reel this game. It really was crazy. Sonic also didn't even say his name, I think, in that second half, but comes in with a big impact on the final round. Down Banana with a jumping double kill, and that was the saving grace for Wildcard, adding chaos in the mix with the MP9s. They're not celebrating. They know how close that got, and they know this series is far from done. Big are here to play.
Yeah.
Nuke is our decider, and a good map for both teams, really. I think we're about to have a banging third.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you leave it at the end and you think, thank God we didn't lose that, you know? A bit of a sigh of relief. Sure, it's kept them in it till Nuke. As I say, I still think Big are the favorites heading into this, just because of how close this second map was, how they had it on a knife's edge. This could have been OT. This could have been the 2-0. I mean, it's a wild round timeline when you look at it all splayed out like this.
Yeah.
There's that 4-0 start you were talking about for Wildcard, and then just a lull in the action for the longest time in that second half.
Tabson's called a great game today. His Ancient T-side obviously was just incredible. But even here, being able to pull back those 3v5s, knowing when to go contact, when to execute. Even that final round, I like, you know, they lost it, but I like they didn't go back because they read that Jaber could be, you know, you see two flanks, you can expect a third, and Jaber was in underpass. Like, there's no way you're clearing that. You have to just walk. You had 20 seconds. You have to just run. And so Jaber probably would have won that game anyway. This is an exciting series for elimination right now, and we're going to see who's going to take it in a third map. You've predicted Big. I kind of want to go with you. Nuke will decide. Nuke will tell us a story, Harry. So
yeah, loser of this going home.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a exciting one to close on. Let's see who's going to take it and who will be eliminated from PGL Cluj-Napoca in just a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
It's the start of the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, and Wildcard are here in action looking to do some damage. I've got Stanislaw with me, the IGL, who is ready once again, and this is now becoming quite a regular thing as we were talking about before the interview started. How are things for you right now? You seem to be in a pretty good place as a team right now in what you're getting and where you're being able to go for events.
Yeah, things are going really well for us, especially in the last 6 months or so. We had last year with the major, that went amazingly for us. And this year, we've had some hiccups along the way. We started off with a small tournament win online, and then, you know, we lost to Astralis and Blast. And then also in Katowice, it didn't go how we were hoping it went. We were so close. We lost to Furia in overtime and Liquid also on one map in overtime. So I feel like we're there, very close, but we just need to get some little bit more experience and time under our belts. And I think hopefully we'll be a little bit more ready than we were for this tournament.
But when you're saying that, right, how close you are and being more ready, you also have this year only just got this team house So you're in Poland and you're able to practice, I guess, regularly against better opposition. I want to talk about Jaber because obviously the improvement I saw from him from the major to now, that seems to have really paid off for him. Obviously, you've been taking him under your wing for quite a while now, but has it even impressed you how much he's been able to show?
A lot of our growth as a team can be attributed to his growth as an individual because he was really sheltered and in his own shell a year ago. But ever since I feel like China was his turning point, he's constantly learning. It's still a very new environment to him, but I think finally we're starting to see the real Jaber come out and the potential is starting to come out a little bit as well.
For the whole team as well, do you feel like it is kind of starting to come together of a full understanding of the potential you guys have as well? Like, it seems like some players, for example, Sonic, have more belief in themselves than what I would have said in the past when I've spoken to him.
Yeah, I think we have the players on our team and the coach. We have the roster, and I very much believe in this roster. It was just about figuring out how to best use all the pieces. Yeah. So yeah, I think hopefully with more practice in this new system, we'll have a better showing at this tournament.
Now, you did talk to me quite positively about like what you saw at Katowice, but was it still something where it hurt you guys because of how close you came?
Yeah, it hurt a lot. We look at each lost opportunity as an opportunity to learn as well. So the losses against Furia and Liquid taught us a lot about ourselves, and we had to make some tweaks and get back to work. So yeah, every loss is an opportunity to learn.
Now, you do have a mix of players on your team in terms of you've got the Europeans, so they're very used to being over here. You as well. When was the last time you spent this much time in Europe practicing?
It's been a while, and funnily enough, Vince and I were just talking about the last time I was in Romania, and this was when I was on Liquid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. So that was 7 or 8 years ago, and we lost the major qualifier to Flipside back in the day.
Yeah.
So rolling back the years, it's a whole new look for me and with a new team, but again, I'm feeling very confident. I love this group of players, and I think we can do some damage at this tournament.
Now, looking at your event here, you certainly have shown that you guys have the potential to do very well. Where are your expectations right now?
Expectations are pretty high for myself. In this first stage, I want to go at least 3-0. I want to make it to the next stage. So I know we can do it. It's just about showing the best version of ourselves, making sure we don't have any hiccups like we did in Katowice. It's the really small details that are costing us at the moment.
Yeah.
You look at our game against Liquid and against Furia, it's overtime losses that are costing us. And in the current state of Counter-Strike, it's MR12. You don't have the luxury of making a mistake. The team that makes the fewest mistakes is going to win. There's only 12 rounds, and with the economy the way that it currently is in the game, you just got to really be as prepared as you can be. So I feel like we're there right now, so we just got to show it.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing it. You're filling me with confidence just with your words and how he's looking for it. Best of luck, Stanislav. Let's see what you can do in Cluj.
Thank you.
deciding map, and it's Nuke. Big versus Wildcard continues to rage on as the comeback of Big snuffed out at the 11th hour by Wildcard to lock in their pick of Inferno. Now we head to Nuke. This is a good map for both of these squads. It's been a, I was going to say competitive series, competitive second map so far.
Both teams have won a map.
Yeah, and so as we get ready to head into this one, I don't know. I think Big are still the ones in a more commanding position.
They've beaten better teams on this map. Wildcard, for the most part, their wins are against domestic or the Americas teams. Have struck. They've played it a few times in Europe when they came here early in the year before Bounty to get some officials in. They struggled against some of the CIS squads, as you can expect on this map. And Big, you know, Big don't have this incredible track record, right? Like losing to Heroics and Phases, but you know, also getting some wins on the board versus some lower opposition on some tier 2 teams. So, you know, you can't say for sure off of the history who's going to win this game. And clearly proven by this series that Wildcard have woken up after a really dismal debut on Ancient. But look at those odds. They are neck and neck. They are almost as tight as it gets. And I think that's fair right now. This has been a weird game.
Hit me with an okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, man, that's what it's all about.
Bro.
That's what it's all about. Okay,
DJ.
let's go. It's Nuke as the deciding map here. Loser of this series will be eliminated.
DE Airport, Harry. No one wants to do that, especially considering how open this tournament is. We've got a couple of playoff qualified teams. We've got a couple of eliminated teams, but we also have a couple more spots in the playoffs. And the winner of this will get to fight on the final day of the group stage tomorrow to find out who's going to do it, who's going to be getting that quick flight to Cluj and playing in the arena. An opportunity that these teams don't get too much as well, to play a tier 1 event with $1.25 million on the line in an arena with a crowd.
It's big money as well.
Big money, but yeah, big chance. A good opportunity to just get that experience, because we know the first time on a stage for many teams, they crumble, they have trouble, the pressure. Now, obviously, these guys got a chance, I guess, in Shanghai. They did play in front of a crowd there in the Swiss stages of the major, but I'd say it's not. Yeah, it's different. It's different because you're in a single elim playoff bracket where you don't get any more chances, where you have to perform on one day. It's not just, oh yeah, we get 3 games in front of a crowd. No, you get 1 chance. You better show up. Who's going to do it on Nuke? Big T-side start going quick towards the ramp. Psych. They're showing the bomb. They're waiting for the reaction, which they might get. Susp is pushing up. Faking upper. Susp does push into the ramp play. It's a double fake for Big. Back to ramp 2 here. Nice goosh, but from the hell side, Stan hits a very important kill. That might tame Big. They back out towards A.
Oh, hyped. They crunch him. Double swung.
Nice.
And Stan, who was last spotted, taking scalps over towards Hell, offers up a 3rd here on his push in towards the door. That is a dominant pistol round put forth from Wildcard to open up on their CT half.
Yes, indeedy. One thing I think that is going to be interesting to see these in-game leaders try and outread each other. Like for that round, Big, show bomb ramp, go quiet, execute A, then push ramp. So they're really just messing with Wildcard. They're trying to make the comms go crazy, trying to force that ramp push, which they did. But then Wildcard still have 2 ramp after that 1-for-1. So gonna be some mind games here.
Fuzi's playing USP armor.
Always dangerous against. Yeah, I mean, you're not expecting the force here from No Plant Big. I've seen it let people down. Oh my god, they are not ready for this.
Suspect turn. Still going to get gun on in time. Fuzi's USP lending a helping hand.
Yeah, no helmets on some of these players, so guess it works. Now the call is, oh, they bought. Got to be very careful. Big, make it down B. Ouch. Nice that they hunt JDC. I don't know if they saw him cross outside, but they seemed very aware that he could be there. So nade and a push in secret, clear the flank, and then get on that bomb. Good beginning of the game for Wildcard. Big bomb plant. One more eco.
Hype's flicking through his notes. So this is just essentially a timeout for Big. They're going over the game plan. Tabson laid out a spawn as he's talking to the rest of the gang. Now's the time to plan and prep for the round and road ahead if you're Big. FaZe with the AWP, just a chance to feed out in the yard. Yeah,
Not
tasty.
to feed, to farm. Don't want to feed, Harry.
Not feeding like that, like he feeding like he eating. He ate.
Yeah.
FaZe ate, but so has Tabson.
Crumbless.
Bro, Tabson's eating large right now. Oh my god. No! Stan stops it.
No money for you. Don't want to feed the beast.
No. No Leaferando for Tabson. That is the one, right?
Yeah,
that is, yeah.
Believe in yourself, man. You know, you've been to Germany.
A couple of times.
What did Kennedy say? Ich bin ein Berliner. And everyone laughed at him because he said he was a donut. He's trying to say I'm a Berliner.
Ah, yes.
You know, like he's from, yeah, you get it.
I am a donut.
You are a donut, Harry.
Sonic said, I'm a hedgehog. Check this out.
Gotta go fast. Is that the noise of a
No,
fast
it's like
hedgehog?
the you know, like
That's
if
a
you
better
ever
noise.
watched
Yeah,
the
no, I know. I get the
yeah.
reference. Big outside. They got the smokes down. Sonic, I like this position, but he's not got any info. No one can help him right now. That AWP is pushed up.
Oh, coin flip on where he gets his first fight. But it's Sonic, so he chooses Tails. One found out in the yard.
And he gets out.
And lives to tell the tale. Tabson dropping down, trying to give chase. Gets shot in the back. FaZe.
FaZe's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Deals the crushing blow at 5-0.
This is a stuck in the mud round for Big. Shadow and still hyped. He's so good at those
Hyped
clears.
so consistently beats AWPers that are already on the line. It's
Dude, he had
wild.
no reason to win that fight. I think sometimes Shadow lets people down. Like, they think they're going to peak quicker, but you get a really long Shadow warning. Backside, got to get this cleared. Nice shot for Grimbo, but only a tag, and the heaven cover is there. Good round for Sonic. Starts outside, ends it from above.
A Wildcard really going to 13-0 this game?
Dude, don't do that now.
Why not?
It's trolling.
They need a little pick-me-up.
Yeah, okay. Good recovery for Wildcard, yeah, considering how this series
Oh, and they're getting a bit pumped up now as well, a Wildcard. They haven't really been super celebratory in this game outside of one half.
They're in full control right now. Keep the boot on Big's neck. Fast out ramp, could get messy. Sus good kills and lots of CTs here to trade out. Wildcard know when to quit. They just want to take every kill. That bomb loose. Ooh. This is weird. Kind of got to go B. So he won't be able to get a gun.
He knows there can't be anyone down here, though, thanks to Crimbo holding onto the vent. So that's a guaranteed bomb plant.
They know Crimbo made it, though, so they're just going to rotate ramp and regroup together, and really
Still,
Big should be able to win this.
Could get odd in the 2-on-3 with QB having repositioned into ramp. So much of this comes down to how much he's able to get away with, and they should be clearing this. You can't leave anything to chance. Crimbo's going to try and play in tandem with QB. One from him, and now low HP for Sonic. 2 kills deep on the retake, but Crimbo stays on this line, on the angle, and the Tech-9s prevail for Big. That's how they break through.
Great call for QB, for Crimbo to come and join, and realizing that because they weren't going to drop Ven, they were grouping ramp. He heard the retake steps, and he gets himself in a seemingly one-and-done position, but him and Crimbo find 3 for 2 with only pistols and low health. It's a very impressive post-part round for Big. Lovely work for QB and Crimbo. Big are back. They're in the game. Better late than never.
Oh, Tabson dropping a verse. Trying to rally the troops here after that first round on the board. Very animated. On the opposite side of the fray, it's far more composed here for Wildcard. They try to lock back in. It's an unfortunate misstep falling down at the Tech-9s in their eyes, but there's still time to get back to dominating this first half. You don't want Big to break through now. You can chalk the other round up to a good bit of decision-making in that 2-on-3 and some keen Tech-9 shots. If you're Wildcard, if you turn it all around here. If Big finds success, money starts to run dry for the CTs.
Ooh,
Sonic's looking good to open up this map, man.
Yeah. A lot of different positions.
And he's got an important role to play. Constantly harassing Big out in the yard. No space taken for free here. They tried to get JDC across in a garage, but they're just going to have to chalk this one up to an L and leave the yard.
It's not an L. They've got Tabson here. This is a really strong position. He's going to play late.
I didn't notice this.
They might even do an X-Tech before he plays.
They should have no idea he made it this deep.
Yeah, just to give him a bit of room. It's being watched by ramp timing, though, so he could, he might get seen. Oh, great pathing. Avoids it completely. And now Tabson.
Up the ladder, right as Sonic's moved out to clear the yard. The timing on this is wild, but who's he going to favor? Sonic moving in, collects that free kill up in the heaven. Tabson thought he'd found the golden window to make this all happen. Battle back into it, 3v5 for Big as this one begins. Sonic still offering up resistance. Dead after his first, but QB left in this clutch, not ready for the double heaven push through that smoke.
That's so great. You know, you think Sonic, when he gets that kill, he immediately just goes, hey, because you kill the guy heaven, you know they're hitting that top site. Everyone's in position. They just flood A. Susp comes through that smoke. They don't let off the gas. That's a great move for Wildcard, and great for Sonic as well, because you can see him slow clearing everything. Like, he knows there is a timing. Like, they had no idea where Tabson was, but he's checking hell, he's checking heaven, checking the rafters. Then he just hits a great timing as Tabson comes up the ladder. So it's awkward for Big, who get immediately pounced on after winning an eco. And Wildcard could controlling the flow of this game right now. Messy, but it works. Two AKs. Break. It's a bit short. Oh no! Oh, how is he alive?
He's still in this.
Watch him get the kill now.
FaZe, the one that got away. That could have been an opener for Big. Instead, they try to play their hand in the susp down here at lower, and he takes 2 to the grave with him. So
great double.
Very well handled here from Wildcard. Bro, this is starting to get worrisome.
Ooh, for who?
Huge kill for Tabson to try and swing this one back the other way. But Big, they've often made these rounds close. They've only managed to take one of them over the line, and something's got to give soon for this Big T side. Wildcard slow it down for now. Jaber, next point of contact, decapitated by Tabson.
Single door with bomb for Astralis, so Big need a better position right now. They're both moving around the world, and Wildcard are wasting time as a result. They've got to shut that door. They've got no
Stan's
nades.
also the one with the kit, and he's the one further away.
Yeah.
FaZe going to have to cover on the AWP, and he's just ducked out of there. So off the line, an awkward timing. Kit dropped, but FaZe cannot win this. He tries to get away with that AWP, and he won't survive the journey. Big. They will find their way through in that 2-on-4.
Yeah, 2-on-4, including the trade onto Susp, and then they just roll out on that B bomb site. I love the repositioning post-plant. FaZe separating from Stan, going to cover single door when double is open as well. That's a pretty bold move for Wildcard, but those moments are so hard to micro. You almost feel like someone needs to deadcom that. Just tell FaZe to set up on single so Stan can tap. Well, on double rather, so Stan can tap and clear single swing. Wildcard just throw themselves into lobby. Oh my god, they're shooting the silo player in the back of the head. No comm for Big. No realization what's going on. They just get knocked out. But these rounds can get weird. 2v5, slowing it down, and they've got the bomb control. So it's up to Wildcard to remain active and try and just trade these kills together. Right now, Big are gaining a lot of space.
It was a low buy, it was a lobby crunch. Sure, there are reasons why this could still get away from Wildcard, especially with the space from JDC, but it can't be all 2v4s, 2v5s as to how Big build this T side. They're looking for another one. JDC does find his time, and that nade's going to get a kill. Oh, Jaber's dead. 2v2 now from a 2v5 start to this round. And Tabson and JDC have all the reason to win this. There should be no world back into this for Wildcard now. Locked out of the site. More health for Big, more firepower, stronger post plants. And with JDC winning that fight over in the heavens, this should be a done deal. Can Sonic complicate matters?
Yes,
up and over. Deagle primed and ready, but Sonic can't get his bearing on Tabson. Big with another insane round, this time 2v5, taking it one step further than the other two that Big currently have.
Oh, those rounds hurt to lose. Those first couple of deaths don't feel consequential, but what a beautiful clear for JDC on that rafter player, and just nades backside. Didn't even expect to get that kill. He follows up with a molly. Wildcard come in, they catch Big sleeping, but they wake up. They've got a gun under the pillow. Those home invaders put down. Big find a third off another clutch man down round. More than a man. Now they've finally broken the money. A-pop, confident play. Big remind them what they're up against. This strong lead for Wildcard at the top of the map immediately sunk. That will get you going. 4 kills from Tabson, 4 rounds for Big, 5 alive. This game's on.
Tabson's looking like FaZe's kryptonite. he can't seem to finish a kill on this guy, and it's been a way in a couple of these 2vx's. Even in that final round there, had the full drop on him, but obviously Deagle, T with the back turn, Mac 10, so if you don't hit the instant headshot, he is going to start jumping, he is going to spam the ever-living daylights out of you. Big are well and truly back into this T side after all. In fact, even though they're around behind, they're the ones in the power position here.
Only one helmet, and Big still have double Mac 10.
And even now, right, like look at the buy, almost all the util expelled early on from this wildcard CT side. Now they're going to try and run it into top. Where this gets awkward is if Wildcard lose this, they're eco again, and so Big would be moving into the lead. There's the opener from the captain of this Big squad. Couple of kills back the other way as Stan obscured behind this side smoke. Good for even more mileage. Fast rotates out of Wildcard have served them well. They just have to stop Crimbo in this clutch, and Susp will do exactly that.
Yo, great cover from Sonic. They find the CT vent player, but he comes through the main smoke and shoots two players in the back. Well, they can't find Stan, who's just hiding in his mollied smoke, or his smoked molly, rather, that Big threw. It looked like a really clean execute, but this push ruined the round for Big. And Wildcard, again, on this A play, flood. They don't want to play a retake on A. They don't want Big to ever get a bomb down and get comfortable. They just throw bodies at the problem, and that seems right now to be the answer. Winning a very difficult round. Hyped also 1-9, but finally gets to see a bit more AWPing from him. I think it's his second AWP of the game. Last time he lost the main fight to FaZe. And this time FaZe's back garage as well, so got a couple of eyes outside for Wildcard. They're going to cross secret Big. They do it with 4 silently. Oh, no info. Not a smidge. Only an assumption for Wildcard that Big could be here. So Big are being very diligent with their clears, but they don't need to be. And Hype comes back up secret to snipe out Sonic. I think now they know there's many B. You don't see an AWP solo cross. So lobby gets taken, Wildcard react well. Susp is trying to get into an anchor position in time, but it's kind of Susp or bust right now. He needs something big in this B site.
FaZe's slowly but surely working the extremities. Oh, and does get the spot off, but now he's known about as well. So yeah, it is Susp or bust, as you put it. Oh, Stan burns alive. Susp now even more of a requirement. It's just the one and done. In the blink of an eye, only FaZe left standing. First kill goes his way. All picked up. Does that entice him? They're close to the door. FaZe tries to play his move. Thinks they're up close, using that little gimmick, that little trick. Not to be. Big have repositioned to play this 2v1 out, and they don't make life easy for FaZe here. That AWP is pretty valuable to be held onto as well. So he'll head for the hills. Big continue to keep the pressure on.
What happened to Stan? Was he low or something? He just died in that vent molly. Don't even know how that happened.
There is like weirdness with mollies essentially like climbing the ladder, right? Like maybe he doesn't think it's going to burn him as he's heading down, and then it starts, and then it just keeps burning him.
Yeah, he's jiggling down the ladder.
I'm assuming that's it.
Yeah, can only guess. Well, Big do right by Hype to get to that first kill in main, and they just explode out on lower. Oh, he was low. Okay, he was already low. Close game. Big looking to even out the half. Well within reach with some of the calls they're giving us on this T side.
Considering this started 5-1 in Wildcard's favor, Big now in a position to tie things up at the end of this first half is rather insane when you think about how this all started.
Yeah, true. Was it 5-0 or 4-0? Yeah,
4-0, and then Big won that. Yeah, that one Tech 9 round, and then
5-1 with a reset round, and yeah, Big have gone on a tear.
Plus, I think it kind of wrecks your confidence knowing that over half the rounds that Big have been these 2vx's, right? And it's like, man, even when you're getting 3 kills in the round, holding a super significant lead, you've struggled to convert. So how much faith do you have in these even odds bouts? Tabson running amok in through main. There's still JDC in the yard, but this top site hits come in. And Big have all the space from it.
They've lost the bomb, and that's making them a little bit paranoid right now. They've got to cross past sight lines like door. Sonic's found that kill. Susper gives away his position, and he doesn't get anything from it. No one can help him out here. Sonic is repositioning for main. His timing is good, but Big have got the bomb planted.
Still, it's the 2 heavy hitters left in this round for Wildcard. 14 and 12 kills between the 2 of them. Sonic on a tear in this 3rd map. Not the guy you want to face right now, as he finds a 15th, 3rd in the round, looking for number 4, Crimbo low, whittled down. They just need 1 bullet to stop him in this clutch, and Sonic will provide. Wildcard on their way to a 1-out CT half, 7-5. As Sonic delivers. It's clear to me that that ending to Inferno has brought him back to life. It was him with the game-saving play, rushing down Banana, that locked in that last round, stopped the big comeback, and he's carried that momentum with him into this deciding map.
That's a great point. Sonic kind of did nothing in Inferno until 12-11, and then he wins them the game. And now, yeah, he's having a great time outside. Being a yard rifler is a star position, and Sonic is absolutely doing his part in this map, winning that clutch out to close the half on top of it all. Even took Fuzi's AWP after Hype picked him again, and was able to find an even trade back outside.
Yeah, I mean, he won that round many times over, in a sense, right? Stopping JDC getting in towards hell and heaven, having that post plant to play around was absolutely huge. And then he actually wins the round by killing the remaining 2 players in the retake. But that's the big one, right? If JDC has that heaven control, this is it's not unwinnable, because Sonic was able to deal with them in the heaven post plant before, but it leaves it essentially on Big as to whether or not that round gets given away. It's so strong to have a player there. So yeah, great stuff from Sonic. Real good awareness in that first half. And a big performance to back it up at 16-8. Now moving on to the T side, our Wildcard.
Yeah, Big got tricky in their pistol with a double fake. This one looking like an ace split with that main player falling in, denied by JDC. Julie's up close, fire off, whoa! Still gets a kill. It's a 2v3 right now with kills outside. Fuzi stuck alone at the back of the site, and they clear him out. Big winning every position, A and yard, to find that pistol round. Keeping this game as tight as it deserves to be, with elimination on the line.
I mean, this is the half that Big have been waiting for. CT, where this team does their best work on Nuke. Wildcard, it's a bit more of an even split between the halves.
Boink. Oh, sick shot. He's got that dig on him. Put down. But pistols still prevail here for Wildcard. Looking for another fight with these Deagles, and look at them go.
Now, Crimbo is supposed to be the OG big clutcher. First kill connects. It's hard to put a stop to this guy once the ball gets rolling. Crimbo aware that Stan still lurks somewhere out in the yard. Sonic's even rotated up through the vent, and Stan starts to gun it in towards lower now. Sonic gonna link up with him.
Ramp is your only option right now.
Crimbo heading ramp side.
Safe plant.
On plant if a single door. Maybe he can catch Stan if Stan tries to leave.
Oh!
The Stanislaw Deagle just too clean as Stan rolls back the years. This force buy comes up in favor of Wildcard, courtesy of the captain's Deagle.
Yeah, teaching the young men how it's done. Okay, I didn't realize Sonic got that kill. Stan, beautiful shots from the back of the B site, puts a Crimbo clutch to bed. God, he wasn't even ready for that.
I agree.
Yeah, Peter is pretty good.
You are so good.
He's a Jaguar, man. That's a huge force buy to win after Big take pistol. Hyped is just getting oppressed.
Jaguar, man, like a off-brand.
Go on.
Black Panther.
Jaguar, man.
For copyright reasons, that's what we've called him. There's a good bit of emotional weight on this one for both of these teams. Both of them going to feel like they've had missed opportunities in the stretch, as elimination awaits the loser of this series. For Wildcard, it's the number of 2vx's XV2s that they gave away in that first half. For Big, it's the idea they were so close to pulling this game to OT all the way back on Inferno. So as this one rages on into the pistols, come Wildcard, they might have found a 5-on-3, but we know that nothing is safe. No advantage is big enough for Wildcard as another one of these rounds. This time 5v3 might come undone. Fuzi left to battle back, doesn't have the time to drop to lower. He needs the kill, has to face Crimbo head on, and the Deagle will prevail. 3v5 from Big with nothing but pistols. Puts this one to rest.
The German Deags do it again, Harry. We've been waiting all series for a round like that. German Deagles, you just can't stop them.
There is an upper limit to the number of these type of rounds you can lose before the game gets out of control, and Wildcard is surely hitting that stage now.
Hey, Crimbo may not have clutched the previous, but he shuts down that much important 1v1. That is a swift blow the way of Wildcard.
It's just so mad. Big have won more rounds with disadvantages, heavy disadvantages, than they have when they've secured openings. At 8-7, 4 of these rounds now, we've had 2 2v4s, a 2v5, and now a 3v5 added to the tally. That time on an eco to add insult to injury.
Oh my goodness. Well, can Wildcard do it back?
At a certain point, it becomes backbreaking, it becomes game-defining, and I'm worried that we're already crossed that boundary. I'm worried that we crossed it a long time ago, in fact. Wildcard can have to dig deep as they come through with their own force-up.
That's
waiting for the smokes to fade and then go to... Everyone just play Deagles. Jaber on the board with one out in the yard. Tabson dead. Okay, it all slows down. Now waiting to see if they get anything from the big reactions. JDC in position down at lower. Crimos want to fight out in the upper side of the map in the meantime, and they even deal with Stanislaw on lobby aggro. Now they know the last 2 down on B after spotting that boost. All the info here for Big. They have the advantage, 3v2.
Plus, just huge at this point of the game because we're just trading rounds back and forth, but it feels like Big might finally get back-to-back to even up this game.
I think, you know, it'd be a real sigh of relief to win a round like this if you're Wildcard, considering these have been the ones that are going against you so often in this game. You've been the ones falling down to the forces. You've been the ones struggling to close out these man advantage rounds, but it's not looking likely. Susp left is the last man standing, and he gets put in a box. Very well orchestrated retake there from Big. No one jumps the gun. The spam kill is so valuable to them as well. It lets them focus all that attention on the last man who's not in position to win that round.
Okay, 2 rounds in a row now. Eco put to bed. Sure, there's a bomb plant that's going to elicit some investment here for Wildcard, but Big should now be able to try and build into this game, you'd like to think. The lead on the line. And less than before for Wildcard, just a couple of pistol upgrades. Barely even Kevlar. Standard A flash for backside. Away we go.
Tech9s will open. QB is very low, but there's layers to this. And top hut never cleared means it's a shooting gallery for Tabson.
Yeah, when the whole map's quiet like that, you know either an A pop is coming or they're about to run out ramp, and you can just play heavier A and you know, give up the ramp room and either play hell or drop. So Big are really quick to rotate into what turns into a quad A pretty quickly. Meant to be for Big, but this is Wildcard's buy now. A Big and not out of the woods. It's a huge opener. Oh, and info. I don't know what the high nades for. It's not going to go too close, but it's a try. 5v4 for Big. Forced by the AWP, and Wildcard are hoping he backed up Secret, but he got all the way out to main. They can't get this kill. Meanwhile, JDC pushes up Secret. He's about to work out. The Wildcard have left outside as they reset lobby, leaving FaZe behind main. Kind of forces him into an A split.
Yeah, the fact he's so active on this angle, eventually just the temptation's going to kick in. Look, there's 50 seconds left. He hasn't seen anything, and he just clears the yard now,
he
right?
just saw FaZe. They both shot at each other.
So aware that one man lurks there, but that's not where the main bulk of Wildcard's forces are focused. And so Crimbo's been lent rune, lobby aggro on the cards, and he strikes one from the tally. This round is over. Wildcard, dying lights of it, left holding onto these guns. They've got 25 seconds left in the 2v5, and all across the map, Big are teed up to play trades on this. This one is done. When you get shot in the back with your entire team in lobby and you get flanked by the ramp player, you know it's over.
Weirdly enough, there was a big window where Wildcard could have just walked out hut. No one was looking. Actually, 2 players available to kill, but yeah, the save is the right call here. 2v5.
This is getting awkward. They're like the whole game open with a really nice start from Wildcard. You had some sick kind of hero players in there. Sonic and Suspers, the standouts. Some well-called rounds from Stan, but the protocols have let them down. They've given Big just so many chances to close up this scoreline, and I don't think you can do that versus this Big team. You're no longer calling from the front. Things are starting to feel more awkward, more jarring. You're getting out-positioned, out-maneuvered now on this T side as well. The rounds are getting cleaner for Big. Meanwhile, for Wildcard, the calls are getting more desperate. The situation getting more dire as this one starts to build towards their elimination.
Yeah, Big keep forcing opening picks outside as well, which really just complicates your round. Like Hype just crossing red with your picking stand at the start, getting out as well. Like Big are getting very cheeky and not being punished for it. So sure, it's let them down when these Deegs connect, when they're just fighting main and garage, but now it's looking good for Big. 10-8, forcing a save, skew-whiffing the money of Wildcard at this point in the game is not going to make their life any easier. It will give them the chance in this buy. They've forced around it, but if it doesn't land, They're in trouble.
Fast top side here. QB caught. Opener secured. Susp takes it one step further and is big trying to plug this hole, barreling through the main smoke. Oh, JDC! That is a huge difference made. Hops on through as the third man.
Can he get out?
That's secure too. Tries to slip on out of there. Just steals himself away, lending a bit of time to Hype's AWP to get into position. He now clears out the back of the site, and JDC offers up even more for Big.
Crazy round.
It is another 2v4 round for Big. This time only versus Pistols, sure, but it hurts all the same. That could have been Wildcard off to the races. They stuck the landing on the entries. Things were looking good. For a moment, they felt like they'd found their way to break through. And an all-familiar, crushing feeling as two players make all the difference for Big. Really, it's all JDC here.
Yeah, Sonic made that same play in the first half in such a crucial round, and JDC may have just won the game with a move like that, or at least stopped it from being lost, because Wildcard, that's a force buy explosion into A with all the entries, and JDC just stays so calm. Big 2 rounds away from eliminating Wildcard in a third map in a banger game. The Wildcard have had their moments in. They've had their opportunities. They have dropped the ball one too many times. Eco to allow elimination point. Frankly, Wildcard need a flawless 4-round streak to stay in Cluj-Napoca.
They aren't entirely aware that Fuzi made it across, but he's here with the bomb.
Oof. It's not actually helpful.
Yeah, so it's like, sure, he has the element of surprise, but he can't be the guy to make a play.
At what cost? They got to go down vent.
Yeah, and that's
Could
a tricky
happen.
task. I mean, Tabson is low. There's going to be signs that this is happening. Still, he's not able to catch it in time. They make it down the vents. They get into this B site. QB's already dropped down here, though. Big are one step ahead in terms of their rotates, and Wildcard try to mix this one up on the fly. 2v5 attempt from Wildcard as Stan opens up.
Going back up.
Tabson vent drop. Affords a gun to the captain of Wildcard. Fuzi going around the world, but he's got no time to make this happen.
This is good because they're going to try fake lowest. I think Stan just opened the door or something on B. Now he's going up vent. They're going to sync together. If he just drops in backside, he can get the plant. JDC is the question mark. Up the ladder in time, going for the kill. 5 seconds, he's got the plant, but he has no time. As soon as he's off it, Bigger right there to win the round. They'll shut it down. 12-8. It's a bit messy, it's a bit sweaty, but it's enough to put Big on match point.
So this is how it all comes undone for Wildcard after saving themselves on Inferno, stopping the big comeback, recovering from a near 13-0 to start this. They approach a critical mass on Nuke. But this structure can no longer stay standing. They've lost too many of these swing rounds, these crazy advantages given away. You just can't give up this many man advantage rounds in your deciding map. Elimination on the line. I think any team would have been able to capitalize on this. And with the form Big have showed today, it's no wonder that they've very quickly played catch-up and now find themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a masterful series from Tabson across the T sides of every map here, and individually outputting a lot. QB as well in this game has been a sensation for Big. Hyped, looking to end it, pushes the lobby and catches Jaber, maybe his last round in Romania. As Wildcard just try and pop that top site. I don't think that molly even lands. The window wasn't broken, so it's going to fall a bit short. They have everywhere to go, and Wildcard have nothing to do but accept their fate. FaZe just trying to hit some quick shots. QB finds 20 kills, and Big Clan will eliminate Wildcard here in a 2-1 display. Surviving one more day of Swiss, they go 2-2 to try and make a spot in the playoffs tomorrow. Wildcard go home empty-handed.
Yeah, this continues a disappointing string of results after a high-flying end to 2024 for Wildcard success in Shanghai. Had you believing that maybe America had another team to get behind, but this Stam project to open up this year has fielded a bunch of L's. They were eliminated in round 1 back at Blast Bounty in Denmark. Follow-up disappointment in Katowice, eliminated in the play-in, and now falling out of PGL Cluj-Napoca 1-3 as Big eliminate them. It is a real rough start to a year for a squad that had us excited at the end of 2024.
Yeah, these losses must be devastating for Wildcard because along the way in all these games you mentioned, they had chances, they were close, they put up competitive maps, competitive series, and really losing just late game, crucial clutch rounds that have cost them their tournament lives. It happened here without a doubt. Those 2v4s or 2v5s. This was a 6-1 lead for Wildcard in this third map, and they aren't able to maintain it. Big break back into the game with some unbelievable rounds. Sorry, 5-1 lead, but still.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this comes down to, you know, like, let's just recap it. They lost 4 2v4s. They lost 1 2v5 and 1 3v5 to an 1 5v3 to an eco. That's 6 rounds in this game where they are fielding a significant man advantage over the opponents, only for Big to break through. And sure, it's like credit to Big for making that happen. If your protocols are on point, if you're teed up to trade effectively and shut down star individuals, then that should never happen this much. Almost half the rounds in this game from Big were from significant disadvantages.
Yeah, and not just like, oh, trade kill into a spray down, into a round win. These were slow, drawn-out rounds that Big really pieced together some nice rotations. I got to say, sure, like there were some mistakes for Wildcard, but I think Big really capitalized. They played their retakes really, really well in this map, not just on upper, but the ramp rotates and lower as well. I think Big looked solid on Nuke for a map that Wildcard were comfortable to play. We said this was a pretty even game. The odds displayed that as well, even having Wildcard by map 3 as the very slight favorites for this series. They have strong individuals, but Big won the team play game today. That's without a doubt. 13-8. They end this series and they go on to their final day of play. Dare I say, it's always going to depend on the draws. They could get a really hard matchup, but Big certainly look like they're ripe for playoffs here in Romania.
100%. I think, you know, if QB is able to keep up some strong performances, I did not know what to expect from this guy. He'd spent months on the bench, sitting around in the Fnatic bench after that roster just kind of, his time in that roster just petered out.
Yeah.
You know, didn't blow our minds there. Comes into this squad. Was, in my mind, not even the most exciting piece. I think Hyped was maybe even the cooler addition out of the two. QB just kind of felt like someone to fill a hole, a void in this team. But no, very, very quickly becoming a bit of a revelation on their Ancient. He's super important. He was a big reason as to their win there here on Nuke. The decider, when it really matters, tops the chart for Big. Very, very active, very annoying to put away. QB looking real good. Alongside that, some fantastic calling from Tabson. Hyped having his moments. He's like your AWP's favorite AWPer, the way he's able to counter AWP AWP players. It's kind of absurd. And then just, you know, putting a bow on it with some real nice space taking from guys like JDC, Crimbo sticking the landing in some of those clutch moments. All the big guys within their various categories kind of excelling across this series. So yeah, I think they are in great form to try and get to those playoffs. They've got a chance to do that tomorrow, as you say. 1BO3 away from it. Draw dependent, but yeah, I'm certainly saying I favor their odds to make playoffs.
Just a quick note on that as well. As we said coming into the series, Big have actually played some really hard teams already. So actually, with how the Swiss works, they're not going to replay MOUZ, not going to replay Eternal Fire. So they have a good chance of getting a decent draw. We'll see who ends up in that 2-2 bracket tomorrow, because we've got one more 1-2 matchup. It's Astralis MIBR, also for elimination, coming up next. That one's going to be interesting. There's a lot of eyes on this new look Astralis, a lot of questions on this new look Astralis. I mean, it's been underwhelming, of course, but so have MIBR at this event, coming in pretty weak after an exciting run in Shanghai, almost the run through, you know, going 2-0 and then choking a stage, as many teams have, and even a decent end to last year with a Pro League run as well. So who knows what we've got in store for that next game. It is Astralis MIBR coming up next, so stay with us and we'll be back soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
We're here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. I've got Chorzi with me from MOUZ, and I want to ask you, who do you think is going to be top 4 for this event and why?
Eternal Fire, I think they are playing really good lately, and I think they clicked as a team, you know?
I got Agile with me here from SAW, and we're going to look at who you think is going to be top 4 for Cluj-Napoca 2025. So give me 4 up to first.
Probably like Eternal Fire or something.
Top 4, I will put Eternal Fire. I think they are pretty good team. They are playing good CS.
I got Sus with me from Wildcard.
4th place, and why? Big Eternal will play smooth.
I will go with Eternal Fire. I think they're a great team. I think sometimes they can win tournaments, but I believe this one they will not win.
I got Zaz with me from Imperial. Okay, so you're going to give me 4th to 1st. Who do you think is going to be in 4th place?
Yeah, let me see here. 4th place, I would say MongolZ.
3rd place, I will put maybe Falcon. I think they are taking it. They will start to get more confident, I think, and playing better skills.
With MongolZ?
I like that.
Yeah, I think they will make it far.
MOUZ.
I would say FaZe.
Oh, not putting them in the final.
I don't think so.
FaZe. And the reason is, I think they will lose to the guys, I will say, in number 2 in the semifinal, and I will tell you who that is soon.
I think I'm going with MOUZ.
Nice.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a new team, new IGL. My boy Roland.
I'm gonna give a wild one. I think FaZe is gonna be second on this tournament.
I need to put FaZe.
I would say Eternal.
Falcons.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, of course Nico is there, you know, and I think he helps them a lot, and yeah, I think it's also just a matter of time when they will perform.
2nd place, I'm going with Astralis.
Oh, okay.
I think they have been improving a lot lately.
Of course, the MongolZ. They're up and coming. They're insane at the moment, and they've been for some time now, I would say. They really come up since, like, let's say 1 year ago.
And then first?
Of course, us.
No surprises there. I expected that to come in.
I think MongolZ are winning.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, I like that. Why do you think MongolZ over FaZe?
I mean, they have been at playoffs for a while. They're a team that is racking up the experience, and maybe I think this can be their event.
I think we will have a good shot here, to be honest.
Smart.
We are also the first tournament with our team, but we are testing the waters a little bit. You know, where are we at the moment? Are we really good, or maybe we are below a little bit? So we will see.
First, I will put my team actually.
Yeah, not surprised.
No, not surprised. I will put my team. I don't know if we're gonna win it, but we're gonna do everything to win it. So let's see.
And then first, MOUZ.
I can't say MOUZ. I got to say Astralis. You know, I got the loader right here. I believe in us this tournament. I believe we're pretty strong right now. We can play some good Counter-Strike, so let's see if I'm right on that.
FaZe. I think FaZe is winning their rounds.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to put yourselves.
Nah, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't jinx yourself.
He's not jinxing himself, so they'll probably make the final and win it. Maybe beating FaZe in the final, we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much, Sos.
Thank you.
MIBR are coming into Cluj-Napoca, looking to make an improvement on what we saw from them at Katowice, I'm sure Drop would say here, because I think we were quite hyped about what we might see from you guys coming into Katowice. You gave us what we would see in that, but then it slowed down after that Astralis win. So maybe you can kind of give me the lowdown of now you've reviewed it, of what you thought didn't pattern out for you guys the way you wanted.
Actually, after we reviewed both the games we lost, I think we lost 3D Max and I don't remember
VP.
who we lost after. Oh yeah, VP. So there was a lot of micro stuff that we lost, like some battles, some space on the map. We missed a lot of grenades. Sometimes we were missing callouts. Like I'm telling like MongolZ where the guy was, and he was like, "Oh, I don't know this name."
Oh what?
Yeah.
Oh no.
So there's a lot of lack in our communication and stuff like this, and it impacts a lot on our individuals. So I wouldn't say it's like a team problem. It's more like we need to fix some micro stuff, and then we can go back to our better form.
Looking at like the players you do have, when we think of the level MongolZ can reach, right? How good Safe can be. Insani, obviously, everyone hypes him up on what he can do. Is it strange to be in the position where you feel like you're not performing where you should be at?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when we just brought MongolZ for replace of Breno, it was like it's an upgrade for our firepower.
Yeah.
Because we were watching MongolZ playing and we were playing against him, and he was like, I will stop performing for his team.
Yeah.
And he just came here and he can put the same performance. Of course, there's something on his mind about it as well, because he was the best player in Brazil, and now he came to a good team in Brazil and he can perform like he was used to.
Yeah.
So it's a strange feeling, but we need to keep going, trying to fix the mistakes, and of course we need to fit him in the team yet. He's not feeling like 100% comfortable playing with us. So yeah, we need to keep going, trying to fix what we can do to make him feel like better.
And when you say he's not feeling comfortable, is that like because of the system, he's not used to it yet? Does it need some more time? How do you view it?
I think it's everything, because he wasn't friends with us before he joined the team. So he was used to a different routine on his other teams. He was used to other level of Counter-Strike because he was playing Fluxo for like 2 years, I think, and he wasn't used to playing tier 1 tournaments and playing against really good teams. So he was just playing Brazil and farming, and he was really good at it. So he came here. It's a different structure for our team. I just call different from his previous IGLs. He's playing different positions because now he's not the star of our team, because we already have Insani, so he needs to reinvent himself. So I think he still needs a lot of time to start feeling comfortable and start feeling confident to play his own game. And then when he gets to his level, I think we're gonna reach our peak.
And in terms of reaching your peak, obviously you understand what problems you're having right now. Do you feel like this is a good place to test it, given the teams and the level that's going to be shown here at Cluj?
I would say every tournament we play it's good, because now playing with MIBR 12 it's kind of weird, because we were just beating Astralis, and then like after 1 or 2 weeks we were playing in Brazil and we were lost to Imperial in a close game.
Yeah.
So I would say like if we just met FaZe here, we can beat them, and at the same time we can just get not that strong opposition and we can lose to them. So every tournament is important because you can fix a lot of mistakes and you can start building your trust and your confidence in your teammates. And when you get to this level, you can just start killing everyone.
Is that what you're expecting to do here?
Yeah.
You ready for that?
Yeah, I think so.
He says that with a sigh of relief as well. Well, good luck. It seems like you know what you need to focus on. So let's hope it comes together here at the event.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we just said goodbye to Wildcard. Now we have to start saying a couple more goodbyes. Huge, Byron, as we have Astralis versus MIBR. Two squads that have both been underwhelming here. I think that's fair to say. Astralis is more of a consistent trajectory of disappointment. MIBR, a bit newer, a bit fresher. You don't love to see it after some good results in Shanghai to end 2024 for this team. Start to this year has been anything but a celebration for this MIBR squad. Let's recap the Astralis group results.
Yeah, see, this is what I was saying earlier. Yeah. Like, they've both been disappointing, but weirdly enough, MIBR have been more disappointing because Astralis have at least, grabbed some maps here and there. They got a map off Pain, they got a map off Falcons, they beat Saw. I'm not even really classing that as much. Apparently it's hard for FlyQuest, but I'd like to think Astralis could win that game without any issue. MIBR have only beat Imperial, who everyone beat, and Wildcard and 3D Max destroyed MIBR in both games. So it's kind of a hard read. We had this matchup. Yeah.
I was going to say, I think the 3D Max one is fair. They're looking really good at this event, but yeah, the Wildcard one not helping, considering that we did just send those guys home moments ago.
Yeah,
and
there was a wallop on one of those
in
maps
theory,
as well.
It's an all right matchup for MIBR. So is the past encounters that we've seen, these squads actually facing off in the play-in for Katowice.
It's like the last game, actually. It's kind of funny because we had Big, who lost that head-to-head but still made it out of the play-in into the next stage, and Wildcard, who didn't, despite beating them. The same thing happened here. MIBR 2-0'd Astralis, two very close maps, but they 2-0'd Astralis, and then Astralis still made it through the play into the group stage, whereas MIBR didn't, losing to VP in the lower bracket, never fun. So, yeah, I don't know what to expect from this game. I want more from Insani. I feel like Lukowski's gotten more comfortable in this team, getting better spots, but Insani has suffered as a result. I feel like he's lost some of his positions and maybe lost some of his mojo. This guy, when MIBR are peaking, he's the hard carry, but I haven't really seen much from him here at the games we covered this event. And even at Katowice, he was pretty quiet as well. So it's a hard one. He's meant to be do we call him the best in Brazil? Because it feels like Queserato is like falling out of that level, but I don't know who would you say right now, Harry? Because
probably Insani.
Yeah, we say Tesses is the best Danish player right now, and I think that's definitely true. If we look at Falcons on the other stream right now, look at how well he's playing. But do we say Insani is the best in Brazil at this very moment. I think it's more of a diss to K-Serato than a hype to Insani, because we know he can be a monster, but the last couple of events
I also think it's like, it depends on what metric is important, like, you know, what lens are you looking at that discussion
neither team
through?
are making deep runs,
exactly,
I guess.
right?
But when Furia do, K-Serato's a part of it, but it's not like we've seen MIBR consistently do that yet.
So where this is pretty interesting, I think, is in the veto, right? If you remember, we talk about MIBR's Shanghai and how they were in that position 2-0, but then their weak map pool let them down, and I think it was super predictable. I think we got to the end of them going 2-0 up, and I said, oh, I think they're screwed in the BO3s though, because this team can't play Mirage. Well, it's clear that they felt the same, and they went away after Shanghai, and they've been doing work on Mirage. You will be, Hugo, how wild is this? This year, bear in mind, this map, they lost it every single time they played it in Shanghai. It was disastrous. They were not close either. These were mega one-sided games, giga one-sided games. Since coming into this year, they haven't dropped this map once. They picked it into this matchup versus Astralis. So this is MIBR going, you know, I think this also maybe could be a bit of a reason for like the kind of disappointment that we're experiencing with MIBR. They are a team in flux, a team that are having to update their map pool, put focus elsewhere, and try and, you know, make this at bare minimum a 6-map pool. That's really what they're looking for. Now, the fact that their Mirage has started to look better, they actually have already beat Astralis on this map, is certainly an interesting place to start. If you'd shown me this veto last year, I would have laughed at you. I would have said, oh, MIBR, like, literally want to lose this game. But I think it shows, you know, they are working on it. Their Mirage is getting better.
It's also a punish pick, because it's Astralis' worst map right now. Let me read off their recent results. They lost to Pain. They lost to Bet Boom. They lost to Zero Tenacity. They lost to BC Gamer Legion. Obviously, MIBR, Bait. These are their recent results. This is there are a couple. I skipped the 2 wins over OG and Wildcard, but for the most part, they're on a 4-loss streak on this map, and they didn't get double digits.
OG, now there's a
they
there's
exist
a name
out there somewhere doing something, presumably. But MIBR picking into Mirage is exciting because we get a I don't even know. Who knows what we're going to get. Astralis have been struggling on this map. MIBR have tried to fix it, and they must be feeling confident for them to actually pick it into the series. It's a punish pick.
I think this is a 2-0
to MIBR.
Yeah.
What second map? Inferno,
which is one of their good maps and a bit of a backbone map for them in Shanghai. This year, it's not been as good, and I think that makes sense with their like attention going elsewhere in terms of, you know, revamping the map pool. But one of the things that does stand the eye test is the narrow loss they faced to 3D Max here for Cluj-Napoca, 11-13. But 3D Max are a highly specialized Inferno team. They absolutely love that map, and MIBR pushed them to the very limits. I think this is a 2-0, but let's see. Let's get into this. MIBR's map pick up first. It's Mirage to open.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game just for the eye test to see how Astralis are looking. We've seen their troubles recently.
I love it when a series is all exciting in the veto too, and I like that we're getting to watch the MIBR map pool
evolve. All right, B hit, but look at this lurk of Insani. I wonder how this will play into things. They are going to fake the B hit. Astralis don't panic. Oh, but they do push, and that's exactly what MIBR wanted. Stan walks into Palace, and Insani has found that kill. That almost feels like prep work, like they know the reaction or something. That's so, like, why would you be ready for that if you're Insani?
Well, they only played them a little while ago on this very map.
And it was close, but they won. And now they go quiet, and Astralis just have to sit back and wait. Insani's going to regroup, join the team. And I don't think mid is helpful here for Astralis. They get the info, that's good, but they can't push it really because of how slow this is. Yabi's making a push. He is going in on a flank, but it will leave him completely out of this B hit. Instead of being on short in time, Astralis, 2 players here to stop this. Nice.
Good opener for Cadian, but he is feeling a bit of pressure here. They're all around him. Exit going to run him down. Device, fast backstab on the dual Berettas.
Double.
Device will be a requirement in this series. Not a bad start, but one more from the star AWP of Astralis. He's secured It's leverage into the round for his squad. It's left to exit, but don't underestimate this guy. Oh, maybe do. Device will. 3 from Deve on those dual Berettas.
Shame to see him panic there on the tap, but I guess he doesn't know, right? Does he? He feels like with Yabi covering, Device is going to be on the bomb, but 2 kills deep. He's looking for them all. Device will pack that round up in a box and ship it to Astralis HQ. Very nice tip taps with the Julies. So pistol for Astralis. MIBR go for the Force. Exit's actually had a great tournament as well. He's put on some really strong maps individually when his team have lacked. So eyes on him today.
Yeah, I mean, I think his kind of individual story within MIBR is a cool one, right? He was originally the IGL, the captain of this team. I don't know if that was ever like, I think it was one of those situations where it's just they needed a leader and he was okay with trying it back then. For the longest time, that's where he found himself, but now Drop's taken over and you get more mileage out of Exit. As a result, it feels like this B play heating up as Insani provides the openers.
Device bought AWP, but he has no helmet.
Oh, that Khalil Mac 10 gonna hit real hard now, Device.
He got spammed through that wood. Nice little choke point for Insani to get some free damage. Oh, they're gonna force this peak. 1D connects, Device trades. 2v1, where has Insani gone? He's trying to force the kill. Flank denied. Insani is quick with it. That is cerebral. And Device is out in the site. Insani in a great position, finding cover, makes noise. Device now knows his position. Insani repositions and waits patiently. Device
he's done him.
In.
He's done
There's
him.
no time. He's
done him.
Free AWP. Can he take it with him? No, he can't, but it's still around for MIBR.
Holy swear word. That is insane from Insani.
What a flick.
That flick into the apartments is mad.
No right to win that fight.
And he goes on a clutch up the round versus Device, just plays it safe after hitting a blinder, doesn't overpeak. I don't care about any of these. Show me the big one. Show me the Insani flick. Let's go. One more time. Run it back.
Wow.
Wow, man.
The flick is pixel perfect. It's on the head.
Yeah, he had no margin for error. He had to hit the immediate thing. Was it Stown backstabbing? He's already like two bullets into the spray. One more. Insani's dead. There was no room for anything other than perfection, and that is exactly what Insani serves up.
Imagine you're the guy who's just been flicked like that.
Yeah, true. That's a horrible feeling.
That's going to hurt for Stown.
And then you lose the round on the back of it. Oh, there's still that Device AWP in play, and he has started this series off very strong for Astralis. But he's left over towards that B site. Holding an aggro line on the AWP. It's allowed a heavy stack over here at A for Astralis at least. Molly gonna start to burn out Yabi. Or Stare rather, forces him out into the open, still gets out with a double.
Cadian just spamming at range with Julies. Eagle dropped, Cadian.
There's still enough reason to be interested here, especially with that Device AWP, but Lukowski on the line. It's Device farewell and knocks that AWP out of play for Astralis.
They know Cadian was here, so that's why they're being cautious, but it's clear now he's repositioned. Somehow they're ready for this. I don't know how they're ready for this, but Safe has gone back to ramp to find that kill, and I'm sure they're going to take that free AWP as well for Safe. Device just domed there. Barely got a chance to react. And into a 3-man stack with a 4th in jungle. Not a simple round for MIBR. They make it look so. Beautiful kills for Lukowski. Immediately breaking Astralis after the pistol round. Safe's got the AWP. Astralis creep on short. Perfectly avoided.
Lucas,
That's a lot of
come
info,
on.
yeah.
Oh God.
Just
oh
contain,
dear. No,
just
yeah,
contain.
this is surely fine,
Drop
right?
get a multi-kill.
Drop one.
Oh, great.
Drop one and a bit. Drop 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
Yeah, all right. Count it with drop. It's just Cadian.
Yeah, AK save's good here. Full eco. Get out with something. MIBR's T-side off to a good start, though.
Drop the count.
Bruh, he's looking for him from bench.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh. Cadian. Oh. I mean, it's Insani, to be fair. Like, being in the apartments versus Insani, regardless of the circumstances, apparently.
Whose house?
Insani's house.
Classic. 3-1. Astralis on the full buy now. I was worried about Insani coming into today, but he is performing as hoped.
Dropper's IGL aura about him nowadays as well.
He does.
He's
seem
become
pretty
like
cool.
way cooler since taking over leadership. He's got a mustache now. He's looking real fancy.
Oh, double window fade. Interesting.
Stand and step.
Stare. Nothing there. Maybe I'll wait to see if Astralis want to make a play. Let them burn their util. And get a regroup at the A site while LuCaoZ lurks under. Or do they? Leaving A. What are they cooking, Harry?
Certainly a lot of movement here, but MIBR have ideas, tricks up their sleeve. Looks like they're trying to feign the makings of like a mid to B here, right? Smoke down in connector, smoke in window, blocking this contact off. Now Drop making a move in middle, 2 players in the apartments.
Safe walking out A with the orb.
Kind of awkward for Drop as Astralis re-clear mid.
B's clear,
But
so I
B
guess it
is
worked.
empty.
It
Drop got
worked.
his wish, bro. He's just too good.
They're everywhere. They're like double faked again. Okay, sure. B's clear.
That one's free. That one's free.
3v5.
But here's
They're going to win a
Insani and
3v5.
LuCaoZ getting aggressive into the market.
No.
They have a very deep line now, which makes life hard for these players on the rotate.
Double orb on the retake.
Never ideal, but within Astralis, you're not shy of players who can wield this gun. Stair creeping up, needs to clear close. Will deal with exit. There's the swing out of LuCaoZ. It's going to fall down to him in this clutch, trapped in at the bench. They know that he's here, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb already. Spam connects, they're whittling him down. Still LuCaoZ's a threat. It takes the device AWP moving in and holding that line for Astralis to regain control of that retake. It's close, but that second round belongs to Astralis.
That felt like Device was done with the round. It felt like he was almost leaving before he got the kill. He was just hanging around in market. Stair gets a lot of damage, and Device just goes for the wall bang. It's the perfect save for Stair. Stair so many times has been like the one guy on Astralis.
Like, I don't want to say he's the best on Astralis because Device is.
Yeah, Device is the best, but he's been
probably the second.
The issue is like when you have a conversation about, oh, who's the best on this team, it's like, by what are we judging by right now, I guess is the metric, because it's not Stown right now. It's not Stown, it's not Yabby right now. They're not playing well in the last 6 months. Right now, it's Stair and Device. So, but you know Stown's peak and Yabby's peak is really high. It's just where, like, they are missing recently.
And they have been for a while. And occasionally you'll get a good map, like...
Yeah.
But that's all it ever feels like it is. You don't get a good series.
Yeah, Stair's been one of the more reliable pieces of Astralis.
And I think that's what matters the most to me right now with where this Astralis is at, is dependability, right?
So very important retake there. One out by Stair with Device with the final kill.
Now if Astralis could just get their hands on one more orb.
Yeah, true. Stown is fiending for an AWP right now. Maybe that's his problem. With Device in this team and KD in this team, there's no room for Stown to AWP. He loved an AWP back in the day. Oh, okay, good catch. He gets legged, but the AWP strikes. KD's got deep B, so we could see Yabi freed up to rotate right now. But no mid info. Stown goes back to A. Yabi takes his position. MIBR hear that rotate, and it's baited them in. Perfect rotate for Stown to draw LuCaoZ through. Stair follows up. And this A split getting crunched right now. MIBR can't get their foot in the door. Rifle peers out from CT spawn, and it should be good to close this round. Astralis, nice crunch there in middle to pick up a third.
Do you ever think like the fist bumping everyone at the end of the round looks stressful?
Yeah,
like
especially
the ecstasy of fist bumps, like 3 different fists coming at you.
True. Yeah, coach like doing the
the coach behind you as well. You have to bear in mind.
Especially like you have to do it, but I think like especially when you're losing hard, it must be like you don't want to. When you're 10-0 down and you lose a clutch, you really want to. I don't want to fist bump. Get off of me. But, you know, you've got to keep the mojo flowing, Harry. You've got to remind yourself that you got your team by your side, that you're fighting together. And so it makes sense. It can't be fun always. But that's competition, baby.
Well, this is a nice rebuild for Astralis. Tying the game up at 3-all and breaking the money of MIBR.
Maybe their best rebuild yet. Smoke behind him as he pushes top mid. It's down with the cover of Cadian. There was an interview, and I really wish, maybe I shouldn't even bring it up because I don't know if it was like a joke, and I only saw the clip. But it was like Cadian talking about how the rest of Astralis didn't know that he was joining this team. Did you see that? If I wondered if you could verify it, basically. If you can't, I'll stop talking about it. I don't know if it was a bit. It could have been Cadian just trolling. He likes to troll. All right, I got my independent researcher on the business right now. Yeah, because you know it definitely could have been trolling. But if it's true, like maybe that explains why his team has struggled with synergy at times. But I also think it can't be true because Device gave up in-game leading for Cadian, so it made sense, you know, if he'd had enough with it. This shot, they flood out of Palace, but there's plenty of guns in the way. Bit of spawn control, 1 kill. And Astralis, no stress. 4 rounds here, fall by coming. Expecting a close game. You called 2-0, but I think even if that is the case, I think we've got close maps.
I couldn't find it.
No.
I tried my hardest to get.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up.
MIBR with another one of these slow-burning T-side rounds. There's a bit of umming and ahhing about what they want to do here. As they went to commit 2 into lower, they've since turned around and completely left the apartments entirely. This only leaves them with the A play. Ice is up and left, linking up with Yabi over towards this B site. And so right now, one of these orbs is a long way away from playing into the round for Astralis. MIBR with all the util for a full exec here. They've left just enough to pull that off. Stair jiggling with this molly. Gonna drop that in at the first sign of contact, and already this is good info to have. Is dropping LucauZ on the swing, so theory that could have even been the bomb spotted there. They're paranoid about a mid lurk.
It's a joke. I found it. I found the source. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It was a joke. It was out of context. Apologies. Shouldn't have brought it up. Cadian did say it in an interview. He was joking. That would be crazy. 20 seconds here.
Comedian strikes again.
Yeah, comedian moment here. Funny guy.
Oh, it's interesting where they've laid these smokes. It's nothing over at the top of stairs, and now they've since faded after MIBR slowed down. They're having to just brawl on these open sight lines, and they're still in desperate need of a bomb plant.
They got it. No,
Device stops it. And with it, Astralis pick up the round. Clinical precision for Device.
Oh,
and he even goes in to hunt down Safe right at the close. That's a death after time for MIBR.
When Device is playing well, I'm a happy chappy. Looking really good right now. Playing just safe enough. And MIBR get harassed so much on that hit with stair behind triple, with players fighting through the smokes, that by the time they're planting, those smokes have faded.
Come on, guys!
Oh.
Come on! No, what is that? That's a disgrace!
That's a disgrace, says Cadian. And he's not talking about the commentators, guys. He's talking about MIBR.
Ooh.
That is a disgrace. I mean, the smoke's fading completely, and then they have to stick. There's 5 seconds. Device gets that perfect kill. Cadian talking some shit. We like to see it. Let's make sure we get those Cadian
I feel like he would be even if they were, you know, 7-1 down.
He's always full of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, sadly, he kind of has a point. Like, for MIBR, that was really awkward. It ended up feeling way more awkward than it needed to as well. I think they had 3 smokes when they went A, but there wasn't a smoke on stairs. I don't know if it was blocked or if they just missed. Regardless, it left a gap. They got slowed down by stairs util. They didn't want to react or go quickly. They kind of lost all the initiative on that round. And by the time they're piling in, you know, there's like 10 seconds left and you're leaving ramp for the first time.
Oh, that's a dirty dink. You barely saw him. Dude, I do like the element of a bit of smack talk, especially when you've just lost this BO3 last week. So Astralis must be feeling confident that they're going to respond today. And so far, it's going well. Although I've definitely seen Cadian talk some smack and then lose. Has happened. Device jumped up.
I don't think there's any harm in that, by the way. I love...
I'm glad we have the personality.
Because I always think, like, it was a sad... The shit talk died down for a bit after the whole MongolZ incident all that time ago for Cadian.
Yeah.
And I think he's better, and the game is better off when he is shit-talking.
Oh, I think fickle fans don't like it when, you know, not everyone's like this, but there are plenty of fickle fans that just
said they're bad. Yes, of course he did. He's playing against them. What's he going to say? Oh, you guys are great.
Keep it up.
I'm so proud of you, MIBR.
That would actually be even funnier.
I mean, to be fair, that is actually kind of on brand.
What
for
if you're
his
throwing
type of
out
shit talk.
compliments when you're winning? Like, keep it up, guys. Nice bomb plant. I'm proud of you.
Here we go. Look, he picks and chooses his moments as well. He knows when to go for maximum damage.
Yeah, true. Right when they lose a tilter. You don't do it after an anti-eco. No, I think it's great.
Plus, like, relatively speaking, you know, Drop, even though he's been getting better and better as an IGL, he's still very fresh-faced to this, right? And so I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to get in his head. I think it's a good idea. Cadian actually knows better than most how hard that initial foray into IGLing can be. Now, a missed window smoke, less than ideal.
Oh, dear.
Might not come to matter anyway, though, because Device through top middle has plucked LucauZ out of the round.
Oh, they're still on the lip of mid. Yabby pushed all the way up. Drop doesn't know, and he might find out the hard way. If they have a high flash for him, Cadian's bringing a flash for mid, but it's not top mid. Yabby stays sat. He Might even hear that rotate away. Could tempt him to go for the full flank. Oh, look at Astralis grouping for this top mid push. Oh, the timing couldn't be worse. He pulls nades, he gets swung. Insani will respond. Nothing comes for free here, but Bomb can't hang around here as they've got the B pick. They have an open runway to this bomb site, buying time with a Molotov. Lots of util here available for MIBR. Can they buy maximum time to win this round against Astralis? 3v3. Astralis are on a streak right now, 5 in a row. MIBR trying to save themselves. Got smoke molly on Insani. Save sat in the bomb site. Everyone coming from the same position.
Just waiting for this smoke to fade, but it's left a lot of time off the bomb. Yabi tries to lead the charge in, got teammates alongside him. There's the opener for Safe. Yabi will reclaim one. Safe low on health, starts to feel the pressure, but Exit dastardly move to hop in and conceal himself away. Will not give this fight over to Stare.
Oh, he's not an AWPer. I'd actually say he's the 5th candidate for the AWP on the team, and it shows with a missed shot. The round was already lost. And MIBR get it done in the post-plant, albeit very costly.
You know what would be an exciting matchup?
That was a 3v5, actually. That was a 3v5 with a B pick. Crazy.
This year we haven't seen Astralis versus 3D Max, and I think that could be a sight to behold. Gravity versus Cadian.
I don't think Cadian would start anything in that game. I
think he would.
I think you need to be careful in that game.
Cadian, the kind of guy who loves poking bears. Faster mid control this time for MIBR. They're moving away from the slower rounds here. Throwing down the gauntlet, it's Insani running up the short side, and there's Lukowski alongside him. That buddy system does well for MIBR.
Cheeky.
Even manages to make it past the window player. Suddenly there's a lot of pressure on Cadian.
They can't find him.
Oh, drop.
How did he not see him?
It feels like it would have even flicked up on the minimap.
They're going cold, though. They may have beat the smoke, but they're not in a hurry. Meanwhile, Stare has a lot of info on the A push, so... Oh, there's the spots down. Not a clean kill, not a clean anything, really. Cadian bails him out, gets back out on short. They don't know it's a full commit here. Drop is still tucked in with a bomb. Right now, it's misinformation. Astralis are leaving B. They think there's no chance. The drop is covered here behind the corner. Only Cadian waits backside. This is so split for MIBR. They're relying on so much to go right. I don't even know if this round is happening. I think it's done. Unless Lukowski gets up short right now. A player dead. Cadian doesn't move a muscle. He's going to deny this bomb. He's just heard them. They're all coming.
Yeah, everyone moving around. Another attempt at one of these last second plants, but I think he's missed it. He's missed the time. It's Astralis' round regardless, just half a second too late for drop on that bomb plant.
Such a weird slowdown for MIBR, way too slow. That's a round where Cadian should be yelling, but, I mean, he died, but so maybe he's not feeling it. Either way, that's a kind of embarrassing round for MIBR, where they just get lost in the mid-round, all split up. Got a player on triple on A, while the bomb's stuck in B apps. No support, no way in, no nothing for MIBR. Astralis putting on a very good CT side right now. Want to put some mustard on the top with Stown. Rushing top middle right now. Gonna just get annihilated by drop. I'd like to see more stand around now. Just group up and go for an execute. They don't have very good weaponry. And drop is still on his own in middle. One smoke available. Safe might just put this in window, so his team can get out mid. There's 2 under.
Last time these teams matched up, MIBR won this map, but it was predicated with good T sides. They won out the T half 7-5. This time it's looking to be a flattened version of that. The best they're hoping for here is 5 rounds on the T half. 5v4 in this one, they have to capitalize. A4 feels like it's too far gone, and I mean, with Device looking this good, that is a huge, you know, worrisome sign for MIBR. It's something they didn't have to contend with. Look at this. Last time they faced him here, crunch in mid, drop with all the glory, all the kills, has given MIBR a fighting chance in this round. Insani now moving out into the open. He knows about a player in connector, that Molly, hoping to displace him, but it doesn't. It goes a little too deep. Cadian's given runway to play his hand here, and they've just taken their eyes off the prize. That is such an important turnaround from Insani.
MIBR believed in that Molly so hard that he could have stopped the bomb if he knew.
Device 1v3, and he seems aware that someone might be deep, but has to make noise here on the drop in. Still Lucauzi bested. This is Device 14 kills deep. This guy is still believing in this clutch. 1v3 as it begins. Smoke for Device lobbed onto the bomb. Both players ramp side, hoping they can spam him out at the first tap, but Device can't find the bomb. Wasting precious time. Time that Device simply doesn't have. Back on it the second time around, but it's got to be the stick. Safe only has the Glock. Device 1v3 comes through. Device stands tall, and a runaway CT half for Astralis locked in as Device is on full display. The star shining for Astralis.
That's a beautiful clutch for Device. Everything so decisive. I thought he lost it when not finding that bomb. They waste the nade. He gets them off, and the stick in the smoke against a scout, the worst weapon in that position. He has to use the Glock. It's never going to work. Device does it on his own. He is having a monstrous game right now, 16-3.
Kind of awkward decision-making in that 2v1, right? You feel like that first player is essentially just checking, especially when they have the nade, whether or not he's on the bomb. I would have loved to have seen it be safe going for the check, letting the rifle play around the spam, as that is the only way you lose that 1v2, is if he sticks the defuse.
It's all hindsight, isn't it, though? It's just panicked in that moment. You think he's on it in the first place, and only the nade reveals he's not, because Device is wrapped default. He's trapped you at Tetris. It's such a well-played round for Device.
That's after a massive drop, 3K to open it up for MIBR. A 1v3 from Device to send Astralis into the second half with one hell of a head start.
Wow. Got a different look in Astralis today.
Device as well, humble king, 15-3, won the round. He's sitting there looking chuffed to bits, but not over-celebrating. Cadian screaming the place down in the meantime. The hold, and there is a stack here for MIBR. They've secured the first couple of kills. Astralis don't brave the stack, it's just Yabi. And so MIBR come in swinging to open up this second half with a well-placed pistol stack.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy call to make. You're just trying to run off the momentum of that clutch, and MIBR are well prepared for it. So maybe they've got a comeback in their pocket. You said they got the T sides going last time they played Astralis. Well, they'll have to do it on defense now. We have a force buy. Pretty crazy with no plants. This could dig a bit of a hole. The running it back is one of the decisions you can make here. That's crazy. Astralis, it could work. It definitely could work. One player trapped and he gets run down. That's all you need to start this round. It starts spilling over. Astralis chasing. Oh, instead does it again. Double kill through the smoke. 2v3 now. MIBR might have to throw in the towel. Lucauzi's so far away, scared of lurkers that don't exist. It was a full all-in B play, and Astralis on a force buy do it where the pistol couldn't.
Yeah, and speaking with a few different coaches over the years, there's this idea that like when you first look to make kind of sweeping changes to your game plan or your map pool or new ideas, whatever it may be, you enter these kind of weird stages where things actually get worse before they get better. And I wonder if that's where MIBR find themselves right now. It's clear that they've been putting in a lot of work to this Mirage. As we say, they went from having this be their pitfall, their downfall in Shanghai to close out 2024, to being a map they've played a lot more in 2025 off the top. Haven't lost it yet, including a win over this Astralis squad. But now that Astralis have Device in great form, they have all their pieces looking good, actually. There isn't a weak link. Last time MIBR faced them, Device was like a middle-of-the-pack player. It was an unremarkable game from him, very different to what we're getting today. And so I think for MIBR, you might have ideas, but you're not at that point yet where anyone's particularly comfortable with it, right? You have lots of thoughts, lots of new things to try.
Dude, not again.
But it's not very clean, and everything is a little bit labored, and maybe parts of it are confused, so there's more explaining. I think that's why the reactions from MIBR haven't been super fast, right? Feels like there's a lot of micromanaging at the start of these rounds in the T half. Just another one of these B pops, this time for Astralis. However, it doesn't go well. They've been obsessed with this B site as their means to an end of this map.
Okay, bailing is good. Bailing is a good idea. There's 3 CTs here. They saw that, and they ran into the FAMAS of MongolZ, which found 2. That resmoke's so annoying because they really want this pick, but it's not being given over now. Astralis have to go low and slow in middle. They're going to recommit to this just with Device up catwalk, and with no eyes on middle, Device can make it to short.
Yeah, this is a freakish amount of room for Device to be given.
He can win this round on his own.
He's done it before. Pressure put on out through the apartments. Device ding straight away. That will humble him a little, but still, he picks up Insani. It's the MongolZ FAMAS that has been the difference maker here, and it continues to do so. MongolZ closes it with style. 4 kills in the round. On one of the hero guns for MIBR, MongolZ puts a stop to these back-to-back-to-back B plays.
It's pretty ballsy for Astralis to just do this again and again and again. Finally going to get punished. Should have to go back to the drawing board. MongolZ with a great game right now, winning a lot of important rounds, even if his numbers aren't there. Can MIBR find a second wind late in this game? Orb for safe. And Glock Deagle for Astralis.
Mid-round move here to go and take space in middle, playing this layered double setup between short and the mid push. However, short players now watching B. Oh yeah, Exit's come back to watch top middle. That's fine. It's all good. It's a detail that won't matter anyway. Astralis weren't actually in a position to punish this.
See if they can trade MongolZ maybe on the floor.
I just think it's going to be hard. Kind of like this is the exact fight he's kind of prepared for. This is the one he wants. Opens up in the top mid. That will take his attention off of the lower tunnels, and that is when the rest of Astralis move in. It's just down and his Deagle left. 1v3, and they've spotted him in the top of mid. MIBR all here and ready to pounce, and I think they just count down and swing together. That's exactly what they do. Give him no room in that 1v3. Fight the demons, you know, for MIBR. And they stop him before he's able to arm himself and get tricky with it in that clutch attempt.
All right, so B rush now, yeah?
Surely not, but...
Surely not.
I'm not going to pretend to know what goes on inside of the mind of Cadian.
Pause first. Good call for Astralis to just get everything in order. Because you lose this, suddenly MIBR are on the favored side, evening up the scoreline on their map pick. Don't need to let them in.
Yeah, I mean, also, you know, talking about like the kind of teething issues of expanding this map out for MIBR, I think those are going to be more prominent on the T side, right? CT, you probably have a couple of opening moves rehearsed, some of these mid setups, some of these like layered defenses, but a lot of it is just having the knowledge of when and where to push the extremities, when to give up mid, when to play for the info. You still require to be drilled and practiced.
I like this setup for MIBR. They're stacking A and they've got drop in deep apps, which lets him not be open to short and basically commit in his position. And he might even be uncleared because he got here so fast. Sani's got cat for him though. He threw that smoke from close, so he's going to back out, and Astralis are in middle. Uncontested. Oh, the ticket smoke to stop the orb. And it is in CT, so it can't stop them getting up con, and Sani will try and assist instead. This is a bit of a fake right now. Bomb's going up catwalk, but MIBR have realized that Device in hot water. They're chasing him down. Multiple players fighting middle, and it's too hot to handle. 2v3, MIBR 20 seconds, they've won the round.
And saving here is not some massive leg up for Astralis either. This could put them in weird monetary spots down the line, but this round has to be written off. They're going to have these two guns in the next, with an option of throwing a bit more money around it, but this gap is closing. MIBR are making this happen on their CT half. A one-round game now. That's after a Device 1v3 clutch to win out the half, 8-4 in favor of Astralis. They pull up with an upset win in the 4-spy in round 2 of this second half, but since that point, everything has come up in favor of MIBR. Even the purchase here like leaves a bit to be desired for Astralis. They kind of had to. This is a bit out of necessity. Cadian and Device both saving extra, but Stairs put a lot of money in. Yabby and Stown both saved. And so like money is still wrecked going forward for Astralis.
They're double here. It's this, buy / eco, whatever this is, with the save guns, and then one more eco. MIBR surely going to take the lead unless we have something unbelievable from these two AKs. Device, he's given us a couple of crazy rounds so far. Just got spotted in the palace, so numbers are here for MIBR. Picked by the AWP. Ouch.
I mean, that safe AWP starting to have more and more impact as the game goes on. More comfortable on this CT side, often just taking more passive lines, making his plays, and then rotating around on the AWP, always being a nuisance. MongolZ as well, coming into his own, is a huge step up. He had 5 kills, I think, coming into this second half, and now he is risen towards the top of the board for his team with a bunch of influential rounds. None more consequential than that famous 4K that started this whole comeback for MIBR.
They've been crunching mid really nicely. They control it on the anti-ecos that previous round and this round, stopping Astralis from splitting connector or short. This is one more eco here. Cadian buys up just to give them a chance, but it's all they really have on a fast play up the catwalk. It's all going to be on ramp through the smoke. Astralis just taking a big risk, running through a smoke right now and getting shut down. MIBR not choosing to overplay this. They flash, they peek. Stown gets a key kill. 2v3, he's on his own now. And Safe is just nailing them. 4 kills off the AWP.
That first half might have been all about Device. But as Safe now emerges as the AWPing powerhouse of MIBR.
Oh, wow.
With one beautiful sequence after another in these rounds from Safe. Maybe Device stepping up was not enough after all for Astralis.
Oh, he'll need to do it on T side as well.
Never mind, he does just beat Safe in the head-to-head.
Shut down.
See why he wanted that AWP. Astralis try and walk it into the B site. Drop is the only man here. Cadian leads the charge. Drop with 1. There's the trade from the captain of Astralis. Trying to open up this route in a B. Exit had a chance to deal with him there, but focuses fire into the apartments. Tries to play ahead of that smoke, and that was what the round was being gambled on. Insani 1 versus 3 clutch, but out of the action, will be hard-pressed to find a way back in. Has to get past the Device AWP. Oh, that's an awkward miss, but nades out, and Device quick to capitalize with a second. A jump scare for both parties. That Device AWP rings out, though, and immediately makes its presence known, taking down the MIBR AWPer, who is on a hot streak of rounds. Device so calm and considered compared to other members of his squad. We all know which one I'm talking about. But looking good as he does it. 10-all, MIBR. Thanks to really stepping up in this second half, are still a ways away from having their money broken. And that's so important, right? We are really late in the game now. The last thing you want is to lose 1 round and the entire game falls apart on the back of it.
Yeah, it just feels like such a wasted opportunity for Astralis, who won that second round force buy with a B rush, went for it again, got 4K'd, then a huge streak of rounds for MIBR. Astralis have finally broken in. They must do something with the second opportunity. Device doing it once more with a double off the AWP. 20 and 10, gonna get set up again. A slower round for Astralis. No set call, letting Device play.
Mirrored route in how his round opened up last time as well, right? Crossing to the left side of those top mid boxes. Really hungry for this opening pick. With the game he's having, Device knows he can provide that 5v4 for his team if he's given the chance. MIBR not throwing themselves into this AWP in middle. Feels important. Instead, Safe is looking for his revenge. And he does have the edge on this angle. Barrel now spotted. He just needs a hand. If he could get even a few more pixels, that could have been the opening. Instead, it's Stare fed to Safe on that AWP. Device at least gets out. Maybe there's still hope here. Astralis lose another man in the downtime. They've made it out into the B site, sure, but with Device dead over on short, it's Yabi and Stown that have to make all the difference here.
Need some heroics from these two, but they've got no bomb, and the time is running out. MIBR back up to play that plant. And Astralis are not getting given the kills here. They've got to force them. Backstab. What? Just walking in. Lukowski didn't hear them? They were running.
Yeah, Stown took steps.
He was running. That's crazy for Lukowski.
There still isn't time to win this.
No, I guess not.
Thankfully, that proves to be inconsequential for MIBR.
A relief. And again, Astralis, they win 1 round, but they get shut down straight after with that slow cat play. Safe just hitting his shots on the AWP every single time, even though he gets a different fight to the one he's expecting. Stops them in their tracks.
I mean, after the success of that previous round, I was talking about MIBR's money, how they're the ones not on the edge of being reset. Well, things are starting to get a bit more awkward here for Astralis. Save will allow another buy to come through. It's the AWP that I think is a little bit tenuous here for this T side.
And with how important it's been, no, I think Cadian can. Oh, they're gonna buy. They're gonna buy. Look at this.
Guns.
I would buy this.
Yeah,
I would buy this.
Might have to, but it's still timeout called in.
Like you can justify eco because you can play for match point and play for overtime, but considering you have 2 guns, you can buy 2 more. You can still get nades on the last guy. Cadian looks like he's buying
he's doing all the maths to try and figure out how to get that AWP in play.
He's gonna drop it this round, surely.
He better.
He better. Yeah, true.
He better. Device is like 21 kills or 20 kills deep.
He doesn't buy it, but I imagine Device said no because he bought Cavalry at 49.
Device is getting the AK. Expect something a little bit faster then in this round, right? You don't have that AWP to rely on to go fish for the openers. You're working with a bit more limitations in terms of the util.
Oh, this is feeling stressful right now for Astralis, who had a big lead coming into the second half.
Yeah, 9-5 after their force by win in the second half, 8-4 on the half itself.
Yeah. MIBR back in control.
They've managed 1 round since that force by win.
Some nades in CT to break his smoke. We might see Exit keep the pressure on if they go for this A execute. It's a double under lurk for Astralis. Really good position for Insani. If they don't molly this could go very, very wrong.
Here is the more up-tempo round. A hell of an opener here from Device, but no one ready for Insani. Plugs 1 from the round.
Now he's trapped.
There is this mid boost, and Stairs finding success in the meantime. The mid boost causes chaos in the back line of MIBR. That double lower play got Yabi into the window. Gets him out with a kill as well. Exit found in that fight. And so Astralis will tie this up on the back of a faster round, in-your-face Counter-Strike with a boost, a bit of deception thrown in the mid-round.
Hey, I'm glad Device doesn't have the AWP there. That's a beautiful shot in CT. That's the kill that cracks open the bomb site, that causes chaos, that allows the room in middle. As Insani only gets 1 kill. They don't force the trade. They don't rush him to scale. Stair goes over the top and shoots him down. So that was well handled for Astralis. Slow and steady. They get an underplay. It's not a slow default where they peter out in middle again. It's a set call, but MIBR have to save again.
Terrorists win.
11 apiece, a big comeback for the Brazilians. Was it all for naught?
Well, here's the thing. MIBR, we said it earlier on, because of how hot this kind of initial streak was and the fact that it was kept clean for certain individuals means that they still have money, right? They're not out of this on the money alone, but this round does represent a bit of a turning point in that they have to go all in. It's only because of Safe's almost 7K banked up that they're going to be able to get a full buy in this round with all the bells and whistles. But look at this. They've spent nearly every penny.
Yeah, I would.
If it's a swing and a miss in this round, it might be over for MIBR. Last time these squads matched up, it was an OT affair here on Mirage. Are we teed up for another, or do Astralis get their revenge this time?
Gotta get the 12 first with a full A execute, no under lurk. MIBR see the nades coming, they know what to expect, but in the back of their head, they're scared about middle. Gotta look onward. Safe, smoked off in spawn, gonna wait for his team as he backs out. Astralis get all the room they want. They just need to put that plant down. Device has got the bomb. Someone remind him. These smokes will fade. He's not planting right now. This
is like util intensive from the get-go, right? It's a 3-smoke exec. They've got nothing left to block these lines. MIBR now moving in, but Astralis withstand this initial push. They lose Stair over at the spawn, but the molly slows that retake.
It's done, Harry.
As we say, if MIBR go for this and don't win it, they are broke up against map point. And so this save is a requirement from numbers and numbers alone.
Canadian knows it. They're going for the hunt here. Don't go too early. Device gets a trade in spawn, and that not planting, that was all by design, by the way. They had a late con smoke so they could fight towards jungle after the execute. It forced MIBR into a spawn retake. They may leave with absolutely nothing. High impact kill on the exit, quite literally, as they come jumping for these guns. Astralis.
Oh. You can't lose anything. Even this 1 kill would make a world of difference.
1 bullet.
And so Safe never gives down the chance. Still, it is an AK, it is an AWP. That is really all MIBR have to fight with to stop Astralis on Mirage.
Hey, look, it's been a bit of a joke for a while for Astralis, but these last couple of calls have been really, really good at the tail end of the T side. Stopped defaulting, started executing, and they kill MIBR where they stand. They force the save off a couple of kills. This is a sweaty game right now with a saved AWP. Anything is possible for MIBR.
Oh, they're going to try and end it with how this game started, with a quick look in towards B. They put early pressure on there. I think this is a bit of an attempt at conditioning from Cadian, right? The last 2 rounds have just been A execs out of the gate. This round, they showed a lot of presence in the apartments, a lot of footsteps to try and take advantage of a nervous MIBR, an MIBR that are working with less in this round.
They're holding smokes really well, and they're jiggling ramps, so MIBR are going to be able to block this play for Astralis. This kind of, if this is an execute, it will be free block. I'm a bit worried. Astralis are about to get trapped out behind utility. What the hell do they do? Might have to just nade these smokes. They are coming in. Palace half gone. They're going to wait a few more seconds. There's a molly on MongolZ.
Also has another smoke to block, but that jiggle is mad. MongolZ, from being a hero just rounds ago, from opening up this second half, keeping MIBR in this with a 4K on their low buy. He falls first with map point on the line. Exit trying to make amends, trying to make up for this, but it's just one back. Astralis battle into a 3-on-3. Low HP for Yabi and Stout, and Yabi will get finished off.
Boost.
Gonna try and throw Cadian up, but he's gonna be fighting 3 players from atop these stairs. How much can Cadian do? Not looking, didn't see them, right under his nose. That is robbed away. MIBR battle on into overtime.
MongolZ's just thankful at that point. Why is he deep molling? It's not going to make a difference. You just need to block them. That's the only thing that matters. Stopping them on the ramp, stopping them. That molly deep, they can jump over it, round it. You want to do it at the entrance of ramp so you can smoke it again. Either way, MIBR fight through the util. They keep the pressure on. Exit gets an important kill out under that slows the roll of Astralis. And MIBR force overtime again, akin to last time they played.
In that last match, it was flawless for MIBR once we hit OT. This time, Device has other ideas. Oh, even a reflash in for MongolZ.
I do love it when overtime, everyone's playing so safe, no one wants to make any mistakes, and then you hit OT and look at this stuff. He's just running through the smoke. That's insane. Gonna get punished. They were out Palace, so he had to make a move. Cadian stops him. Astralis can take a breath.
Still,
here.
I think you lose all that bravado right now if you're MIBR.
Oh, that's a weird peek. He's open to stairs.
Sure, it's OT. You have fresh bank accounts, but they're not infinite. You can't risk everything. If you lose 2 CT rounds, you're playing with a 4 buy for the 3rd, and that's how you get steamrolled in OT.
Yeah. Oh, didn't see him. Did not see him. It goes the other way. Abby got the info about the AWP and spawn. Trying to force that kill while he's got it, because this is a fake right now. Astralis are taking the bomb, B-wood bound. Oh, better for Stead to live here than fight. He can play late in the round. Astralis know they've got the plant, they've got a lot of space.
And Device is going to keep pressing that advantage, getting aggressive in through market. That is an easy shot for Device, just safe left. Device tries to bait the reaction, bait the shot out of him, shows his hand that he's still up close in market, and Safe can't go for this anymore.
Gotta save it.
Hell of a round from that Device AWP, making magic happen for Astralis.
All this comeback for MIBR. Now rests on an overtime where Astralis feel like they're leveling up on the T side.
I love that Astralis are hunting as well. They want to try and knock this gun out.
They know, I will say, Cadian has a very good understanding of when to hunt and when to save. You see, a lot of teams, even at Tier 1, when they have unlimited money, like when they could lose 5 players, it wouldn't make a difference. They don't always hunt. I do think there is an angle of like teams playing stats or like, you know, at times teams not knowing exactly what's going on with the money. They're not thinking about it. But, oh my God, look at that. Cadian does make good calls on hunting and saving.
I think, you know,
Which
helps.
makes so much difference, by the way. Like removing, like you said, you know, getting 2 clean rounds on T side screws that CT economy for the last. But
just want to say as well, for the first round of OT, that was like a 380 damage round from Device. He also landed the no-scope leg on MongolZ to help Cadian on that smoke push. Yeah. So he's responsible for almost every single kill in the first round of OT. And look, this is what we're talking about with the money, right? Safe at least saved, ensuring his bank account into the future. MongolZ is a bit of extra cash floating around.
They need this round, though.
Falling down here means you've got 3 players running SMGs or FAMASes up against a flawless T-half, and there's another opening from Device.
He's just on fire today.
Nearly 30 kills deep. Device goes for more. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Device, the one-man army, can do this all alone. MIBR cower. They have to save. They've gambled A. Nothing wrong with a gamble here. The intent was always to save if this went B, and that's exactly what Astralis do. These guns need to survive. You need all 3 if you want to have a bye in the next round.
Oh, well.
And you've just lost one of them.
How about another?
Maybe even a bit more. Device, he wants all the glory. He wants maximum punishment, maximum damage to MIBR.
Look at him go.
He knows that winning this hunt secures the future of this half for Astralis. And he nails it. On for the ace is Device. Drop finished off. No gun saved. And this final buy for MIBR is going to be lackluster.
You got 3 players under 4 grand. Sure, you can buy an M4 with armor, but you can't get nades behind that. No kit.
These are the awkward decisions you're now having to make, right? Safe with extra money. Do you use him as a bank to try and drop an M4 over, or does he get to play the AWP? Do the guys with weak money prioritize getting the util and then hit less in terms of the firepower? Or do you get those M4s? Well, it's 1 rifle for MongolZ, SMG for the captain a drop. FAMASes and a light bit of util for the rest of them. Still, there are serious limitations that MIBR are having to work within in this final round of the first half of OT.
Yeah, they only have the AWP because they saved 1 in the first round of overtime, but Astralis are looking for a clean sweep right now on this T side. Considering how poor their T side was in regulation, and it took a last couple of execute calls to close this out into OT. This is a great half for Astralis, keeping the pressure on.
Just the moves Device is making.
Very confident.
He is so... This entire overtime has been Device.
Yeah.
No one else has had to do anything. In fact, there's only been 1 kill from anyone else in OT on Astralis. Literally, every other kill has been Device. Actually, that's not true. There's been 2, but Device was still involved in one of them, and he did most of the damage.
Yeah, one of them was an exit.
Yeah.
And
so irrelevant in how the round played out, but still important for damaging the economy. Regardless, Device has been the driving force in this overtime.
Okay, they're up into ladder with the bomb. It's looking like a B split. The Molly's going to push drop, and we talk about that lack of economy. Look at the lack of utility. MIBR at 30 seconds have nothing to stop this play. It is coming in. Still a lurker in connector, and MIBR just win every fight. This is back to regulation as Astralis are hitting both sites at the same time.
Yeah, this was always going to be the awkward part, right? With Device entering out B on the AWP is really rough.
That's a weird round for Astralis.
Up until now, they've teed him up in top mid to find those openers. They've had him play out towards A. But the entry through the B apartments when nothing's given straight away is not really one for the AWPer. So the rest of the team, when it was their time to step up, couldn't do it for Astralis.
Hilarious. That's the round MIBR win, but they'll take it. Bit too slow on the roll for Astralis. And that gives you something to play with going into your T side.
I don't think, you know, if you're Astralis, you can't really admit that Device is the guy winning you this game, but he is. And so I didn't like that they didn't give him the best possible round to pop off with a flawless T half. Still, it's aggression in this now for MIBR as they switch on at the T side. Opener secured, drops. Managed to find one exit there in alongside him, and all across the board, MIBR run away with this first rifle round. There is this Cadian backstab. But in the same way we were saying, you know, MIBR couldn't justify playing these types of rounds in their CT half. It's equally hard to justify for Astralis.
I'd actually love it if he had a kit, you know, get wild, but yeah, there's none. There could be one on triple. Maybe that's the call.
Yeah, there would be one in the site, I guess.
It's just you got to go even further.
Still.
No one's there right now. Okay, yeah.
MIBR, we're going for maximum damage.
Yeah. Okay.
If anything, I think it's sad that Yavi gets spotted. Seeing him still looking interested gives them a moment of pause, and I think they all looked at the map and went, yeah, we probably should keep someone near the site.
Yeah.
Why did he look so keen,
open.
like he was going for that?
There was a kit there as well, but yeah, the flank was open the whole round. They weren't going to give it up. MIBR back to winning ways. Anyone's game. These were weak T-sides in regulation.
Oh, I'm going to feel really bitter for Astralis if this comes back to haunt them. If giving away one round on their T-side, going back to B calls after it was all device.
In middle and A.
And like the guy's 30 kills deep, 2-0 KD.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't ask for more. He is giving you his best game. More kills than the dynamic, heroic duo of Stown and Yabi combined. And just one behind that of Cadian and Stair totaled up, so Device hitting for 2.
A execute for MIBR after a slow default. No one under. Astralis, it's very quiet. They don't know what to believe.
They are going to go into the AWP. Now, they're going with a full exec, so it's not going to be easy for Device to get involved, but he's aware of this, right? He knows that MIBR, if they come A, it's going to be with util. He's set up back at the spawn.
Device highlight reel. Maybe
this is what it has to be. It has to be. In overtime, it's only been Device. And so we are looking on, knowing that he has to find success. First kill hits its mark. Exit knocked out. That's emboldened Astralis to play through these smokes. Stair throwing himself into the fight. Just the first secured. But he still kept this in Astralis' favor. It's grinded to an awkward halt for MIBR as these smokes start fading. Device waits patiently. Knowing that good things are right around the corner. That molly falls shallow. Device is allowed to hang around in CT that much longer. And now it's just safe. Dying moments of that round. The last thing you see is the glint of the Device AWP scope looking back at you. Astralis on to map point.
31 and 15. He has absolutely carried this game as Device. He has gone big mode right when they needed him at the end of regulation. With a couple of nice T-side calls, I'll give that to Cadian. And Device in overtime is a different beast. 15-14. Looking for a classic close, are Astralis in overtime on MIBR's map pick, no less. A new map to enter the fray for the Brazilians. And while it's done them well so far this year, yet to lose it in 3 games played, it might finally fall in an elimination matchup to set Astralis up for a 2-0.
Bro, and I just, like, you have to be in awe of this type of form out of old Devis. He is...
Devastating.
Dude, it's madness. Like, think about it. 3K, 3.5K first OT round. 4K in the second round. The one round where he didn't find anyone, they lose it.
Oh,
and then on their CT side,
ouch,
a double kill to stop the A-rush. It has been all multi-kills from Device in these successful rounds for Astralis. That has to continue. That has to keep up. Device has to continue finding success if Astralis want to win this. They've lost down early on.
Exit hit a great timing, though. Device doesn't know he's here. I don't think he's going to consider that he'll be here the longer this goes on. So, I mean, if Exit walks... Oh, the scope. Oh, no.
He's just scoped in even deeper on the line, and Exit's heard this.
Surely,
Now
right?
he knows the AWP is over here at B.
But do you want to just go wide swinging device? Maybe you're calling your team to play around it, but this is not exactly... It's not free kill for Exit by any means.
It looks like they want to go B, but this feels... please be very careful, Safe.
Yeah,
you
no,
know
he's
on this line.
How do you even deal with this angle? Device is pulling back at least.
I know from him being deeper, it's likely that there's a heavy stack on the other side of the map. They're trying to tee up Exit with this flash. This whole round is about getting around one man, getting past Device. They brought him down low. Last time Device fell, getting nothing done. Astralis lost it, and it might be the same again as Double OT hangs in the balance. It's only Cadian left to beat. First kill goes his way. But there's the cancellation from Safe as his AWP is the one delivering. Device falls, nothing done, and one more overtime must be played out.
Screw it, let's get him a 3KD at this point. Device is dead and Astralis fall in his stead. It's MIBR who keep dragging out this game, desperately clinging on despite Astralis's 2 map points. Stown getting blown to pieces in middle. And MIBR with a quick cat split and some nice shooting for Insani right when they needed it. You can tell MIBR definitely were aware of Device there. They were trying to figure out the best way to deal with him. Get him on the deagle, that helps. Fast up cat, look at the pace change. Really quick, they're not B-splitting, they're just trying to look for fights and they're gonna brawl in middle. Astralis meet them there.
Device dead, didn't get anything done in this round. Safe found him on that AWP and now dropped.
They heard this.
All the way through the window, starts to wrap this B site.
I thought they heard this. He was very loud about the jump.
Abby lies in wait there.
He's got a good position. It's very hard to clear this one. He's hoping they jump out of apps before this flank comes in, but MIBR don't need to go until Drop's cleared bench.
At bare minimum, it's a trade, but they're letting Drop the time. They're letting Drop play, and so that's a free kill onto Yabi to roll out the red carpet for this B hit. Stare offering up resistance.
Ooh.
2 low HP players and the bomb trapped in the apartments. That molly is big to get it into the site.
Maybe boost up and then one player rotate. If you're going to do that, it could at least keep MIBR guessing as to your position, but Astralis just want to trade this out and go together. Nothing wrong with that. No kit right now. Closest option would be maybe one on bench, but they've got to get these kills fast, and creeping in seems like the way. Lukowski has no idea and he is stuck on the bomb site. They're going to find him easily. They've got to smoke. They should know the Drop is up in apartments. That's the only position they can't clear from the site. Losing slowly, spamming that bomb. Cadian trying to find an angle. He's got it, and there is enough time for this defuse. Astralis pieced together a retake on the B bomb site in the first round of this overtime.
Real close.
Not even close.
But yeah, that is also the first round in OT that Astralis have picked up where Device doesn't multi-kill. It's in the second overtime that comes through. Reassuring. I'm just saying it because it's kind of funny. It's a very reassuring sign for the rest of the gang. Up until now, it has been the one-man show. Oh, the fist bump while defusing always puts me on edge. It never won't. One step too far and you're dead. Drop plays within his boundaries. Out of the top mid boxes. He's got Safe there alongside him, who in these last few rounds has been getting the drop on Device. Zill's counter-AWPer here needs to put a stop to the Device AWP. There's layers of support around it, though. It's not like he is alone in this endeavor. As a teammate on the catwalk trying to cover, holding onto the jump up at bench. Yabi watches Device's back and he just... Oh, the timing on this reposition is a little unfortunate. It's right as Safe moved into the angle. What? Another one back from Safe.
How? Why? Device moves out at the worst possible time And MIBR spring the trap.
I mean, we're shedding all this praise on Device, but Safe might be about to overtake him here. This 3K is massive.
True.
This has been a map dominated by the AWPers, both powerhouses for their respective sides. Safe also the one now planting that bomb. Cadian springing this trap in through the back line, trying to play his hand now. Device having to trade off that AWP is caught in the window. Cadian arrives late, has a kit to work with, but a 1v3, a tricky road lies ahead of Cadian. And dead to the Safe AWP, 4 kills as he matches Device, blow for blow. Now in the second overtime, both AWPers 31 kills deep. If Safe suddenly rises up and eclipses this star-studded Device showing, that would be unthinkable. This sequence is a marvel.
Oh my god, right at ramp. MIBR winding their sails, sending it. Molly connects, forces reposition. They even find the entry. Exit does it again. Device with a missed shot, running out of gas right now. MIBR picking up the pace, trying to move together. They force that peak.
Oh, this is getting awkward. The Device sequences aren't landing anymore, right? The last few rounds, he's been stifled time and time again. Since they lost that first in OT, or that last round rather, in the first overtime, Device hasn't found anything since. And so either this has to be the return to this godlike form, or it might all be over.
Perfect.
This time, they're ready for the Cadian wraparound. They've seen it time and time again, and so MIBR use it against Astralis.
They freeze. They wait for the kills to come to them, and they probably will. Safe's not missing a beat. Nails another shot to the wall. Device stuck out in spawn in this final round of the half. He has nothing to do, nowhere to go, and the head-to-head leaves him dead as MIBR take the lead on the T side.
No one can deny that Device was doing all he could to keep Astralis in this, but finally, he has been brought to a screeching halt as Safe emerges as the true savior.
And he's got a team behind him as well, right? Where are these stars of Astralis? I don't see them. Where is Stan? Where is Yabby? What have they done in the last 10 rounds?
Yeah, we need a bit of a changing of the guard, right? Like, Device has done all this to keep you guys in the series, to get you through that first overtime. But now his mileage is going down. He is struggling to replicate those same highlight moments as Safe is hitting a new level. This is where the rest of the gang need to try and uplift this game for Astralis.
Got to do it on the harder half. MIBR just did, finding 2 rounds on the half that was going 8-4 in CT favor. And so now Astralis need a clean T side if they want to close it in this overtime. Even 1 round loss resigns you to, at best, another half of play. And at worst, a loss from a 9-5 scoreline. Device, crouch peek, Safe nails it again. This overtime starts how the loss began.
Safe entering this form at the perfect time. In the first OT, Device might have had their number. But it's not about how it all starts, it's about how it all ends, and it's only Safe.
It feels so done right now. No one hitting anything here for Astralis in rounds gone by. Simply run out of steam. Stare, trying to save them. Safe, forcing another kill. 3rd in the round before Stown comes out of ramp, but it's too little, and it's certainly too late. MIBR swing for the fences, and they find their first map point in this game.
This clash of 2 AWPing powerhouses has been a treat. Safe silently rising through the ranks until his dominance became undeniable, unignorable.
Unstoppable.
You can't help but look on and marvel as Safe has brought MIBR to the forefront of the conversation.
Yeah, and T-Sides
outdoing the most decorated AWPer in Counter-Strike while Device was on a hot streak. This is Safe at his best. And with those openers not coming through from Device, with those multi-kills not coming through from Device, and I hate to make it all about one man, but this really is a Clash of Titans type game. It is two top performers, and their performances deciding everything for these squads. The fact that it took Device with 2 multi-kill rounds to find them their OT success in that first overtime. It is an inignorable fact that his silence here is why Astralis are struggling.
Stayed on the AWP as well. Can't blame him.
Don't get me wrong, it's hardly fair, right? Device is 31 kills deep. He has to be the guy to make all the difference, but the rest of the gang are nowhere to be found. They have been inconsequential in these overtimes.
Yeah, no round winners really from anyone else. Stair got some on the CT side. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, you don't get games like this very often, where it's just all about the performance of one guy.
Well, can he save them now? Shows face towards the B side, gets util out of drop for the retake, but it will be exactly that as we look to this A site. Astralis with 2 in middle, waiting to play. Device might have to go for a Palace peek with the AWP, trying to find a rifle, not just face safe, back in spawn. They know he'll be here. There's no kill available, really, and this scope will give away his position where Exit is playing close.
Yeah, the Palace routing is entirely
Nice
to
shot.
try and get the drop on this AWP.
Finally.
Only one from safe.
Finally.
This is where the rest of the roster gets tested. Backstab misses its mark for Cadian, but it will leave Stan in the open. Still, MongolZ reclaims one of those kills out in middle. Drop left up in this clutch. Device watches on from his Palace. AWPing royalty, ready to get going. And if he stops drop at this first turn, Astralis 1 away from another overtime.
His first kill in was 6+ rounds, maybe. That's finally a closer for Astralis. I got a bit scared there with a double mid-lurk whiffing, but they scale off the ramp. It really comes down to Safe in the quiet, moving into that bomb site. He gets smoked off for Con. It's all a fake. It's so Astralis can pop Palace. They force Safe's reposition. He's in a position where he can only get 1 kill. They're going to swing him off the reload.
In the same way that a lot of MIBR's T-side rounds were about either dodging or nullifying Device, the same is said for Astralis. That whole round is custom built from the ground up to remove Safe's impact on the AWP.
Do we have a third overtime? Can Astralis really drag us there with a T-side round? Safe's AWP. Same position every round. Reliable. Astralis know what to expect, yet still they realize this B site has had nothing in store for them all game long. They have to do the A smokes.
Oh man, it all comes down to this. The A take, they know where the safe AWP is gonna lie. They know where safe will be positioned on that AWP. This one's hitting like a MOBA. The minions are doing their thing, but the 2 champion players, this is their moment to try and lock in. There's the opener from the safe AWP. Stare with one back, but safe in a triple. Backs turn. Safe lays waste to a second man. 3v3. Kills through the connector smoke as it's blowing wide open. It's down to the wire. It's left in this retake with Device still left standing for Astralis and no safe to contest on the other side. This has to be Device's moment. They're pressuring him. Cadian's entirely left. So Device is left fighting on his own. Right now, MIBR have a 2v1 versus the star of Astralis. Does Cadian play the backstab or does he leave entirely?
This is a cheeky ass call for Cadian. This is the last thing MIBR will expect right now. The danger is Device can get left doing nothing if they just leave this position. Do they realize quickly? Oh my God, Cadian, make up your mind.
Why would you do that?
He's gonna get the plant. Device will win his fight, and right now Drop is stuck, just trying to flush this guy out of the sight. He can't do it. Device takes us to a third overtime. Cadian, you psycho. You absolute madman. You sadist. Sadist, even.
This is a wild game. You never get stuff like this.
A cinema match between Safe and Device. Safe still gets a double kill. They don't even realize he's triple. None of that matters. It's Device forcing the frags to push us all the way. That is a psychotic reposition for Cadian.
He quick switched off the bomb.
Quick switch off the bomb.
Holy shit, man.
Imagine you lose the round from that.
Meanwhile, Device is winning the 1v2 on the other side of the map. Oh my
It's like, I got one, I'm hiding. Cadian's like, I've thrown the round. I've thrown the whole game.
Another OT drags on. And I mean, it's Astralis versus MIBR, but it isn't. It's Device versus Safe.
Oh. Okay. Okay, dude.
Oh my god, it's on rails for
40
him.
kills. 40
kills. There's 74 kills on the two AWPers. Gonna try and get into B.
I'm scared. I don't want Astralis. They want some crazy T rounds. I don't want to be them to be deluded enough to think that their B hits have worked. They have not across this entire game.
I also think like it's the site that is most dependent on the riflers finding the openings, right? Device is meant to just kind of hold market, hold rotates. He's not supposed to entry on this AWP. And so that's why I think this site lets them down in these rounds.
Insani's also here for a change, and you know, that's the guy. That's meant to be the guy for MIBR, at least on the rifle, to put up a big round. Drop's gonna get that info early. Insani can turn and put his eyes in the right line. Drop letting them cross. Astralis spilling out in a 4v5. They need clean entries. They find them. Double up for Yabi. What a time to come alive on the rifle. Puts Astralis in this position where Device can nail the cross shot. He smokes the flank. He's locked in by the orb, but the smoke provides him cover.
Oh my god, Safe plays forward. Feeling himself right now, but caught out in the open.
No way.
The riflers for Astralis finally do something. Yabi double entry, Stare closing out the AWP on the other side. And Device got his one from that prophesized angle into the market window. They're going to try and hunt again. You saw Astralis do this. In their T-sides, try and bring maximum punishment, and Device will deliver it. 2 kills from the man. The save denied. This is awkward, because if you remember, in that first OT, when MIBR started CT side, they lost this first round. They also lost the second round. But critically, Safe saved the AWP in their first round loss, and that allowed him to have one into the future, into the third round. This time, everybody dies for MIBR, which puts a lot of pressure on this next round. If you don't win this, you are broke. You don't get the AWP. You have to stick the landing here and now, MIBR, or else money decides the outcome of this half.
Device never been given this pick when they go for the boost. MongolZ trying to get cheeky out under. As Astralis crawl through this position, even playing anti-flash. Device checking every angle he can. There are no eyes on middle really for MIBR, just holding their sights. Sani stopping that short push. Pick it up, Con. Smoke fades. All on this Stairs player right now. They don't know about MongolZ. Didn't clear this properly. Did not clear it. Does not matter. Stair finds that shot as MongolZ forces the fight. It's a player in sandwich with a crossfire. Exit hits his. They both nail the shots. Holding on with the rifles right now. MIBR on a 2v2. Bombs loose and spawn. They're going to go hunting.
Device also got the drop on Safe in the downtime, and now he's going to clutch up 1v2. First shot connects.
Got it.
Device has the plant. Insani up against him. Nearly 40 kills deep on Device up against Brazil's hottest prospect. Maybe even its best rifler. Remember, this is a back-breaking round. If MIBR lose this, they're broke going forward. Device, this is the half on a plate,
no!
But Insani catches him.
He tucked too deep in the cubby. He tucked too deep. Device got the info. He didn't think Insani was walking up on him right there. He could have just swung him and won the round. But Device tries to play it smart, and a little bit of movement pushes him in that corner. That's a disaster. Could have been nice and clean on the clutch. Instead, we continue to trade rounds in the third OT.
Minions have well and truly spawned now, Hugo. That round is all about the extra pieces, right? Sure, Device left up as the one to try and clutch out. But that was the first time in a long time where this one comes down to the battle of the riflers. It wasn't about these AWPs. Stare dead out in middle. Insani, if he kicks it up a notch, he just got his 30th kill here and now. If he starts rising up, suddenly it becomes so painful for Astralis that many of their riflers are missing. Because that could be the X factor, that could be the difference. Not only is Safe ahead of Device in the scoreboard, maybe even beating him in the head-to-head as these OTs have raged on, but now a better, stronger rifler has emerged for MIBR.
So Astralis have that same capacity. Can someone make a late game recovery? Device in the window with the bomb.
You can tell the pressure that these AWPers are feeling by the lines and the routing and the angles that they are taking. This is not the position you usually see an AWP in. Device, we're getting real tricky with it. Window jump up from the window boost into ladder, rejoins his team at short.
Please send someone first, Device.
No, he's asking for the boost. Device knows this whole game is living or dying on his say-so, and so he feels that pressure to be the playmaker. He wants to be the playmaker, but not given anything early on. Starting to walk in now, has to keep his wits about him. It's all Device entry with the AWP. Katie is just here recording the whole thing on an action cam. There's Device with even more. Kadian.
He's here as well, planting the bomb.
Bomb goes down.
Oh, dear.
The GoPro comes off. Kadian finishes the recording of Device highlight reel out through short for Astralis to find a second in OT.
Anything else? Milk, sugar, perhaps, says Kadian. Device just does it all. Entry with the AWP, swap to the pistol, whip the backside player. Thank you for planting the bomb. My captain. How does he keep doing it? Unbelievable shots from Device all across this series. There was a bit of a lapse for a whole overtime, really, from Device where he had no impact. But he's come back alive at the tail end of this T-side 2 rounds again for Astralis. Every team making use of these one extra timeout you get in overtime. Just a rest from this madness. MIBR now need to match or beat Astralis on their T-half. First to 22 here. Game that keeps on giving. Back to an A execute. It's a good grenade. Does enough. Puts his players in dink range. Insani looks for this quick entry out ramp. Stare. Wallbang by the AWP. My God.
Going on?
Shooting homing missiles. We got resmokes for Palace, perhaps.
Lobbed in from players on the B rotate. That's a lovely detail for Astralis, yeah. At least takes the wind out of the sails of MIBR here, but they're already grouping for this retake.
It's not even happened yet. They've barely got the site. MIBR going for jungle control. How are you going to get the plant in? Need to cover Stound, considering a flank, staying on short for now. Astralis lining up a flash to retake this site.
Well, they can't go yet.
That was their last flash, and it goes as a molly hits. Stound gonna flank this is super late. He has to really come through connected to help his team. Playing for jungle are MIBR. Astralis moving in.
Util could be big. Still double nades to try and nullify one of these positions, but they just kind of go out desperately for Astralis. Safe opens. Wallbang connects on Acadian. And we're right back to the clash of these AWPing powerhouses. MIBR's riflers pick up the slack in the downtime, and Stound's left saving. A tie game again as this one shows no sign of slowing down. This is a brawl between two heavyweight AWPers, gloves off, bare knuckle. 20 apiece, no closer to knowing who's going to take Mirage than we were at the start of these overtimes.
At the start of this game even. Astralis, remember, they had the 8-4 CT side. This is in this map.
You know, for Device, someone with a track record like this, guys, you know the level he can bring, you know the heights he can hit. The thing that's so intriguing is the safe paradox in amidst all of this. 41 and 21.
41 and 22.
82 kills between the AWPers. And they seem destined to maybe even meet again. Device this round starts B with that AWP. MIBR, I think they're trying to avoid Device by hitting this B bomb site. They actually might play right into his hands.
It's just not missing. Smokes himself.
Lands.
Oh!
Backstab in. Device dead early as Stound drops the ball, letting them get to Device on the catwalk.
Yeah, he trades it, but that's not what you want. Device thinks his back is covered right there, and Stound lets it come in. Cadian, second AWP here. His teammate's being picked.
Dude, that feels like an insane misstep. Like, you lose Device here. Cadian kind of needs to think about saving this AWP if they don't get given kills.
They're going for it. They're walking out right now through the smokes into the site. Stare needs to save this. He has in many B post parts in this map. He's found the first AWP on the line. Safe tries to get out and dodge and dive in time. His teammate hiding in the bench. Stound can't find the kill. It's the AWP of Cadian that connects. They can stick the bomb. They can stick it. It's what? No.
What?
What?
They chase him down, but there's no time for that defuse.
It was default. Did he have a kit? I think he could have stuck it. I don't know if he picked it up or if he had it in the post spawn, but that was default from the get-go.
Oh my God.
He must have just picked up that kit. There's no way. He saw the bomb was default. He would have gotten on it. Yeah, he picked it up. He picked it up. He had no time. Yeah, wouldn't have had it. Wouldn't have had it. Past 10 seconds.
This whole game has been safe v Device. Safe is winning right now. But that AWP was saved out of the last round. That was the only way Astralis were going to have one. They've put it back in the hands of Device. This time they can't let him down. That would have been an entirely different round where Device allowed to stay alive over on shore.
Okay, Stound wants
There's
to
a bit of
force
revenge.
a fourth. Device has joined him. One apiece. Exit dead under. Stound activating late with a huge round to keep this game going. A fourth overtime on the tip of our tongues. Nothing Safe can do here.
This guy's been cooking all game long, but like, what is he supposed to do? They have no map control. They're relegated to the apartments. The only thing on their side is time, and even that's turning against them.
Oh my God.
Speaks volumes as to the game he's been having, that this is still a round you would even consider. A really nice move in this round from Device to go aggressive over at A. He is confirming that MIBR are not here, and that allows the setup to be that much stronger. Stare just got fully hung out to dry. Stound left in mid. Stound is betraying everyone, systematically working his way through the Astralis roster.
Yeah. Stun Cadian.
I can't believe they just let that happen, and now it's given a chance to MIBR.
No. It's anti-throw. He's pulling back to play the bomb size. It's 25 seconds. That bomb has to make it up catwalk right now or come through the connector, and we got a crossfire. This is simply unlosable for Astralis. A crossfire with 15 seconds to go. Don't give Safe this entry. You don't have a problem. Device and Stound take it all the way. 4 overtimes and then some.
Another OT.
Why not? I got nowhere to be. This is map 1, by the way. Elimination on the line. MIBR's map pick.
I hope it never ends.
Yeah,
this is such a good game.
MIBR on a Mirage win streak. Astralis on a 4-loss streak. The battle of mid. The battle of the AWPs. battle for survival here in PGL Cluj-Napoca. Safe is 7-1 in opening duels. Device 7-3.
It's the fact they're so neck and neck as well. That's the wild part. The entire game, they have been battling back against one another.
All right, fast out mid, MIBR side, just charging con. The strat book has been thrown out the window.
Yeah, 43rd round of play.
Nice.
And so things are getting wild, but there's the openers for Astralis. Stare and Stown kills apiece.
All right, Stown is starting to step up, right? He's gone back to being positive, had a very quiet regulation, but in overtime it's been a bit of a nuisance towards the jungle and in connector. So a perfect time, well, maybe a bit late, but just on time to come alive.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, right, it has been a match where two players have dominated the board. It's going to come down with that head-to-head showing no signs of slowing down, with them continuing to be neck and neck with one another. It feels like whichever team can get their riflers activated first has everything to gain. And it looked like it was going to be MIBR, and Sani was having some very important rounds throughout these OTs. Lukowski having some moments in there as well, but as this one's raged on, Stare and Stown rise up for Astralis.
Is this where Astralis on the CT side with the first round, bit of room, can start to walk away with a clean CT half, because the further we've got into overtime, the better the T sides have been. We can go 2 for 1 for the last 2 OTs. Drop out middle alone, and the AWP replenishing, window smoke.
Something that's cool. It's a bit harder here as well for MIBR, is like they've been used to finding success on these T-halves and getting off to good starts, and so that kind of frees up Safe as the AWPer to play more ballsy, right? Knowing he can keep buying them into the future, but that's no longer the case with this first in OT going decisively against them. As a result, he's probably a bit more passive to open up, and that's exactly what's happened here, right? Didn't chance it on any sort of wild opening. He knows how important he's going to be in the rest of the round, and so has to play slow. As a result, you lose someone who's provided a lot of the opening kills for MIBR. And Sani picked up first. Stare best him. It's that duo of Stown and Stare again looking to get activated this late in the game. Exit and Safe, the only two left standing, and now it is just that Safe. AWP, in comes Stown to lay it to rest.
Getting some slower rounds, and they're coming up for Astralis now on the CT side. Able to play off each other really nicely. Device not required. And like I said, Riflers doing it for Astralis, a relief. Good reposition for Stare. He uses his smoke molly at ramp, whereas molly, then he smokes it, then he goes back to sandwich, an unsuspected position for MIBR.
I mean, one of the things for this Astralis squad, something that's always been very close to their heart, is the idea of getting all your players to peak at the right time. And apparently the right time for Stown is 2 hours into map 1. If he's bottled it all up for this moment.
Yeah, he's hit 30 kills now. Stares right behind him. Back in CT, Yabi under Bauk with 1. This is for the flawless half. This might be a reality. Safe's on a scout. He can't do it alone. He can't do it at all. Lukowski lost a fall. Astralis find the first clean sweep in this overtime. Surely it is now. Surely we are at that point where someone can close this game.
You have 3 chances to close it out if you're Astralis. 3 opportunities. You could get a big moment from Device. That would seal the fate. You could get a nice call from Cadium where you outmaneuver a nervous MIBR.
I would actually
and now Stown and Stare both stepping up. There is suddenly layers to this game for Astralis.
Yeah, they have room. They can do a Hail Mary round where they just go for a fast play, see if it works. Maybe they just get the entries and it crumbles for MIBR. There were definitely some of those rounds.
Now, in all but a few, and I'm talking maybe like 2 rounds of these overtimes on the CT sides, Safe has been CT with that AWP.
Yeah, true.
And you can't argue with his output there.
B hits never worked, though. That's
and this is the issue for Astralis. Do you play in to the AWP one-man army at A, the site that you have better util, better set pieces for, and more legroom for your players to open up, or do you fall back into these B players which have been problematic?
Looks like they're faking A execute going into a late B, maybe. Got 2 players lurking A. Device throwing a lot of util right now to keep MIBR here. Safe's going for window pick. He breaks the smoke, costing him some health.
Well, this is nice for Safe at least, right? He's playing the mind games. He's trying to keep them guessing as to where that orb lies, but Astralis do set their eyes on this A split. Insani opens over at short. Cadian fed to him, but Connect has been corrupted. Still, kills coming through for MIBR. Stairs lost in the source. Can't see a thing. Neither can LuCauzi, but he's still good for the kill. And there's that Safe AWP. In the blink of an eye, it's just Device.
I like the call for Astralis. I think it's still a good play. Safe, you know, out of position at the beginning. He doesn't get any mid-info. Astralis get a lot of room to get up connector, but they lose every single fight. There's not a trade. Just comes crumbling down. And Device, look for some stats here, but 1v5 would be generational at this point in the game to shut down MIBR, who are also looking to match that flawless CT side. Let's see what Device has got, huh? Nothing now. Position given up, and they trap him in this box.
They know the value of removing this gun, and of course it's Safe hunting on the AWP in T-spawn to get rid of Device, sending a message in that head-to-head.
He's looking for 50 kills here, Harry. 50 kills.
Nearly 100 kills between the 2 AWPers. We're at 93 kills right now for both of them combined.
46 rounds played. 2 KPR, if you count them together. 1 KPR each. I mean, that's still impressive over a game this long. Okay, Astralis, back to an A execute. Cadian going to be selling mid and then joining them.
This is chance 2 of 3 for Astralis. Remember, they were flawless in that first half of this 4th overtime. Chance number 2, is it going to go any better?
For sure.
Safe flubs the smoke break, and so that has given Astralis passage into the bomb site. Boost in CT, unexpected. Something that Astralis haven't had to contend with yet, but they've crept up close to these smokes. They learn about it now with a wild flick out of LuCauzi. There's still 2 players close to this CT position for Astralis, but that bomb can't go down yet. Going to try and get it planted now with a late con smoke in. Insani spam just misses the mark.
Cadian's lurking so late, he should be good to end this game, even though they're 4v5. They cross past the orb. Astralis are in post-plant positions. Cadian is playing late in this round. Device gets his shot off. Cadian's time to end this map.
This is what they were waiting for. They lent so much time to Cadian's backstab. First shot connects. And now just him being here causes problems for MIBR. Safe goes back to give chase at nearly 50 kills deep in this game. Safe has a pit in his stomach as he knows this one is unwinnable. Astralis in a wild cinema matchup take down MIBR. They settle the grudge from Katowice and they put a stop to the win streak of MIBR on this map in what can only be described as one of the most wild games of PGL Cluj-Napoca and maybe this year.
Unbelievable resilience for Astralis to throw away that game. It felt like in regulation there was a huge streak all the way back of 6 rounds in a row for MIBR. It came down to 2 A execute calls into this safe AWP that pushed Astralis into overtime in the first place. And, well, MIBR never stopped fighting. You got to give it to Safe. Heart goes out to him. A monster map, a game of life, quite literally, and still not enough to stop Astralis. As the game went on, some of these individuals picked up. Down with a 3rd overtime recovery it took. for him to even get back to a positive KD. And Device all along the way never stopped putting on rounds on his own for Astralis. Remember that 1v3 at the end of the first half? That was crazy. He won them so many rounds on his own.
This highlight package is about to take 29 minutes, just so we're on the same page. Like, this was just the wildest game. Device versus Safe. One of the sickest head-to-heads.
Dude, there's some crazy
Both AWPers in their element all game long. This is an AWP highlight reel because that's exactly what this game was.
I just want to watch AWPs. Turn off the rifle kills. Just AWP highlights all day. That's all this game was. They're not even cutting out the rifle kills. This is what the game was. For about 6 rounds in a row, it was just AWP kills. And players running around Device and Safe, getting picked. Device looking unstoppable in this game, and what else can you say? We got Inferno next, Harry. We might have a third map, you never know.
Yeah, I'm worried, you know, are you a bit exhausted at the end of this though, right? Like,
everyone is.
I think you're all feeling the burn, but at least Astralis have the win to hold on to, right? To power them forward. Now they go to their map pick next of Inferno. Device did all he could to keep this game going and to lock it in for Astralis. I do love how long the highlights are.
It's mostly AWPs. That's a hilarious part. Mostly AWPs. Oh, just a sigh of relief for Astralis and a head-in-hands game for MIBR, who did so well.
Look at this scoreboard, man. It's so messed up and so cool.
Oh.
A game dominated by AWPers.
Yes.
But in the end...
And now we go to a map where AWPers really can't dominate, or at least not as well. So what the hell is Inferno going to look like when you consider how hard T-side AWPing can be on that map? It's going to be a completely different game.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I am shocked PGL have the
round timeline
timeline for the 47-round bonanza.
If there were like 3 more overtimes, what do you do? Do you have another graphic? Do you just keep pulling up graphics? I mean, well, maybe we'll find out next map.
Oh, man.
Just page after page.
Dude, this was a Cinema matchup. I think Cinema thrown around very cavalierly these days, but that was Cinema. You guys are watching Cinema. In the end, Astralis get revenge on Mirage. They stop the 3-win streak of MIBR. They stop a red-hot Safe with a red-hot Device of their own.
Yeah.
And now the scores are settled on Inferno. And I love the point you make about how it is a map where it's way harder to dominate on the AWP. You get one good half. And so maybe it's about who hits harder in that half. Maybe this is the time for the riflers to stretch their legs. That's coming up in just a moment, and you don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
We're doing our top 4 predictions here for Cluj-Napoca, asking some of the players. I got Complexity's Knicks with me here. Top 4, start with your 4th and tell me why, and we'll go from there.
Top 4. Okay. Eternal Fire. We lost to them, so they got to be up there.
We've got Fame with me here from Virtus.pro. So you had some time to think about this. Who are you putting in 4th place and why, Fame?
Okay, 4th place is Falcons. They had time to work, and I think they gonna surprise everyone.
I'm gonna put VP4. I think they're gonna be a strong team. I think they're evolving. Obviously, it's always tough to predict tournaments. I think CS2 right now, it's very unpredictable in general. Maybe there's like 2 or 3 teams that's super consistent, but other than that, it's, you know, up in the air.
I've got Mazinho with me now from MongolZ. So give me your order of teams. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, please, man.
I guess Eternal Fire.
Okay.
I think 4th team is gonna be Falcons. They can do good in this tournament. I think, yeah, they have a decent team.
I'm gonna put MOUZ 3rd.
VP are here, aren't they?
Yeah.
All right, VP3. I feel like the new VP team is pretty good. They're climbing up the ranking.
Give them that respect.
VP, I guess.
Oh, nice.
I think I would put MongolZ.
Yep.
They're a really good team as well.
They beat you guys.
Yeah. Hopefully we're gonna revenge this time.
Okay.
I'm gonna put MongolZ.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're a strong team.
very good,
Yeah.
FaZe in 2nd.
Oh.
Yeah. Like they're the favorite, obviously.
Yep.
And then I'll put FaZe 2nd.
FaZe 2nd.
FaZe, very strong team as always, and they just took Elich and strong player.
Yeah.
I think it's upgrade for them.
For 1st, I put Eternal Fire.
And you beat FaZe already, so you just beat him again in the final, right?
Hopefully.
So MongolZ 1st?
Who knows? I don't know.
MongolZ 1st?
Yes.
There we go.
Falcons 1st. I mean, if I don't believe, who else is gonna believe, you know? So I need to believe myself.
I'll put Virtus.pro because if I put someone else, that's bad for me.
FaZe Complexity final. We beat John. It all comes full circle.
All comes full circle and revenge is sweet. The new guys get it done. I like his predictions. Let's see how it goes. We're going to play Guess the Price with Astralis' Device. And Device, first of all, you're here in Cluj-Napoca, but you've been playing non-stop CS, so many events, online events as well. How's the energy?
Oh, energy is actually okay. I slept a lot this night. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You're going to have 60 seconds. A weapon's going to pop up on the screen.
Yeah.
You need to guess the price.
Okay.
Feel confident?
Should be okay, yeah.
Okay, look at that. You said should be. He's tempering expectations, but I like it. All right, let's get this timer started.
Okay, I need to be quick, right?
Yes. MP7.
1,700.
1,500.
Oh my god, yes.
Sornoff.
1,050.
1,100.
That's close.
FAMAS, new price.
1,950?
Yes.
Yeah.
Zeus.
It's 200.
Yes. Bison.
1,400.
Yes. XM.
2K.
Yes. UMP.
1,200.
Yes. SG1.
5K.
Yes. MP5.
1,500.
Yes.
Okay.
Org.
3K. No, 3.3K.
Yes. M249.
5,200.
Yes. CZ.
Is 500.
Yes. Negev.
1,700.
Yes. R8.
700.
600.
600. Oh, I didn't know.
SG553.
3,000. 3,000.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, true.
Mag 7.
Oh, that's 1,700. I get this one.
1,300.
Okay. That's close.
I would have given it to you if you were correct.
Yeah, that's true.
But you did pretty good. You went on a tear. That was actually solid.
But you need to know all the weapon prices. But I guess now with the loadout, you don't see.
Yeah, you don't see as much, right?
No,
You're also not even looking at it ever.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's away from people's minds. But you had good memory on that. Good stuff. You played well.
Okay, it was okay. I expected to get everything, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you have that confidence. We'll see that confidence translate into the games.
Hopefully.
Well, after one of the most exciting AWP head-to-heads we've had in years to open up, we now go to Inferno.
Yes. No AWPs here. No AWPs allowed. No, jokes aside, I do think I just remembered an Astralis game that I actually enjoyed watching at the start of the year. I know that's rare. It was against Na'Vi at Blast Bounty. You may recall this, where Device got 29 kills.
Yeah.
With it was CT side. He went 18-7 in the CT side after getting 3 rounds T side. They came back all the way, lost 13-11 against Na'Vi at the top of the year. Pretty good result, pretty good showing at least for Device in that game. Off the AWP, and after that game, I would imagine we have a little bit more of that. But yeah, it is going to be more constricting. We are going to need to see the riflers pick up their form in this game. And yeah, you said to me when we were off camera, all bets are off. And I think you're right. Even though this is a map that Astralis have been keen to play with this roster, they first picked it a lot of times. It's a map that MIBR on a 3-loss streak, even losing it domestically to Brazilian teams. You can't predict this one at this point. It does certainly feel like Astralis should 2-0 this series just off the back of being the ones to win out that long, painful game. Like, it's a hard reset for MIBR coming into a map that they are on a loss streak on. But you said it as well earlier, they managed to take 3D Max to 11 rounds and looked pretty decent in that game overall. So, yeah, I'm having fun. It's a pretty crazy matchup. Some highlight moments for sure. And Inferno certainly might calm down versus Mirage. It was a pretty run-of-the-mill game until we got into overtime. And that's when things got crazy. Astralis in good spirits, though, after being able to close an absolutely monstrous map of 4 overtimes. Almost looked for a 5th. And this is a real trial by fire for Drop. In-game leading on a new map to the pool for MIBR, who only just pulled in Mirage, against a legendary AWPer in fighting form. Now they've got to do it on a map as old as they come. Inferno for elimination or for a 3rd map in this series. If Astralis take this one, it's going to be MIBR going out of PGL Cluj 1-3, and Astralis go on to that final day of play to see if they can make the playoffs and actually come out with a decent result this year. I think Astralis in playoffs would be exciting to see if they can level up on a stage. They have been far from the stage in the last year or so. So this could be an opportunity here for Astralis if they can grab it by the horns. Feeling like a not live. Although I could be wrong. No, yeah, they're playing. Just heard some typing, saw some headsets getting adjusted.
Yeah, for MIBR here, the best time we've seen them on this was at the Major. This was the map that actually sent them 2-0 up before the dreaded downfall.
Oh, yeah.
The win they had was super legit as well. It was over Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They 13-11 them. So this year, I'm worried. The thing I'm worried about with MIBR is they've been putting focus on the other maps because it was the lack of depth in the pool that was problematic. With that, though, maybe you skimp over some of the maps that you felt comfortable on, and so you don't adapt them as much, you don't change as much. And maybe that shows even in the fact that this year their Inferno results haven't been very good.
Little mid-take here, the smoke not respected by Safe. He puts pressure on with the Julies. Astralis spam him through it, but there's a double port setup. Exit and Lucauzi both find a pick, and they back up. Love that pullback to deal with the app split, but Yabby still comes out swinging. Makes it interesting. Device in the clutch, and he's found the first. He's got the plant. Device.
See, we can't go back to it straight away,
back
surely.
On that BS. And he's got 2 1v1s as well. Don't give him a chance. He'll take it the whole way. Info. And he's dead. Just creeps back into the angle. Insani puts him to bed. And now, game on.
A huge pickup for MIBR, stopping Device on his way to a clutch. The bomb plant does give Astralis some options looking further forward. I'm still sounding good in the MIBR camp after the... I'm trying to like revert... 40... How many rounds was it? 42?
No, more than that. They were both in the 20s.
I thought it was 22-20.
One moment.
It was a bit of a long game. You'll have to forgive me.
25 to 22, so 47.
There you go. 47 round bonanza.
Banger.
And they have gone for the force. Tried to break into top banana, did Cadian. Didn't like what he saw.
It's a pretty good force. AK Galil and plenty of nades to do something. You can't really double pump, but if you just want to go for a lane take. Apps control and MIBR conceding banana, but with 3 here, are they going to go for the reclear? It looks like they are. Astralis flash in, MIBR contact. Ooh, Orcufus down. Quarter the corner. MIBR start to rotate now. Heavy rotate, leaving drop alone. Good timing for Astralis on this clear, though. Stair needs an entry.
Oh, dodges the flash.
Ooh, jump in the gun.
They come through with a flashbang. That's wild for MIBR. Sani caught up in amongst that long push.
Oh.
But there is this crossfire still within the site itself, and it's very hard to displace this. MIBR, damn near flawless. A bit of a sacrifice of Insani, sure. But the rest of them will stick the landing. Astralis back onto an eco now, waiting for the guns in the next round.
Backseat here. Well, MIBR steer the ship. Cadian's playing some music in spawn. Shooting the bells.
Oh. Well, hold on. That does make things a bit more intriguing.
It's only 1 player a day right now.
Astralis don't know that, though. Why would they? Especially with the fact that they were late out of spawn, unaware as to just how deep MIBR are down banana. Still, Stair dead next. Yabi was waiting for that exact contact over at long, but can't get a shot off. And with 2 players here, it's nice and safe for MIBR.
Yeah, safe the word of the day.
Oh. Surely that's it, though.
Yep.
Yabi knows about the pit player. Exit's not missing a beat. A big 4K round from Exit to stop that getting out of control.
Astralis have certainly had their troubles on T-side Inferno, so I mean T-sides in general. It's a great start for MIBR. Let's see what this default looks like. Stown's still that guy up banana here for Astralis, trying to force the openers. So they're going to need him right now. Going to need overtime, Stown. Up he goes. Dodges the nades well. But MIBR don't want to let it go for free. Drop gets HE'd. Molly falls into the smoke. Astralis still here, unwavering. Cadian, oh, in the corner. This is an ugly spray. The flash, what? Insani saves 2 bullets for later, and he puts them to use. Smoking the Molly, trying to live, and they can't get rid of him right now. Insani down B with the late burst headshot on Cadian.
Everything about this sequence from Insani is mad. They're hanging around in this corner. Device prepared to call their bluff. Looks like he wants to walk through this smoke. Still, it's not Insani. It's not the man he's looking for. Insani still dodging bullets, climbs out and continues his reign of terror.
Stair's got an open side, but I don't think he'll realize it's completely clear. He might be too cautious.
Safe AWP, not even a smoke keeps you secure against that. Stair will make it across thanks to that smoke.
Winnable, bro. Stair's been playing pretty great on this Astralis team. He's been the one light in the dark other than Device. Can he pick his targets?
Oh, not the one you want to face. Safe with that AWP posted. I like that Safe brings the AWP out as fast as possible. It looked like he wasn't going to buy it. They kind of doted on the idea in spawn for a minute there, did MIBR. But in the end, he pulls out his trusty AWP, and it makes a lot of sense. You want to use it while the going's good. It will get harder in that second half. And he had great impact with it. Opening kill on a Yabi, shuts down the apartment's lurk. And he's there to end the round as well. Safe is still locked the hell in.
Oh, Banana, look at the precedent set by MIBR on this CT side. They have just taken Banana every single time, be it fast or slow. Astralis have not been able to get this control off of them. It's cost all their nades, though.
If you think back to Shanghai, this was a bit of a classic maneuver for this team. Insani drop is a terrifying combo in a B, and they love the aggression there. That is an all-in mow-down of this smoke.
I don't know why Astralis feel the need to force that so hard to run that many players through a long smoke so early in the round.
I think this is going to be very interesting because with Astralis starting T side, needless to say, it's the hardest side for AWPing. I feel like we speak about that a lot, but I think it's going to be a test because Safe gets to go from a map where he just nearly dropped 50 kills on that AWP in a sick AWP head-to-head where on either side, both the AWPers were having a lot of impact. But here on Inferno, Safe gets to play the good side. He gets to keep riding that momentum, gets to stay in practice, in form on the AWP. Device, meanwhile, has a whole half laid out ahead of him where, you know, he might get to use the AWP 2 or 3 times. And even then, it's hinging on the performance of his riflers to actually get him into post plants, which is where the AWP can deliver the most for the Ts. So it's going to be a real test of Device's resilience here. He will have a half that won't hit as hard as he did in Mirage. Not by a long shot. Meanwhile, Safe gets to flex a little bit on this CT side. I think it's going to be interesting to see if Device can pick himself up going into the CT side and get back to the form he was in at the start of this series.
Exit having a phenomenal start to this game, 11-1 right now. Shut them down in pit, this time on the porch. And first pause for Astralis. KD needs to get things ship shape because game plan from MIBR is clearly to be oppressive in B. So do Astralis want to go for late retakes or do they want to brave the nades?
Plus, you arrive into this round in a situation where, like, you have to cook up something in this timeout because you need a bomb plant if you want to have everything going forward. You can have one guy running a Galil. It's like not the end of the world, but you don't want to be taking early game economic L's while your opponent is up 5-0. Especially because the guy taking the L right now is Device, and so you are prolonging, if he did want to AWP, something that I think he's perfectly fine rifling here in the T half. But there will come a time where he wants one, and so it's important that you have the money to bring that out for him when he does.
They get top B with no resistance because it's a quad A start. So do Astralis just want to jump the gun here and go into this site? It looks like it. Smoke on the molly. Cadian, full blind from that drop flash, and the break almost gets LuCaoZ info. He pulls nades while the smoke is down, and that almost punishes him as well. Drop back sight, looking to hold strong. Needs one more kill, but he gets shot through the smoke and the wall in the head. LuCaoZ pulls back. He can play retake here. Doesn't need to force the issue. Cover the cross to back sight at most. LuCaoZ getting aggressive. He's got Stown down in the pool, clears him out, can't get the kill. Meanwhile, the bomb's rotating back. Stown's trying to sell this one right now. Puff up his chest, make it look like more than just one man hiding out, but MIBR have figured this one as they go back into this retake.
Heads up stuff from Exit on the deep clear. They've re-smoked top banana, which does scream that they, or top of B, that screamed that they didn't know that this rotate had taken place. Stare, hands off the keyboard for a moment. He knows that This is going to take a lot to close this out for Astralis. They're already happy with the bomb plant. Remember, that was their goal heading into this round, to get the money back in order. Now it's about sweetening the deal. Stair waits at the back of the site. Yabi waiting, hiding in Mini, will get cleared, will get checked. Exit with some real heads-up moves in this round to stop it getting weird. He was the guy who chased down Yabi over at B, didn't let him delay them any longer. You saw how close this round was in the retake. Imagine a world where Yabi's allowed to keep that sort of, or Stown rather, is allowed to keep that pressure on for 2, even 3 more seconds. It would have made a world of difference. And then closes it with the clear on Yabi in Mini.
It's a nice strat for a bomb plant. Like you said, that was the goal for Astralis, but gonna need something to happen here on this T side now. Starting to swell out of control, 6-0. Safe Zorb waiting to strike on the long side. Slowly yet steady, Stown goes back up Banana, but MIBR have done a good job of saving these grenades. Molly late. And we do have a triple B where Drop is setting up multiple flashbangs to get MIBR a Banana peak. They want to clear this position soon. And they need to, because Astralis are edging closer on A.
Still, look at who you have to get past. Safe, the nearly 50-kill hero of that last map for MIBR, and Exit, the guy 13-1. The guy who has more kills on his own than your whole team combined is the one that you would have to break through if you finish A. Instead, they get that 1 kill. They try to move back into the B hit. That's where MIBR had 3 players.
They're panicking.
That started to dismantle now.
Good smoke.
They re-smoke in. I wonder if that gives Astralis pause, or do they want to follow through with this? Yabi's just sold the fake. He smoked off Moto, and he's lobbed Util out. Now they need the smoke open. They recommit to this B play. MIBR hear the nades, but they're going to be out of position for this. Both trapped back over towards the spawn. 20 seconds and a boost up. Astralis should be clearing this as it's hastily assembled by MIBR. Device will check it.
Looks like their first round right now. I think we got saves called for MIBR. They leave B off of that A pick, Safe falling short on a tag on the orb. And MIBR overreact to the play. Astralis, good to see them recommit to B, even though they get re-smoked at an awkward timing. They avoid the stack, and now they look for exits. But hunting while tempting is high risk. Even losing a gun here is risking economy that Astralis don't actually have. So they will allow it. First round on this T side comes in for Astralis.
Terrorists win.
A chance to reflect for MIBR. They don't want to give Astralis a means to get back into this. Look at the freedom that having exit 13-1 gives MIBR.
Yeah, it's crazy setup.
4B off the rip.
Even goes risking into boiler.
Yeah, even that's mad, right? Like taking any sort of aggressive stance for exit outside of like just posturing with a mid smoke is mad. But there's enough time for MIBR to move into a more standard 3-2 once they take this banana control.
Oh, and they're taking it. They're pushing all the way down as well. So they now know this should be an A play. Reinforced with the orb. Missed shot as the flash comes in. Astralis pushing Safer back. That flash will do nothing. He sits arch side. Another miss for Safe. Oh dear, it's not a good time to be missing these shots as Astralis get ever closer to this A site. They smoke him off. They go back short side. Do they go back to B? There's only one man here right now. It is Insani. But this is a committed position. Without a multi-kill, Astralis just get that B bomb site. The sooner they go, the better. They're going to run it. I love this call for Astralis.
Yeah, Insani hears all the footsteps, but he needs a multi-kill, needs a mow down, just the one and done as they assemble a combat boost to deal with him. Rotate arriving for MIBR thanks to that early warning system, but it hinges on... Oh, flash through! Stown covers. Drop dead. Safe now. Trying to move in on this AWP.
He could have.
And close, but no cigar. More swings and misses out of Safe. I mean, the fatigue may be setting in here on that AWP.
He couldn't. Obviously, he doesn't know. We can see from X-ray. He could have walked out, killed the bomb, gotten back. There was no one even looking coffins. Both players holding the smoke. Oh dear. And saves are not your friend either. With this luck out of apps for Yabi. MongolZ in trouble. He's dead.
Yeah, this is already starting to get worrisome for MIBR. And I know that sounds insane, considering they started 6-0. They've only just lost 2 rounds consecutively now, but firstly, it's kind of the fashion in which they're losing. The way that Cadian is able to pull and push them around the map on his say-so. The fact that that money's starting to bomb out a little bit for these CTs. Still, I think, a ways away from being fully broken, but certainly on its way. I don't think Astralis need a crazy leg up of rounds here on this T-half. Stand the test of time, knowing that greener pastures lie on the horizon. You're going to get more mileage out of Device in the second half. MIBR, they felt a little twitchy in these last few rounds. They have a triple porch setup. One of the biggest vulnerabilities to this is the apps pop. You need to be holding it constantly on one of these players, but that's one less gun watching middle. They are holding for this. MongolZ gonna help lock it in, but here's that mid-split component. They battle forward, they go right into Device.
How does he get that? He's not ready for that fight. Here's one step, hits a flick. As Astralis get out pit, they realize very quickly that that's a porch setup, and they get good flashbangs and HEs to keep the pressure on. They're still a bit scared though. Katie gets picked, holding mid on the flank. Molly won't stop that plant. And we've got a great clutch position for Device, but he's low health. Stown needs to take a kill with him. That smoke is fading in his face. And as Stown clears it, that should start to form a picture on this short push for Astralis.
As far as like clears go, that was pretty committed to long, right? And so he feels content that no one's coming there.
One kill for Stown at a bare minimum, sets Device up to win this round. He's going to force it.
Device in the AWP with the post plant, backstab lands.
Perfect.
And there was Stown to deal the killing blow as him and Device team up. And that is, you know, the vulnerability of this porch side setup. MongolZ does a great job of stemming the bleeding on those first few kills, but you saw the effect it had. Suddenly, 2 of those 3 players in that position are having to watch pit, are having to watch apartments for more players spilling out. That's less eyeballs on middle. That's more time for Device to play his hand. And so Astralis break through. The money now starting to run dry for MIBR.
Now a pick up mid onto MongolZ on that cross as well. Device getting opportunities and he won't throw them away. It's going to make this anti-eco a lot easier. Pressure relieved. Only that one rifle on the A site now.
I didn't actually see Insani. They thought they cleared the smoke, but a tiny little plume still existed and Insani's allowed to thrive in that.
Both rifles are going B.
Hold around all these bodies for the rotate. Insani dead. I know him as the B player. Stown about to get the info that everyone else is here. That bomb trying to run away. Device running shoes on.
Still got one.
And he will get out with the AWP. Has teammates now in the apartments covering the push up through middle. Yabi looks on. And there's no winning this for MIBR. No reason to go for it either.
Save the guns again. It's out of your hands.
This is why those first few rounds look so worrying. Astralis suddenly from 0-6 down, a position where they were getting kind of mauled, bit brutalized. They had a couple of desperate plays in there that felt too desperate too soon in the game. But after they found their first, Cadian started the mind game, started pressing little advantages, trying to get in the heads of MIBR, seeing how jittery they are, how quick they are to call gambles and call stacks rotating around the map. And he has started to outperform MIBR in that regard. Even though they were 6-1 up, they've still been the team left looking a little more nervous since that point. The scoreline is closing, 4-6. If Astralis win this next rifle round, they are teed up to equalize the half with a 6-round streak of their own. Oh, and another thing, Device is still looking good.
Yeah, true. Safe's missed some ugly shots when he's had the AWP. Hit a leg in Boiler earlier. He doesn't even have it this time.
One of my favorite comments I read about that last map was, for Safe, that was a life game. For Device, that's a Monday. And he's kind of showing that right now. 9 of 5 on the T-side AWP.
I mean, that was, you know, he's not had many Mondays. That was his 5th 40 bomb on LAN in his career. Don't get me wrong, 40 bomb is crazy, but it doesn't happen every day still. Device, Mr. Consistent, they call him. All reliable. You know what you're gonna get. Oh, rush for MIBR. Forces a couple of kills. My goodness. All the kills and the nade. 5 players, or 4 rather, dead at Banana.
And now for the Jabberwocky, all that's left to do is die. Slain in top mid. That's a real nice return to form for MIBR. Knowing that you walked in at 4 Ts at Banana, your util and your individuals were enough to rein this one in.
Okay, they win the half. They're happy. They're suddenly happy. They're not choking to 6-0. You know, like, even if Astralis can make it 7-5, MIBR probably felt like they were completely losing momentum after that dominant lead. They get 1 round in the midst to do the, you know, or win out the half. Aggressive play. No! Oh my god, he was already dead. Safe, he was already dead. Blind shot kills his teammate after Lukowski 5v4s. Cadian is 1-10 right now. And Safe kills his teammate.
Right, Safe ate so much human flesh on that last map, he's just addicted to it now. Lukowski shot in the back of the head as Safe was blinded off the angle, trying to hit a timing shot.
He's got that Curry, he's got that madness. Worm in the brain. He can still save this round. On the short side.
He's very low though. Even a molly, 1 tick of damage would be enough to get rid of him here, and there's still the util for Astralis to get used up. Oh, they're aware. Exit. The moment that nade comes in, you know you're getting checked. You know you're on a timer, and now it is just 4 HP on Safe. The difference between...
Oh, Shadow though. Oh wait, he's gonna force it. Device doesn't miss those. If Device crept in, Safe would have advantage, but now with the bomb planted, Stown in an excellent position. Easy pickings. Astralis onto 5 on the half. They'll make it so. Device gets the 2 closers as well with Stown. He's up 11-6.
T-side AWPing's not meant to be that fun.
But
the Device laughs in the face of it.
Yeah.
You know who I am. You know what I'm capable of. That's Device saying that, not me. That would be weird. Throwing that in now.
Yeah.
And it does Astralis well. Gets them through to a 5-round T-side. In spite of that 6-0 start from MIBR, and that is kind of the headline here at the end of this first half. It could have been a very dominant map put forth from the MIBR squad, but just at the right time. Astralis able to break through, and they do great on capitalizing on that. They've given themselves open runway to try and make this the 2-0 after all.
Still an impressive lead for MIBR. I think it just sours with how many rounds they lost down the stretch after that 6-0. Like, they could have rolled over this game. Everything was working. They definitely will have the feeling they let Astralis in.
It's the exact same score on the half as Mirage.
8-4.
Never mind, you're right. Sorry, it was, in my defense.
It was close.
It was 30...
It was 47 rounds of play.
35 rounds ago.
Okay,
Actually,
sure.
more than that now.
Stop with the maths. You're failing it right now.
Brain no worky.
Don't do maths live.
Don't do maths, kids. Stay in school. For MIBR, Pistol would tee them up nicely. Start a sprint towards the finish line.
Device peeking down mid. Got that trigonometry right now. Finger on it.
He got that dog in him today.
He has got that dog in him. Give me a woof. Oh, that was... I was more hoping for like a roof.
That's better. Why didn't you do it if you're so quick to be the dog, bro?
I'd have thought you own 6 dogs, Harry. I thought you would at least know how to...
I have 6 dog companions. I don't own shit.
True. You have 6 friendly dogs. And we're going to have 8 not-so-friendly dogs in this B-bomb site in a second. Maybe even 10. We got a double flank. Astralis know what's going on. MIBR execute. Someone's got to go.
In they come. Insani and Lukowski leading the charge. Glocks go hunting, and they get nothing for it. What a utter slaughter. MIBR.
How have they done that?
Dead in seconds.
I mean, that was a super telegraph B hit. They threw the util, and they didn't even push for a long time. I guess they expected maybe a flash or Astralis pushing in and peeking, being repossed by the molly. Doesn't help. No one's playing in it. Exit also in Banana, tucked in on the flank. Hears them coming. He only gets 1. So nothing works for MIBR in that round. Astralis are back in the kitchen. And MIBR are out of dough.
Homer of a run for Cadian. Nades down through Banana.
Made me feel better about my
you're
out-of-pocket dough there. Thank you. Cadian, 3-10, looking to, shall we say, redeem his scoreline through the method of eco-hunting. It's a common art known by many, respected by few, but someone's got to do it. Yeah, Cadian. Give the people what they want. Full buy round coming up.
Timeout used for Astralis. And fair enough. They know the guns are coming out now for MIBR. They're working with their bonus round here. So good time for this sort of conversation. How you want to try and play into this round. What do you want these 3 SMGs to do? Device, Stare, Cadian. How do you play this to ensure a hot start here in this second half? Something worth noting, Device at 5K means that AWP is coming out in the next round. Yeah. Symmetry fans rejoice. Astralis put their 3 SMGs towards top middle. They bring around Stown on the rifle to try and supplement this. I figured you might see some aggression here from Astralis, trying to get those SMGs involved, but no, it's a very standard 2-3 split with a bit of control over towards Banana, handed off to Yabi.
They going?
Frees up KD and a rotate over, and
All
so
right.
if MIBR do just commit to this, they're going into a 4-man stack.
Stair is like stretching his knuckles on the camera. Put your hand on that goddamn mouse. They're coming. So's he, jumping around the corner. Exit with an easy entry. Oh, second too soon. Stown finds 2, and the site is lost. Nice double for Stown. Maybe has kept this round alive here for Astralis. They can consider it. But 2 SMGs, what have you got to lose? Smoke to the moto, though. They're scared of this long smoke. MIBR tucked into pit grave. Astralis, a tough round to retake that they will give it a go. We might see Yabi just save. He's already falling back. So exit is the plan. Damage and upgrades for Astralis. MIBR win their first buy.
Already feels annoying if you're Astralis that you don't get out of this round, at least with more guns in the 3-man save. They're trying to make up for that right now, but don't get there in time. I guess you just drop, you know, Device drops an MP9 over, you work with a little bit less again, but you bring an AWP into the fray. For MIBR, good return to form as they brave that stack. And they live to tell the tale. See here, SMG's dropped over. Device with the AWP. Doesn't try his hand at anything crazy to open up this first round with it. MIBR should be aware that this is a possibility. This B site is entirely held together by SMGs.
It's a bit worrying, isn't it? MIBR going to try crack it.
Retake Molly actually missed there as well.
The smoke.
Yeah.
Nade's not bad. It's put your entry on 10 health, so it's going to make life hard for Insani. His SMG should just chew through him. Might even let someone go first. Are they going to go through? They have an HE if they want to break, or it might just be a walk through this smoke. Oh my god, Cadian. He can body block them.
First kill's free, second one lined up for Cadian. These SMGs doing work. Still Yabi actually in the site, and Stown plays through on his contact. Exit nearly 20 kills deep in this 1v4, but the util bearing down upon him. He's low on health, low on chances, and trapped in a box here. Smokes down on either side of him. He's got nowhere safe left to turn, and there's the killing blow from the big stair nade lobbed in.
Nice work from Cadian. I was joking about his KD, but that's actually a high impact round. Uses that SMG really well behind the smoke as they contact through with the molly. And Cadian, he kills Insani, of course, who's low, but he still takes 2 kills out of there. And the rifles also swing in. Astralis cover the site. Seeing a good game from Stown right now. Impactful double kills everywhere. Got that quick smoke on B to let them peek down Banana. The AWP is in middle, eating nades. Drop hero gun. Oh, yeah, swapping positions. Got to be quick about it because it leaves no one on A for a moment, but Stairs getting info apps. Just missed them.
Oh, Drops heard all of this as well. He knows he's just dropped off the balcony. That's good info to have. Not having to worry about a close player up on the balcony. Now you've seen 2 over towards pit. I think that's enough of a cause to not want to play into that.
Going long instead.
Those pit players won't be able to do a damn thing if long gets taken. That opens up a chance for a CT wrap, so they're going to try and get past Stown.
Oof.
Drop will find him. Missed shots for Cadian. Needs to make amends, needs to make up for this now. It's so much damage. Another TK for safe.
Oof.
That one a little more understandable.
Yeah, just doesn't look good, does it? Cadian just paints him with body shots there. There's so much damage. 2 kills, responsible really for 3. And put Safe on 10 health, who will not be going far. Astralis take him out. Back in the lead for the Danes. MIBR running out of road here on this T side. But it took Astralis just as long to get involved to start their first half.
Yeah, a bit of an inescapable issue potentially, though, was like Astralis, if you remember, responded after the 0-6 start with a streak. MIBR kind of are in desperate need of that now. If they don't start finding consecutive rounds, they'll never be in a position to win this map. That one round they possessed was nothing more than a flash in the pan. And so Astralis are in a powerful spot right now in the grand scheme of this series. Chance to break MIBR's money and maybe their mental on the back of this round. LucauZ caught in Device's crosshairs, not where you want to find yourself. It's been very measured thus far from Device on this CT half, waiting for his moments to strike in defense of this A site. That was one of the bigger risks you've seen him take so far. And even then, swing and a miss, but he lives to tell the tale, keeping that pressure applied. Double over towards long does lend room to the rest of the gang coming up short, but there's this layered setup split, but oh, they've both dropped into pit.
Oof.
Stair, that is a bit of a colossal misstep.
Stair does look a little lost on the balcony, like sometimes running in, sometimes... I would just like him in pit.
That might have just handed it. Like, this round is so... If Astralis win this, and there was no plant, which they very much could have done with the setup, they would have been in the ideal position to win this game with so little resistance out of MIBR.
Oh, what a shot.
Instead, Safe takes heads off, down dead, and MIBR tie us up at 9-all.
They were going for it until that kill came in. Exit will be fine, but it's still going to be MIBR onto 9. Yeah, they get a little flustered there, both fiddling with nades, Stair falling off into pit when they're already clearing the lower player. Oof.
It felt like he was just trying to walk to the back of the balk to be in line with Yabi, but doing it so hastily, so hurriedly as they hear the footsteps coming up through short that he takes a tumble and falls into the spray. That's after this round starts. 5v3 for Astralis. Let's not forget that. Past those initial 2 kills, Astralis didn't find anything. That one kill from Cadian at the end, it was him, right? Floating around over towards Arch? Yeah. Obviously, didn't lead to them winning the round, but it has kept MIBR very honest, right? If you save 3 guns, you kind of break even on the round. You make like a tiny bit of money, essentially. You build up some money, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot. It's not enough to like make yourself invincible going forward, but saving 3, you at least earn. If you only save with 2, you actually lose out on some cash. And so there's already a Galil in this round. It's an all-in round for MIBR. They're still in that same position, even though they found the equalizer. They're still the ones teetering on the edge of having their money broken. This time, if Astralis get those openers, they have to do good on the round. Device feeling inspired, wanted to make a play there, but burns down at 30 points of health. Trying to take a peek through the molly. It swiftly returned to sender, I guess I was trying to say. His drop is also naded down low at the bottom of Banana. They've traded damage for damage.
God, not again. They get saved. Hunted at top B. Cadian's there. He's got Yabi's back. He's a little more afraid of standing in front of him, though. Some damage done early. As Astralis go for a boost setup. Cadian holding smoke for the Molotov. Just past that initial kill, it's hard to get a lot from this boost. They need to free up a rotate. Down starts to move along. Device losing the long side.
They're going to go back B.
Yeah.
Or is it a double fake? Because Lukowski hangs around with the bomb. Yeah, they link back up with Insani here. There's Util on him and drop to fake the B exec at 30 seconds.
Stan will probably rotate, but Device is still going to be here. As long as Stare has his cover in apartment so Device can fall back, then Astralis should be fine. 20 seconds, though. How hard do they bite down? Stan's moving. Device is getting aggressive as well. This AWP is in a weird position, but we know Device on short is a different beast.
Oh, they don't check for Stare. That's a disaster. Only one man left moving in, and Device can end it all with the pistol there. MIBR, they might have got the rotates they were hoping for on the back of that B play, but lacking the manpower, lacking the time, and not doing their due diligence to clear out the pit with that series of dinks laid down from Stare. It makes it all too easy.
Really sick off angle from Stare, right? With Device having so much room and them knowing that no one's going to be coming long there with 10 seconds left. Stan has just cleared it on his rotate. Stare can play completely in the open. And how can you expect MIBR to check that position? They're looking everywhere else. They're contact as well. They're not hard peeking anything. So really well played from Stare. Sets up that round for Astralis, who do reset MIBR. They win that one round out of nowhere, and Astralis responds. So look what that's done to the money. We've got a hero gun from maybe a frustrated Insani at 9 and 10, and Glocks on the rest. So Astralis, series in the palm of their hand. They're looking to stick the landing. AK dropped, Yabi feasting with 3 in Banana. And Astralis just come in and close that round down like it's nothing. Final chance for MIBR to survive in Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, I think, you know, they've given us a really good series today. They have. I think both teams have made this one a bit of a spectacle, but here on Inferno, all the swing rounds are being won by Astralis, and that's kind of the big problem here. They're doing it so cleanly as well, and the rounds that they win is, you're never going to break through this CT bank account. You're never going to force them onto an eco. You're never going to get them in that position where you have your chance to build up money versus Pistols and get a free B round and close the net on the back of that. This is a grind for MIBR, a grind that they're just simply not teed up for. This money has never been established on the T side. Getting broken this late in the game is a disaster, and it's what awaits them again if they come up short here. And so after, you know, a map that takes nearly 2 hours, nearly 50 rounds of play, almost 100 kills from both the AWPers in the server, that fell in the favor of Astralis. That might have been MIBR's best chance. If things don't change in this round, Astralis are teed up for the 2-0, and MIBR's journey, while it ended spectacularly, will be over nonetheless.
Yeah, this one's not done, though, because look at the setup. It's only Stare and Sound, and they're both split. They're both in their own positions and have to hold strong. Coming out on the long side, Sound just looking like he wants to play safe, drop that molly, fall back, but Stare's now open to long at the same time. He drops in. MIBR didn't hear that from the back of the apartment. Exit is playing very late right now as the bomb comes up short. Meanwhile, Cadian again making a heroic play on the big flank. Frees up everybody. Astralis keep the pressure on. Insani with a crucial entry through the smoke. Sound didn't see him. He didn't see me. Poked his head right through. 2v4, and they've got to save. Nothing comes easy to Astralis. That round was on a plate. Everyone is low. And MIBR live to fight. How? Was Cadian running the whole time? He got killed on the flank. I don't even know how he died. He should have the best timing. He was in bottom mid.
He died all the way on short, so he had to be running that rotate. I didn't think there's any way he hits that timing like otherwise.
Everyone was, he got up top mid pretty quick, but maybe they were holding him, I don't know. Also for Stown, like, I think maybe it's a case of spectator smoke looking different. I don't know.
I don't think it does anymore. I thought that was just go. I thought CS2 it was standard. It's tied to the server, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I think we see the exact same thing he does.
He's just not staring at his crosshair when he turns. I don't know. Sometimes you see it. You're like when you're speccing your mate and you see something they don't see because their eyes are in a different place. That must be what it was. I don't know. The head poked right through.
Yeah.
I'm trying to justify it.
No, maybe just very, very tunnel visioned on the idea that someone would come walking through. Didn't expect on like the smoke cycles to see anyone there.
That's such a weird round loss.
No, that's such an insane way to have given over what would have been
just the
round that wins you the series.
Yeah, just win the game off that.
And so MIBR given a second chance here, a shot at redemption after all. A third map still waiting in the wings if they're able to push us there. They've burnt the last of their timeouts.
Stress. MIBR, it's within reach now.
As we said, though, going into that round, it was never going to be easy for MIBR. They have to battle uphill the entirety of this comeback.
Oh, this is a mountain.
There is money for Astralis to the end of the game.
Device not forcing anything really in this half. One round exception. Does a long setup with Stown, but they get smoked. He hangs on. Calling the bluff, really, that MIBR won't go for a mid-take. They really have no info, but waiting out the smoke is the right play while MIBR take banana. Risky move for Cadian, man. Hoping they jump through this smoke in the corner. It's a common play for a T side. They go behind him. They're already past. Cadian just takes a kill while he's got it, and Drop gets that quick trade. 4v4. Only Yabby a B with 0 grenades. MIBR call it off. They molly the entrance. They relax, and they make their call in this all-important round.
I don't even know if that's a trade MIBR are going to feel particularly happy with, right? One of their space takers, one of their front men on this roster traded for the bottom performer of Astralis.
It's again down to Stare in the pit.
Right, last time they were in this position, Stare had that horrifying misstep where he fell off the balcony and lined up. This time, they're both playing pit from the get-go. Stare and Stown in a strong crossfire here.
Ready.
Util starts to come in. Stare tries to peek ahead of this, but fall blind. It's Stown in the pit who has to deliver. 2 kills keeps this interesting. It keeps Astralis in with a chance.
Stown, the double kill merchant in this game. He's done it so many times, but Astralis still have to risk a lot of economy in going for this. It's worth the risk.
Yeah, this is one of the best spots they've been in a while. So they're going to look, see what presents itself on the extremities. Device trying his hand at wallbangs while Yabby creeps up through the short side. This crossfire is very hard to get past. Exit and Safe can play off of one another, and Device will be left entirely out of the picture. There's the swing from Exit, and Device never even gets to play. MIBR tie this up at 11-all. They did not have an easy route ahead of them. They had to work hard for every inch of ground they've gained down the tail end of this second half, but they are making it happen. It's all spearheaded by this insane performance from Exit. Safe might have been the star of the show on map 1, but now it's Exit's time in the limelight. 21 kills deep on this tie game for MIBR.
Oh, so unlucky for Yabby. He could probably just swing into the site there. He's probably 1 second away from just swinging site and maybe getting past that crossfire, but Exit forces the kill, and for good reason. Exit's having a phenomenal game right now, playing out of his mind in this map. Started 11-1. Court slowed down, but his impact remains, and MIBR force it to 11. Do we have another overtime, maybe? Don't think we've had enough in this game. Astralis can buy down. They're fine for the most part, but concessions must be made in that final round of play if they don't save any guns. Even Cadian goes for an SMG. I don't blame him. Plenty of ways to use that gun. Very versatile at the B site. MIBR been winning A. But Astralis still go triple B off spawn. Stand with a banana smoke.
Yeah, Cadian has been very stubborn, insistent that this B play is coming in eventually.
And yeah. And I want to see Device just show, get involved. Get involved. He's playing incredibly well today. He hasn't forced anything in this game.
No.
He can win the game. He knows he can.
I think the sad part is at this sort of scoreline now, it's not the time to do it.
Wait a second. They're going. They're going.
They're just going to try and pop through this. Stare with nades out. Oh, just gets in time. Good damage on a short, but blinded. They know he's here. They know he's up on the balcony. They're going to leave it to the short players to try and deal with. Smokes are missing. Stare answers back with one. There's smokes everywhere inside of this A site.
This is horrible. What has happened for MIBR? They've slowed the roll. They're just going to jump out. They landed on his head. He doesn't know where to look. Back in the site. KDMV the world gets his first kill. That one comes free, but they're chasing him down. They're in the pit. They're right behind. So is Yabi on this flank. Bomb
They're
has to
so
cross.
close. They feel like they have to attempt this because of the timing they have. But
Bomb's not in.
This is Astralis risking everything, but that bomb having to cross. 30 seconds left. That kill comes to Yabi for free. The bomb will get juggled towards the site, but to go and retrieve it, they have to walk into the crosshair of Yabi and potentially Device.
They don't know he's
Device nails the shot through the wall, and Yabi hangs around. The timing too good to be true for Astralis, and that bomb out in no man's land was a big problem for MIBR.
That is a terrifying round. Of all the rounds in this game, that's the one Astralis win where they butcher it, but MIBR do it worse, man. They blind their team coming out of apartments. They full flash those apps players, so they're spamming their guns. There's a missed moto smoke that lets rotates just come through, and Yabi fake steps. He gets a kill, he runs back, he sneaks back to the same position. They don't expect it. Astralis match point, MIBR, are they going home?
This was not an easy comeback for MIBR, but to feel like it might have all slipped away on the back of some missed util, some misplaced smoke, some misplaced flashes.
This is crazy.
I think that might be how this multiple hour-long series could end in 2 maps.
Yeah, longest 2-map BO3. Watch out, though, they're right here.
Yeah, they're way closer than Astralis already for. Stare's still fiddling with nades, has to get that gun on, has to get the gun out. The flash is good. Stare, they're going to overrun him, but he's up for 2. KDM barrels through, and it all comes down to this. 2v2 in the retake. It's Yabi and Device, the same duo that denied map point to MIBR in the last round, now have to do it twice over. Up against them, it's Exit, the star of Inferno, and Safe, the star from Mirage. Smokes are down, and if they wait for these to fade, they've got a while left yet before they play their hand. Flash on through, Device leads the charge into the crossfire. It might be more overtimes unless Yabi's up for the job, and he's not. Safe puts on a clinic, finishing off those final 2. MIBR drag us into OT, kicking and screaming.
Gotta admire the calling in this game for Drop. He is absolutely throwing everything he can at Astralis. His contact through the mid-smoke. They're here, and Astralis don't even know. Stound's been caught out back-to-back rounds by these quick A-pops, and even though Astralis somehow trade out even MIBR in a post plant, you can't push them out of their corners. They close this 2v2. They take us to bonus play. We had 4 overtimes on Mirage.
Our 5th overtime of the series starts now.
I'm going to say it again. I want Device to do something, man. I want him to actually play at the forefront. If he dies, screw it. That's just the cost of business. He has been saving. He has been left out of rounds. He's been getting smoked off. You don't have to go running down banana, but at least put yourself in a position to find a kill.
Safe might have had swings and misses, but he was still trying to be very proactive on their CT side,
yeah,
right?
His team set him up.
The Device hasn't had any of that, and in the majority of rounds as of late has been starting as the 3rd player over towards B, and MIBR just haven't come to this side of the map.
That's a good point. It's just been A every round. They finally don't go triple B off spawn, so that's a change for Astralis. Device on the short side. This is hilariously one of the more aggressive angles he's taken. Better than nothing. Looking for the boiler kill.
I love that MIBR are playing so slow. They're letting Astralis waste through the util. They're trying to piece together how this round has started for Astralis because they know that the game changes when you hit OT. And I think it would be poetic and quite likely to happen that this could be one of the first B plays for MIBR.
They're already announcing it a lot more than they have before. Think about the flanks Cadian's gotten away with.
Cadian was so stubborn for around about 5-6 rounds straight, calling triple B leans, anticipating that that B hit was coming eventually, and it never did. All of regulation, it never arrived. And so finally, when we hit OT, he holds his hands up. He said, maybe I was wrong. Maybe they are just going to go A and try and win the game there. And so finally, they don't start 3 in the top of this B spot, and that is when MIBR look to lay down their hat at this B site.
He doesn't peek off the flash, and they peeks a second later. I mean, that's a weird move for Astralis. 20 seconds here. MIBR are coming in. X is still trying to kill Device on the lurk in the meantime, but none of this matters unless MIBR can get into this bomb site. Grenade will do some damage. Cadian's full blind. He can't hold the line. Device dead on the porch side. They get massacred. Wait. Oh my God.
I mean, he was so dead, like, he would have to duck in, stop the plant, and then leave.
To be alive on the other side of the map. And Device is still holding Boiler. He dies while that's happening. I don't know what that flash setup was. Cadian call. These are some of the rounds you see from this team. Like, Cadian calls a flash. Yabi doesn't peek. And Sonny, by the way, full blind. The flash fades. Then Yabi wide swings. Like, peek or don't peek. What's the move?
Yeah, I understand delaying the peak by a moment, right? Because it's common.
Yeah,
it's common to like spray while blind. That's the exact angle Insani's holding. But yeah, he left so
Finally!
long.
Oh, it's Cadian. Finally, anyone with an AWP on this B site. To be fair for MIBR, they haven't seen that all game. Thought it was Device going for the pick. He is still playing the same position. Cadian has 5v4 Astralis.
Oh, just gonna go recommit.
Ballsy.
Ice blinded off the angle, but
Easy.
the timing on that. Going back to drop the util now. No eyes on middle in this whole bit of downtime, and now trying to creep back in. Safe is right there, waiting for this Device. Can't seem to catch a break.
Oh, if he stayed on it, man, he would have had it. Through the smoke. What is happening? Astralis with some ugly whips.
Dependable piece gets in with a handful of kills to give Astralis a fighting chance, a reason to go for this round. But if they attempt it and they fall short, they're broke. Meaning MIBR would be on their way to a flawless T-side. Cadian doesn't even have a gun. He was hoping he could pick one up. That was also an AWP dropped over at short.
Winnable.
Yabi versus Exit. Exit top in the charts. Swings with confidence behind him.
Bro, what is going on in this game? What is happening? Astralis.
Cadian dropped the AWP to go get a gun from short, and the gun that was there was Device's AWP. He wanted a rifle. He wanted to do it silently. It looks so dumb because he runs up with a knife out to go get the...
Doing it middle. They're hearing you.
Oh!
All right. 2 rounds in a row. That was a 5v4 as well.
And something that we never saw happen fully on Mirage is the complete reset of the CT's money in the 3rd round of overtime.
Oh my God. What?
So heading into this, you have 2 rifles, a mag 7 for Device.
Interesting. That screams a bit of desperation here, Harry.
It's kind of like an AWP at certain ranges.
Not at all. Not at all. Bro, if I'm Stown, I'm giving Device that gun. I'm sorry. Like, he's...
So what? He can sit on short with it the entire round?
I can't believe he swapped nades. Oh, when MIBR were in boiler, he would have had the kill. He just would have had the kill.
Okay, Device, we've heard of shotgun AWPing.
How about...
What about AWPing shotgun? Sounds like a riddle. It doesn't even sound real.
Okay, another chance for MIBR.
Bare minimum, the Mag 7 forces Device to get involved. Those are good nades in at the top of Banana. This, I think, should send MIBR away.
Into the Mag. Oh, they hit the nade, though. It's down. Oh, not a B player. They're not ready for this, but this does force them into the Mag 7 and stare back in pit.
I'm going to be honest, I hate where he's playing, so I'm glad Device is repositioning.
Yes.
He was in sight, and now he's gone apps with the Mag 7. He's getting aggressive.
No,
he's going aggressive.
Look at the reroute.
Device,
he's not ready.
Mag 7, moment of truth, dead immediately. Exit finds him. There's the opener. Red carpet rolled out into the A play. It's just Stare left to get past. He's been good at multi-kills here, but boy, does he have his work cut out for him. Molly's going to rain into the pit. He prematurely drops this smoke to extinguish and is allowed to keep on fighting. Stown has his cross as well, so Stare doesn't feel pressure to peak yet. Now Stown loses vision. Stare is plunged into a world of darkness. In the smoke, gets out with one. A wild round as Stare is still alive. Trapped in this cage in the pit. Finally, they put him down. And now just Stown left. They know where he is. He's not been discreet about this. MIBR on their way to a flawless T-side.
No kit. No chance, no hope in hell. This is 15-12 for MIBR, looking for a third map in this series. Even that 2v2, I'm sure it's panicked, but why don't they coordinate? Stown can come through the smoke when Stare swings. He just goes for a dry swing out into the open. They could play that as a unit. They choose not to. Stown's reloading, Stare's swinging. This is quite a fall from grace for Astralis. You can't say they didn't have their opportunity to win this game, even in regulation, man. And now a flawless half of overtime. Astralis have to match it on a T side that only netted them 5 rounds in reg. It feels destined. Exit. His hard work not going nowhere. Some absolutely mind-blowing rounds in this
Safe's
matchup.
thinking, bro, I dropped 50 and we can't win the game, but Exit, 26 and 14, that's enough.
Welcome to Inferno.
Oh, the timing on that!
Careful.
It will go unpunished at least. Astralis get to keep this 5-on-5, and the nades actually do more damage downrange to MIBR.
Trapped.
A follow-up nade. 2 of them are more down low. Device holding for the cross back.
So good smoke, and MIBR know that they really got spotted there, so they hard rotate out the site. There's a fade play at long inside the smoke. Crazy shot for Yabi. The dink doesn't finish anything.
Oh, but Safe hears them rotating away, and now these players in the A site actually hear them running down middle. I feel like this ends back at A, honestly. You've just given such a huge tell that you were leaving top mid.
The anchor is going. Exit is leaving. He was pit. He is repositioning.
MIBR think this is a misstep, but it's all by design for Astralis.
Yeah, but Insani's still here. He can still put on a show, a clinic, couple of kills perhaps in the middle, calling for support now. The util reigns in. Insani in a box, in a corner, in a cage of his own making. Device hits a crucial shot of the AWP, and Astralis, they don't know this site's empty. They don't know MIBR hard rotated out. They need to get that bomb in right now. Cautious. But it's all clear.
Oh my God, just plant. Here we go, that's fine.
Woo! Like, if there's a guy back site there, he dies, they lose. Ooh. This one gives me the heebie-jeebies, Harry.
Nice try for Safe in top mid, but there wasn't really a hell of a lot could be expected to do. Everyone else had long since left him. Nice bit of redirection from Astralis, though, right? Using the confidence of MIBR and the fact that Astralis have been a little bit flustered to kind of give misinfo intentionally to MIBR.
I don't think they knew Insani was there. I don't think they knew they were giving that info. Sure, they ran back. Like, you can... Maybe you're hoping they're hearing that, but I think they would just ran back and then change their mind on the hit. I mean, perhaps, but they never saw Insani. Or Safe, rather. Need a flawless T-side. I like the double smoke fade.
The thing I think, no, I mean, So it was intentional because they're running through top mid, like anyone in sight hears that.
Yeah, true.
The first player immediately went down middle, jumped onto Balk and went into apartments. Like, I think you're only doing that move if you intended to end up back on A. So just a nice call from Cadian. But you need 2 more of them. You need another overtime. Now, I'm not one to say they can't do it after that first map. But that is far from the ideal start. Insani gets aggressive all the way down through Banana.
Close. Move out the way, please. There's an AWP here. AWP takes priority.
Cadian just going to try and brute force this.
What? Nades?
Playing with nades, he just gets run at.
Why nades? He's in front of the wall.
It's all come undone. Yeah. It's all over. All Device, 1v4.
See you in the third.
MOUZ decider. And unless Device can do the impossible, it's been a very quiet second half onwards for Device. Smoke now fades, but he's living on borrowed time. MIBR. Ooh. They lose Lukowski, but he's not ready for the second pit player. A hell of a comeback from this MIBR squad. Wow. They were on the back foot throughout. They had to grind their way into this overtime. And once they got there was no stopping them. They didn't miss a beat. They had 4 bank accounts to have to churn through, get into overtime, go flawless in the first half, and they just had so many chances to close this one out. It felt like it was only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Now we go to Nuke. For this series that doesn't know when to stop. Elimination on the line, and MOUZ decider. Let's try and make sense of what we just saw here on Inferno.
Like, honestly, that game feels like more Astralis just kind of throwing the opportunity away. They had the game in the palm of their hands. They had an ample chance to close it. You know, some really crucial 2v2 retakes they don't go for, they don't win. MIBR played really well at the start and at the end of the game, but right down the middle as Astralis controlling. This game is very hard to understand. But at least the safe Device head-to-head rages on for one more map. I think trying to make sense of it is a good way of putting it. Some nonsensical rounds, some very stressful rounds. And also, I think just like the lack of synergy that Astralis sometimes show, that they're just not on the same page in really late, like closing rounds. They may have good ideas at the start, they may have cool setups, you know, some good ideas, but late rounds, when it's really tense, they're often doing different things. They're often like, it almost looks like they're disagreeing with each other. Like, I'm going to do this. No, come do this. There's so many rounds where Astralis just split up and playing solo and walking in front of each other. Like, oh, dude, I'm getting flashbacks now watching these back. Some of the weird rounds we had.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel insignificant to me that Device wasn't super involved here. It was actually the CT half he struggled the most on and had the least agency in. There wasn't really a round there that was defined by Device. On the flip side of things, MIBR didn't feel like they were shy of hero figures, whether that's Insani barreling his way down Banana at you, Safe holding his own and having good impact on that AWP with multiple attempts to get aggressive early on their CT half, and then obviously tied together beautifully by Exit is kind of the big talking point here. Quieted down a little bit on the T half. Yeah. Wasn't as much of a requirement, but all CT side long, he was super consistent. When we hit OT, he was the guy that helped lay it all to rest by shutting out Cadian and Co in that 1v2 clutch from him.
Yes, and he got that 6-0 lead off. He was like 11-1, like really early in the game.
I think he got as high as like 13-1 at one point. He was having a runaway start to this.
He started super strong, so that's great to see Exit step up in a big way. I said it coming into this series, we didn't see it as much on Mirage. He's actually having a great tournament individually. He's top of the charts for his team, so that's a good sign for MIBR. Even though this is an elimination game, we are 1-2. You still want to win this, plus another matchup tomorrow if you want to go through to the playoffs, and now we have Nuke to decide this series. Yeah, you set bets out the window last map. I'm going to repeat it. Bets out the window, off the table, and into Nuke. That's where you'll find us to finish off this series.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
Well, in this marathon matchup, a race to the bottom, the loser of this is getting eliminated, and after a crazy lengthy back and forth series such as this one with 5 overtimes in it so far and still a third map to be played, whoever does end up copping that L is going to leave this one feeling heartbroken, Hugo.
Yeah, and exhausted.
If you're just tuning in, Mirage, 4 overtimes, finally ends up going the way of Astralis. Now that was MIBR's map pick, a map that they struggled with at the end of 2024, were able to pick up. They have done some work and they were undefeated on it this year, copping their first L now in a very, very close-knit game featuring the clash of Device versus Safe, both AWPers approaching 50 kills in map 1. Inferno was another overtime affair. This time it was MIBR having to launch a comeback with Exit at the helm as the front man, making all the difference. Now we get ready to head to Nuke.
And do you want a positive spin? Do you want a positive spin for Astralis on Nuke? The Device got away on Inferno with being immobile and not being too involved, and we saw that really hold, I think, Astralis back from winning. And the reason we want so much, obviously, is because he's such a goddamn good player. I want him to be more involved in the game, and there were rounds where he was left out of the picture. You can't do that on Nuke. You can't be a passive AWP on CT side. You can't be immobile, and Device knows that better than anyone. One of the best players in the world on this map at his peak, and Nuke CT AWPing, rather, is all about rotations, all about moving around, supporting ramp, coming in heaven, dropping backside when you have the read, playing the smokes, nading them open. He's going to be everywhere. Even T-side, your options for picks on T-side don't get better than Nuke when you have the AWP. So I hope the same applies to Safe, although he has actually been pretty reliable in this game. Device and Safe, the AWP brawl, it's gonna go on, and it's gonna get better, I think, on this third map. At least better than Inferno. Flash play is sick for Astralis. What a cool opening move. Down sets Cadian up for a 1-for-1, and even drops him backside as the mollies come flying in. Missed Molotov. Bit of a danger. MIBR still going to push the issue.
It's down back at the site. Can hear Safe taking steps around him. He's got support in heaven, but for now, Safe is allowed to close the gap. Heaven Swing doesn't come through yet, and it's being covered from the vent anyway, but finally Safe is mopped up, leaving it all on Exit, that previous star from Inferno.
Damn, Exit looking fresh right now. Nice beanie. Barely even playing. He's on Candy Crush. Oh dear. It was even funny when it swapped to the other cams. It was just empty chairs. Sorry. It's too funny. Astralis win the pistol. Nice active play. Cadian gets the info, kind of disrupts it early, and then a good setup of backside where Astralis flank ramp as well. I think this is going to be a very exciting third map. Hard to top the other two, for sure.
Yeah.
Kind of hard.
That's fair. It's a fair statement.
The bar's pretty high. Kind of hope we don't get a stomp now. That would be a shame, honestly. But here on Nuke, MIBR on the economical. Astralis' track record on Nuke, patchy, but decent. Ups and downs, wins and losses. Not really beating any top teams.
I don't even know if history's playing into this match.
That's a good point.
It's kind of a statistical anomaly of a series.
Good point, yeah. MIBR played Wildcard here though the other day, and they got smoked.
I miss the permanent grim waiting room cam. Because Complexity have been hanging around for a while.
True, they got another map to wait. That's a good point. In a series that started 2.5 hours.
No,
3.5 hours. 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Don't do it live. 5 alive for Astralis as we get into the buy round here from MIBR. Shutting down.
And a bit of a remix on that. Let's see what they can do with their T-side. Is it going to be jamming? Insani seems to think so. Makes it across, but not for long. Down already set up. I don't know. Did he teleport?
Yeah, that was
Insani
crazy.
took the insta timing to run across.
I don't even know how he got there. Just must have run it. Down ramp, Cadian hears him out. They are looking for hell. Got to get through the flames first. It's down in spawn to stop it. Stound's got a great position here to contain this wrap. It's in the open though, and they check him. Stare. He could be cleared if they go rafters as well. Oh, unchecked. Unconsidered, perhaps. No one looking right now. This is weird. Had his time to go, but now they're considering it. Will fall at the hands of Drop. Getting up this ladder, an impossibility. Ugh. So MIBR first rifle round secured.
Yeah, don't have to wait long.
The long dog of the law. Yeah, where did Stound... I literally don't know where he came. Was that the fastest timing? Didn't see him cross there in the replay. Couldn't have come up from B. Guess he must have. Crossed.
Every one of these games,
whoa,
even with a light bit of back and forth at the start, has often been streaks.
Oh, I like
Inferno
that.
started 6-0.
Yeah.
Mirage, sure, there was an early upset with like that 4-spy win, if you remember, but
it
was 1-1, and then but then the streak happened, right?
I like that call from MIBR. They send X outdoor, making it look like an A-rush and Hut as well, and then they run ramp, and Cadian insta-flanked, I think it was. And so he pushes ramp, and they just kill him and get out. So that's actually a really cool idea for MIBR to force Cadian's reaction. Cadian at ramp is a bit scary for Astralis, if I'm not being clear. Because I feel like MIBR already showing they want to exploit that. And again, they go down B, they get mollied, they tick in it, and then they pull back and go hell. Astralis realize in the quiet, this is where it's going. They're even coming 2 players up the vent, playing this top side. They know where MIBR are going, dropping in. Oh, he wanted the bomb, but they all fall. Should still be fine. 3v2.
They only get forced, though, to try and spread out. Like, you can't all play backside here. And so as they try to go into the hut, they run right in a stare. Ready, gun on for a second player. Spam damage connecting. Drop getting softened up. This accidental drop down with all 3 players could come back to haunt MIBR, but that's a heads-up move from Drop. Pressures that... Gunman over at the door. Bomb's not planted for him, though. They still planted Heaven's side, and that forces the commit from Drop. Stare. Ace clutch for Astralis. They feed him in the hut.
Wow.
After a misplayed drop down out of heaven.
Yeah, 3v4.
Stare starts strong.
3v4, and 1 player's stuck vent. And I think the full drop out of heaven, you said it perfectly. Like, there's not that many positions. I think drop route's really nice there. He gets in hut, he still gets out and chases Stound's reloaded Tetris, but there's just not enough positions to play. And as they push into stair, he forces them to swing with that smoke tap. No kit, he was never going to stick it, but Drop don't know that. Stair with an ace clutch. Reliable young buck on this Astralis roster. And he shakes MIBR off his back. That's why you always want to leave someone in heaven, you know? Maybe Astralis mollied it, but I didn't see that. But fatigue certainly playing a factor here. 3.5 hours deep into a BO3.
skirmish out in the yard starts off strong for Astralis. Down getting the drop on Insani. Safe still made it down, and well, exact a bit of revenge here. Device taken out. Ollie in the vent.
Yeah,
so that stops the lower rotate. Stead didn't commit to that. Instead, it's going to fall to Cadian, but that now leaves the gap at ramp room, and
he knows they're down.
I don't know what the... Well, they might still win the round anyway, which I guess is relieving. They now have the bomb out in the yard.
Cadian does just look lost sometimes. Like, this is what I was saying in the last map. It just feels like the comms, like, but there's no way he doesn't know. Device is dead secret, and Stairs running. Like, there's no way you don't know they're down. Safe is running, and yeah, just walks in. Some banging shots hit by Safe to find Device in secret. And trying to pick up this package. They can't even go too slow because they still need to plan for the worst and get it back to the bomb site in time. Down, gets a kill. He peeks the Molotov. Nice move. And there's Yabby. Does enough to close it, I think. How do you save this round now? You don't.
Bomb picked up, but he will be left saving here.
Didn't even get the bomb.
Didn't even manage that. Spammed out by Yabby. Good stuff for him and Stown. That old school duo, 5 kills between the two of them.
Yeah. I feel like maybe this is going to be Stown's best map because he's in a way better position. You know, playing yard to dream position for a star rifler, and he hasn't really delivered star factor today, which is a shame because he had a lot of really impactful double kills on Inferno. But it was either 2 or 0 for Stown. That's what it felt like. And sometimes, you know, 2 kills not enough because Stair would fall and it'd be Stown getting 2 and then they save. But this should be a better map off position for Stown. Especially if Astralis are going to give him nades on the outside smoke, set him up.
Back to the drawing board for MIBR. This start to the half already feeling a little bit awkward because they've had chances to break through and now they're starting to get wrecked in these yard fights. Even though they got safe across, never had the manpower to commit with anyone else. It was just a one-man venture down in lower and a nice crunch on the yard for Astralis. The game plan going to be, because this can very quickly start to get out of control. You're still close to breaking Astralis, MIBR, because these rounds have still come down to the wire. You had the ace clutch from Stair. 2 players surviving in the last round. And so that's why MIBR have elected to put some money in here. A lot of money, all their money, in fact. Looking like just a top site exec. Or they're going to run KDM ramp, and I think that's actually more likely.
He's got MP9 no nades, so faking ramp, so it will be A. It's not too strong of a fake. If anything, Cadian's going to realize and be able to hit the flank timing. Maybe he's scarred by his previous rounds, but nope, Cadian immediately pushing is going to be right behind them here as they storm this site. Lukowski, lovely double. Cadian coming in, backstab connects. Lukowski on 3. Oh, and Device out of nowhere. Lukowski on for the ace, he gets it! All 5! How's he done that?
We missed the last 2, right? But the first 3 were immaculate, and I knew where the other 2 CTs were coming from, so the fact that he's just picked that up is insane. Like the 180 into another 180 here. He has 2 bullets left as he takes that fight. And then the quick flick. He is operating only on 180-degree swivels throughout that entire round.
Dude, Tech9's so good. It's so crazy. He makes it work. Makes it sing. on that A hit. My God, and Astralis knew that was
this
coming.
series has had everything,
Yeah, dude,
okay?
it's had
Map
some
1,
crazy
Clash of the
highlights.
Orpers, 4 overtimes. Map 2, Battle of the Riflers, Exit looking good, another overtime. This one, Clash of Aces, an ace for Stare, and now an ace for LuCauzi.
Yeah, it's the young pieces who've got that energy still in the third map.
I didn't have the MIBR versus Astralis elimination game on my must-watch list coming into this, but I think it's quintessential viewing.
Well, don't worry, you can tick it off in a couple overtimes later. Astralis' money is bottoming out. 2 rifles. Can still recover this. They win this round. Astralis back in control of this game. If they lose it, MIBR are about to build a very strong T-side very suddenly.
That's why that ace round from LuCauzi is so crazy, right? Like, that was MIBR going all in a situation where a lot of teams would have just saved, prioritized bringing out the rifles, but they wanted to capitalize on all the damage they've done early on here. And so now they're in that position. They have that chance to start to pull ahead on this T side, crossing a lot of bodies behind these smokes. 4 players make it down unscathed. So Stown in a tough position here. Good damage on the nade, holding this pixel angle.
This is scary.
I often see this go wrong, but it's...
What? He didn't see them. He didn't see them.
And that's him dead. Yabby tries to collect the trade. Good for 1 at least.
Was he not wide enough? Was there no pixel gap?
I mean, he was certainly fiddling with his left and right as he was trying to get into that position.
Oof. Oof. They just run him down. Sure, there's a player on the B side, but MIBR aren't jumping the gun here. They've still got a lurker outside. If they wanted to pull back and go upper, they could. The 2 rifles are B. MIBR have no way to know that. So they encircle the site. Exit coming to join them. As far as winning a 2v or 3v4, this is the way to do it. Astralis have everyone here right now. Stairs even in position.
This is a wild round.
This is going to be interesting. 20 seconds if they're going to go.
They're leaving it really late.
Okay, here we come.
Gonna try and explode in now. Out through the single door with 3 players from this position. Cadian sleeping at the wheel, and it's only Stare left standing, even though MIBR walking in. They haven't planted. They didn't plant the bomb. They've lost the round. Oh my God, they've lost the round. Oh my God, they lost the round. Yeah, bro, I'm doing the exact same.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's good to see them joining Astralis with
my God.
the ludicrous mistakes this evening. That is... Who had the bomb? Who had the bomb? LuCauzi, he's holding W. He's not planting. He's running. Where are you? Why are you running? Where are you running to? Plant the bomb. He had it out and he's running.
Oh, that would have been the start. MIBR would have started to steamroll the T side, and now it's left hanging in the balance.
From an ace to disgrace for LuCauzi. He's dead first. Dead as a doorknob. Astralis.
I think around like that hurts your mental as a team.
Look at the big rush. I can't believe they don't call a pause after that.
Yeah.
They rush outside. Oh, this is...
On one hand, it's like you did everything right.
Tilt.
And so you're trying to like still play within the momentum of that last round, but I think that is a tilter, and I think that's a slow burning tilter that is gonna really shape up how this first half plays out.
That's the worst round today. They've won. They've won.
Astralis take the edge in quantity, but the quality of the bad round from MIBR is unmatched.
It's like a car crash. You can't look away. Yeah. It draws you in. A ship to the rocks. Oh my goodness. All right, this flank is going to miss it. So, do they keep someone heaven this time? I'd like to think so. Molly in the hut. Stick that bomb. Drop's got it.
15 seconds though, so come on.
Please plant. Someone. He takes,
Drop was the one with the head in his hands at the end of that. Burning him out into the open, low on health is Drop. His teammate even lobbing in Util from Heaven, gives up the aim of the game. That's where they've established this post plot. Drop's going to get run out and the Heaven player can't do a thing. Exit left on the extremities, has to clutch up in this 1v2.
Smoke works against him, but they don't have a kit, Harry. They kind of need this kill. They don't want a full 10-second stick it. Can Exit play with his food?
Oh, he's toyed with them on that first swing. Gets the info that they're not in it. Commits to that fight. And so Stare looking to walk this one over the line. MIBR, I feel like they desperately needed that round just to get themselves back in this game. Both to build up a bit of a bank, to break Astralis' money, to get that T-side going, what was promised in the round prior with the missed bomb plant. But they can't manage it. Exit can't clutch up. Stare puts a stop to it.
This is maybe the best game of the year.
One of the things I think is so important about Stare in this team is, like, sure, he doesn't really fit the bill as a star player, but he is very consistent. You don't often get those horrible Stare games, but the same can't be said for others in this roster. You feel like the kind of window on it is he's either average to great. It's somewhere in that realm, which is fine. That's what you want from a player like him. He holds his own in that clutch. He's offered up an ace round to Astralis as well. Technically, he won the round down on that B site too by just staying alive.
Good point. Didn't think of that.
Would have been very easy to have, like, swung early to anticipate it was all over to try and stop the plant, but he...
Sick 1v4.
Yeah.
All right, drop hero gun. MIBR on the half buy, they go ramp. Cadian here. Cadian drops a flash, nothing else, nothing else. He's got to run. He's got no way to stop him chasing him. They are going to keep going. MIBR have nothing to lose in running down the captain on this B site. Good spray for Cadian. 2 kills come in, and Stown is fast to rotate, reacting out through the single door. MOUZ in the open front site. Stown takes him out. Can't close the round, but they should be good for it. Astralis flood B, and they find a 7th. Right now, they're winning this game pretty heavy-handedly.
MIBR, take a pause, please.
Yeah, please.
I don't think it's fully dawned on them yet what losing that earlier round did to them. It's robbed them of the ability to get going on this T side. It feels like it's hurt the team overall. They've lost any momentum, after that grueling first map, whenever we saw MIBR, it was all smiles. The energy was really high. I think that's very important in this team. And instead, they look tilted.
And that was a huge swing round.
Yeah,
so
it was. No, that
game.
is the most important round in the entire first half, and they lost it to a silly mistake. But they need the timeout, man.
Now just keep running. Keep running.
Because now you're just on autopilot. You're just going through the motions. You gotta calm down. Astralis trying to level up. MOUZ will deal with him on the lobby push.
Cadian's clearing T lobby at 1:30. He walked through his own smoke. Look, he is funny. He is entertaining. You can't deny Cadian that. Pretty out there. But the AK reigns supreme, holds him back, and Drop gets an upgrade. But with how this game's going, I would stick with the Tech 9, my god. For the run and gun. Yabby pushes outside and they spot him. For a moment, they had a weak A, but now he's gone to reinforce. Hut roof molly coming in. Break on the door. They're going for it. Down the vent.
Is an option, sure. Into this double setup. It's a strong crossfire setup here, and with Stown getting out with a double stare, hard to get past at the best of times. He's just a rock at the back of this site, dropping down lower. Safe gonna try make his play, but look who's already here.
Hello.
Dead! Safe with the tech, jumps in that door, gets it down to the clutch. Stare, now's the time to show us what he brings to the table. Mr. Consistent is bested by Safe, taking heads off. There's a 1v2 for MIBR. There's a much needed pick-me-up for this T side.
Yeah, put that straight in your veins. You need the round, you need the inspiration right now. You need Safe to show them what you're made of. Crazy 1v2. What a clear on device. I can't believe he's ready for that fight. Peekaboo from Cadian. And Pika bye-bye for Astralis against a swing round that may get MIBR back in this T side after all. They're gunning for 5. What a shot. Safe with the shutdown clutch. And we've still got a game. Device's AWP is out. Cadian starts lower. He comes up secret. And these are fake smokes for the most part. It's only Insani running outside. And Molly should keep Cadian honest. But if he wants to, he could confirm whether they're committing. He'll go back instead all the way, leaving Device on the ramp with a great shot, catching drop, running away. Oh, and I love this trade for Astralis. Talk about the mobile orb. Device goes back outside to re-clear when these smokes fade, and Cadian takes ramp instead. He needs to live. Can't push this round. 5v4, Astralis desperate. Their economy on the line for the last round of the half.
Both teams are, right?
Yeah.
And Astralis in the driver's seat right now in this 5v4, shuffling the defense around. Sure, there are timings where they're potentially out of position, but I think Device getting into hell on this timing is huge. He's going to be available to help out from heaven. He's now posted there on that AWP. This becomes a very tricky site take. You're walking into a 4-man stack if you're MIBR.
Oh,
Team nade on a Lucauzi. Exit trying to make amends for it, but crunched in lobby. Finished off 8-3 for Astralis. Money now broken for MIBR.
I feel like Lucauzi's been team killed 3 times in this series. Twice by Safe and now by Exit. I think it was him every single time. Can't catch a break. And that is a crazy round win for Astralis. Device picking drop mid-air. Beautiful shot. And rotating at the right time. Not that he's required, but it lets Astralis fight 3 players on this door smoke. And they just maul MIBR, looking for a dominant CT side to end this series, to send them home. Gabby again, 12-6, shutting this down. He does keep running pistoled, and they're just going to explode into this A site.
This is wild. Stout blows the smoke open, dead, and with the pistols doing it with less is MIBR. Device, there's no choice but to attempt this one. Blows the smoke open. Deagle secures that opening kill. MIBR steal themselves away. They've got crossfires to play. Util to drop in. There should be no world back into this for Device.
Correct, but
stranger things have happened. This game has been full of twists and turns.
Oh, double hut roof.
There should be no world.
That's the kicker. Got to look straight up.
And to his right, he would need to have multiple guns and drop. Lives up to his name, falls into the fight and gets rid of Device to salvage 4 for MIBR on their T side.
Yeah, it's not a great half, but it's, you know, could have been better if they won that crucial round. Could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I think, you know, zooming out now from like some of the wild and funny and low points of this series, a series that has had everything, starting with a ludicrous display. It's been a long slog of a series as well for everyone in the server. Is that exhaustion looking like it's setting in for Cadian on the other side?
Yeah.
Thinking about, you know, this half for MIBR, you're happy that you get out with 4. It's just you hurt because you know this could have been so much more. You had multiple chances to break through with your T side, get those rounds on the board earlier. You saw Astralis was strapped for cash that entire first half. And MIBR, through, unfortunately, fault of their own, weren't able to capitalize on it to the fullest extent. Now they move over to the CT side. For Astralis, this has looked far better, given some helping hands, sure.
Ooh. Yeah. Look, we've seen bigger comebacks. We've seen these exact comebacks into overtime in this series, so MIBR, can they strap their heads back on, twist it in place, and survive this series to stay in the tournament? Astralis rife with mistakes, but this has been their cleanest game yet. Nuke has been reassuring to watch for an Astralis that have had troubles playing as a team.
Yeah.
The synergy struggling. T-side explosion into A.
Oh, instead, double opener will get put in the dirt by Exit. There's no one left actually in the site itself, and there's still lobby control for Astralis. Now, Cadian has taken the bomb down lower. Exit starts to give chase in through hell, and they send one man to go and hunt down here, but Safe's not able to find him. Plant secured in at lower. Exit might be here ahead of time, but Cadian can wait. He's buying time for his teammates to move around and join him. No reason to go down fighting this alone when he's got all this support around him. And so the rest of Astralis now arrive. Exit clutching at straws for a way back in, with Astralis picking up that pistol. There is very little left in this CT side. They're low on time, or MIBR, if they want to save this. It's going to come down to either a force or one rifle round, maybe two in this second half.
Right for Cadian there, getting that bomb down vent, knowing that's the last place MIBR are going to be checking, and it's impossible to force the kill when he's backside like that.
I mean, this has been a very testing matchup for these teams, right? That opening map taking almost 2 hours. Second map, another OT affair. This has demanded a hell of a lot from you. A lot of focus, a lot of ideas. You're constantly having to problem solve, coming up with new stuff, and I think we're at the kind of limit of that now for these teams. If map 1 was a test of the A game, map 2 a test of the B game, this is the C game. And thankfully, Astralis have been used to playing that for a while, so they're looking good. Yeah, I had to get one in, but here we are.
Don't worry.
Out in the yard, they make it across.
Yeah, they missed the heaven smoke. That's what that weird silo smoke is. It's meant to bounce and land in heaven, but it's actually okay. The only downside is MIBR saw them rapping when Astralis wanted to just get the hell control for free, but there's kind of nothing to stop this move. The scouts on ramp looking lobby, drops by his side, one down the vent. This is an A split just getting teed up by Astralis. And it should be absolutely fine, given the positions of MIBR, who are very split right now and are just gambling B, hoping for the best. Sadly, they can't even save there, so they're going to have to move. Up the vent, maybe. They're hearing all this go on. Well, they're probably not. It's miles away up in heaven. They'll find out the hard way. And so even saving, I think, when they're in this position, is going to be very difficult. It almost, because of that reason, it's almost worth it to just fly up the vent and try and challenge. But Astralis have great post-plant positions. They are spread out. And they are boxing MIBR in to B. So up ramp they go.
Saving on this map is hard. Yeah. And with all the extremities covered, only slight little bit of safety is over here in ramp.
Astralis also know that, so if they wanted to punish, it would be easy, but they also have 4 rifles, so maybe just send Jabby, who's checking spawn instead. So this half-buy gets another try, but Astralis get one step closer to eliminating the Brazilians. Sad to see MIBR go out like this after 2 hyper-competitive games. 4 overtimes on Mirage. Another overtime with a win for MIBR on Inferno. On a comeback as well. And here we go. Another shot.
They don't find success here. It leaves them with 1 buy round between them and this game being over. Drop challenged, drop falters. Tag from the scout is nice.
Ooh, that could have been it. Still can be, but smoked out.
I think he actually got a collateral there as well, catching Stown, who's also in the same position as Yabby, who took that first shot.
Nice.
So honestly, like, you've at least kind of calmed this aggression over towards ramp for now on the back of that double tag.
Scared Astralis back from hitting ramp, fearing maybe there's more players in store, and that's not the case. MIBR have 3 upper. So I'm not really worried, but Astralis are looking like they're going to go into the stack. Stairs coming in through main. That should be the insurance policy to this top site. Smoked off right now. Do Astralis want to wait for that smoke to evaporate? Oh.
Okay, opener for Lukowski. That's the bomb as well. The bomb now dropped out in the open at the door. Lukowski burns alive. Good util to get rid of him. Device double opener on this AK. Exit back of the site, gonna get overran, overwhelmed, and a big round put forth from Device. And so this is it for MIBR. A series that has demanded a lot from both of these teams. A series that is 4 hours deep right now. All comes down to this rifle round. It was all for nothing for MIBR, and they will be leaving this event feeling crushed if they don't stick the landing on this rifle round.
Even then, that's got to be the start of yet another comeback in this series. Both teams have had to do it. Are MIBR up for the task? An AWP outside. Safe peers over the silo. They're scaling below him, though.
I mean, this guy's trying to tap back in at the level he showed us at the start of the series. Nearly 50 kills from him in 4 overtimes. Finished top of the charts in that entire first map, even outperforming Device, who was on a heater, and there's Safe securing the opener here in a very important round for MIBR.
Double lurk, though, so if Stam goes quiet for a little bit, Safe will eventually rotate, and Stam can play really late in this round. Safe still checking stuff, but the longer that goes on, the more you're going to call. Outside's probably clear. Let me reinforce something. So let's see how this goes, whether Stam will go too early. Nope, Safe repositions. Can still check on timings outside. Astralis, oh, he commits. That's exactly what Stan wants. He starts to move on the flank. Astralis don't need to go yet. Yabi jumps the gun. Stan's probably calling, give me time, I've got room. He's going to shoot them in the back. Climbing up heaven is the best move. There are 2 players right below him.
I mean, this could still get awkward. And did he just make noise?
I heard something.
Yeah. They're holding it. Exit ready for that.
He stepped.
And now the bomb trying to come in alone through main. Meanwhile, Device, or through door rather, Device late in main. Gonna struggle to even play into this. Dead at the first turn of his appearance into the site. Cadian's got to back out and save.
Was it him stepping or was it backside? Because it didn't sound like the right noise.
No, it was weird.
So maybe it wasn't
regardless, they knew outside had been given up, right?
Yeah.
Like, Safe had abandoned out in the yard for a long time, so it makes sense they're holding heaven.
You feel like they'd both turn around if he steps there, but either way, they're ready for it. Safe calls it. I think it's just a safe play for MIBR. Maybe it's them walking backside.
The swing from Yabi in the door early as well is so questionable. I feel like that makes it very apparent that you're waiting for something, right? Like, you've just showed your hand trying to trickle a guy in through A, and then you slow down. Everywhere else on the map goes completely silent for like 30 seconds. It's no wonder that MIBR were ready for that heaven flank.
But if you were going to make a comeback, it would come off the back of the 5 alive round. They pick up AKs on 4 players. They have the AWP still here. Safe hit his opening kill. They played it safe, if you pardon the pun. And look, it's a long way back, but that's the best it's going to get in terms of a clean gun round. So Astralis, money on the line in this one. This round costs 2 if you lose.
Oh, outside Safe. Dons this angle, picked up out of the round. Device with a wide swing. Well, there's the pivotal player. MIBR's successful one in the previous knocked out first. Follow-up kills all across the map. And so while MIBR are doting on the idea of a comeback, they're believing after a 5 alive rifle round, it's a very, very harsh trip back to reality for MIBR. Drop and exit are worlds apart here. Drop needs something huge. It's a lot of damage, not a bad way for it to open, but good response. Stair swings it wide. The rest of his team peeking close. And so Astralis now, they have many a chance to walk this series over the line after 2 neck-and-neck maps, ultra-competitive, 5 overtimes. The third might end in a blowout. MIBR out of steam.
Yeah, it feels like that's part of it for sure, but I also think experience reigning true here for Astralis on a tactical map, on a map where people have to really communicate well. That has been a danger for Astralis in this series.
I also just can't believe how little pauses have been thrown in from MIBR.
True.
It feels like they've just let this wash over them. Where's that fight gone?
Out of energy, out of options. out of the tournament if this round comes in for Astralis.
Yeah, it's sad to say. It's felt like MIBR are just on autopilot a bit here in this third map. Things aren't flowing as nicely. They don't have some, you know, cool ideas or gimmicks or reads or stacks. It's been slow T-side rounds, relying heavily on mid-round decisions. And the CT half has been devoid of aggressive moves. Finally, we have something a little bit different with the double lower drop, right? Aware that ramp was left open. A concession made early by MIBR, so they play accordingly.
They just have nothing here, right, with that window smoke in. Drop can't actually stop them crossing in. Even this span is a huge danger, and Astralis get all the space. Single door, pressure, they survive it, and smokes come down. Astralis covering this site, giving MIBR no avenue. The window smoke may fade, but Drop's life does as well, and Astralis are 4 kills away from eliminating the Brazilians.
Yeah, make it 3. Stair picks up one more. Astralis, after a grueling series, look to lay this one to rest, continue fighting for a spot in the playoffs, and for MIBR, end of the line. Over 4 hours later, MIBR's time at Cluj-Napoca draws to a close in a rip-roaring series, one that had everything. Literally everything. Highs, lows, overtimes, aces, highlights, lowlights, you name it. In the end, it all comes crumbling down for this MIBR squad and head in their hands as it simply got away from them.
Devastating loss, because you know how winnable it was with those 5 overtimes. 4 overtimes in the first map. Anyone could have won that game. MIBR certainly had the opportunity to do so. They close out a very difficult Inferno with some really nice A-pops. I think their T-side on that map was very impressive, and obviously Safe, kind of man of the match, you know, for MIBR. His first map was unbelievable. Over 40 kills, almost 50 kills on that map. Not enough to close it out against an informed device. And my God, do Astralis send a message in that third one, tearing MIBR limb from limb. Look, we were critical of Astralis. We certainly had things to say. There were certainly ugly rounds in this game for Astralis, but truth remains, third map looking dominant. They're still in a run for it. They could get a good draw tomorrow. They absolutely could go through the playoffs. It's not the worst I've ever seen Astralis play, and that's saying
this
something.
is the saddest moment.
That's the
I mean,
one.
this was where this map got away from them.
Yeah.
This round tilted them out of the game, and I don't even think they realized how badly it affected them. Not only on like a physical level, the T-side would have been way better had they won a round that they had already won.
Yeah.
Right? All they had to do was plant the bomb. They'd done the hard part. And so, yeah, past that point, not a lot of pauses. That round ended, and Drop had his head in his hands. He's a young captain. He's new to the role. And I think that just got under his skin a bit, and that may be reflected in the rest of the team. Yeah. It's a shame as well, because MongolZ played really well in this third map. He was doing all he could to try and keep them in it. He had that ace round, that phenomenal ace out into the top site. He finishes up towards the top of the board for MIBR. And in spite of all of that, it's his biggest failure, his darkest hour, that's the most memorable here on map 3. That is a grueling way to have lost this series. Yeah, if this one went really down to the wire and it's OT and it's close, sure, it was going to suck no matter how you get eliminated, but at least you could say you put in a good fight. And I think that's the part that hurts for MIBR here. After 2 great fights on the previous maps, it ends with a whimper on Nuke, with a tilter of a round. In the early stages of this game, it all fell apart. For Astralis, their journey now continues. Stair, Stown, both stepping up come map 3. Stair just consistent across the entire series, feeling like a bit of a backbone piece of this team. Won't ever hit the same heights as like a device, but will be dependable. You kind of know the mileage you can expect for Stair, which is more than I can say for the Stown and Yabi in this team.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to talk about stars as well, I think one thing that's actually disappointing was Insani today. I think he didn't really show his best face. He had some really crucial rounds down the tail end of Mirage, and he definitely picked it up late in that game, akin to how Stown did, with a very quiet regulation. But But when it came to the end of Inferno, the end of this third map, I think there was very little of note done from Insani. Of course, there have been bigger role changes. We've seen LuCauzi fit into a lot of positions, and he's improved as a result in this team, getting more comfortable. But that seems to have come at the cost of Insani, and I think it really shows. This guy's meant to be the big thing, the next big thing in Brazil, and he's absolutely performed on LAN against great opposition. But today, and really in this tournament, it wasn't about Insani. Insani didn't draw much notes. It was LuCauzi. It was safe in that first map. It was Exit on Inferno and in the other games that MIBR have played. So kind of a sad way to go out for Insani. I think MIBR have some learning to do, some time, hopefully, for this team. I do still like this roster, but not hitting today, not hitting on that third map. It was a hell of a long game, Harry.
Yeah, over 4 hours of Counter-Strike in this one series, 5 overtimes, all the rounds, all the maps. But in the end, MIBR's journey ends here with one hell of a series, sure, but not the ending they would have liked. That leaves us with one game still to play here. Complexity versus Saw have been waiting a long time to get in the server, and they finally get to compete now. Yeah. It's same stakes as this game. Elimination on the line for one of those teams.
Yeah, dead team, nerf or buff. We're about to find out for Saw, and for Complexity, picking up their first win of the year as well. They're able to go on and maybe even get into that 2-2 spot and be in a position to fight for playoffs as well. That's us done, though. PGL Cluj-Napoca will be handing it over to MOUZ and Dinko, and we will be done for the tournament. So thank you, PGL. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and best of luck to the remaining teams. Saw Complexity up next.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Complexity are coming into Cluj-Napoca looking to try and course correct, I would say, when it comes to results that you've been seeing so far throughout this year. But we can understand why it hasn't been easy. You had new players coming into the team, you make some big changes, you lose Elige as well. Obviously, when we're looking at that, what kind of expectations have you put on yourselves, and how long it will take to find the way you want to play and find your form again?
I wouldn't say there's any expectations, really. I mean, just we want to play as best as we can, but I think with the way the new system works, I mean, we have to get wins, we have to play well in the first 3 months. So what we need to do is we need to stay around the rank that we are and try and overtake the other NA teams to try and get a berth into the major. The focus right now really is just learning and getting better and getting the rookies comfortable. Yeah. And then the wins will just follow through with that as long as we're successful. Then things will kind of just work out, but we'll have to see what happens, because bringing 2 new rookies into the team, losing Elige is a big change for everyone. That's the first time that these 2 guys have been to Europe and been boot camping, not to Europe in general. I think CXCI went to some challenger events. Okay. But in terms of tier 1 events, it's the first time for both of them, and just it takes some getting used to, so I'm hoping that they're getting comfortable now. We've been boot camping for 6 weeks, so hopefully the results coming out of this event.
And that's crazy, right? You were ready for the start of this year. You told me you got it on the 6th of January. You've been boot camping non-stop. You've been playing events as well. Can you start to see some progress?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think when we first started boot camping, I think we had there was a week where we lost almost every single scrim. Oh no. But now, I mean, practice is going well most of the time. I think the players are gelling well. We're very comfortable with each other again. Okay.
Do you notice a difference in the rookie players in terms of how they play when they get into some of these officials against tough opposition? Can you see a difference compared to when they're playing in practice? Are they still learning through that?
I mean, I think it's difficult for me to say because we've only played 3 matches actually like on LAN already this year. I mean, we lost all of them, but they were really close games, and I think we were playing like top teams, so it was always going to be hard for us to beat those teams just from the get-go. But in terms of like communication and stuff like that, I don't feel like the guys are getting that nervous or anything like that. I know they've mentioned to me that like they're a little nervous, but I mean that's expected when you're playing. Everyone gets nervous, and especially for your first big games. I think when I was first playing my tier 1 events, I was also getting nervous, and I think that's normal.
We know obviously losing a Liege is a big thing in terms of the firepower, but how is it for you as a leader in terms of the voice you had in the team as well?
It's a little different. I think when playing with Liege, like he has a lot of his own ideas and he has a lot of things that he wants to do in his own part of the map. And now for me, it's more just like taking the reins back on certain things. So there's a lot more. I think back when it was with Liege, maybe it was like 70% me and 30% him, but now it's like back to like 85, 90% me. I mean, Liege is just a big voice in general. That's just how he likes to play. I'm sure like back in FaZe now, he's doing the same thing that he was in our team. But I'd say like, yeah, it's just a lot more work for me now than it was before.
Now, obviously, if we look at Hulzerk, if we look at Grim in there as well, they've been with you for a long time. Is someone else on that thing, do you want them to step up as well and have more of a voice and help you with some more of it?
I think CXCI is actually doing a pretty good job.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job.
Okay, I didn't expect that. That's very good.
He's in those positions, a lot of the positions that Liege was in, so it's kind of like part of the role that he needs to step up in terms of mid-round calling and his roles and speaking about like what we should be doing next and what he should be doing in his positions. It's just baby steps, like we have to see how it goes, but I think that he's doing a good job.
Well, that's a positive sign that he's already willing to take some of that, so maybe in time it will grow into more and help balance that load for you. For your expectations at Cluj, it is getting worrying for you guys, obviously, with the results you said, and you need some points here. Like, what are you aiming for? Like, to get the first win, what's the goals?
I mean, for me, I want to make the playoffs. I kind of miss playing in front of the arenas. Yeah, it's been like, I think it's probably been like over a year being in arena. Like, we've made playoffs at Pro League or something like that, but it's been a long time since being in the arena for me. So for me, playoffs, but I think for the team, like we just have to focus on getting that first win now because we haven't even gotten a win this year besides in open qualifiers. I mean, after that, for me, it's just playoffs and getting enough points for invites for the next events.
Very nice. Well, step by step, it is a grind, but you seem like you're ready for the challenge, so best of luck, JT.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. It's the final game here on the B stream. Complexity versus Saw. Jason. Complexity got their first win yesterday versus Imperial Valkyries, but now a step up in opposition against Saw. But Saw, they've had their own troubles. Hasn't looked the greatest. We all know the storyline surrounding them, so I really don't know how this series is going to go.
No, it's going to be a unique one. And I think it's going to be like that kind of like scrappy, weird Counter-Strike that's a little bit crazy. Kind of like how we saw in the Astralis MIBR series. I think there's going to be a lot of mistakes, a lot of like crazy plays, a lot of things you don't normally expect to see at a professional Counter-Strike event. But look, it's going to be fun. That's what we got in store for us today, is a couple hours of fun with Complexity and Saw.
That is true. And the last time we watched Saw, they had you asking why, Jason, repetitively. So
I still don't know. I still haven't gotten the answer to that question. I still have no idea.
You pondered it for a while, but still haven't come to conclusion. Well, there's your boy Grim on the screen. He's going to have to become more of a star in this Complexity squad. I think we've seen that at times. Against Imperial Valkyries, I don't think they're really tested that hard, but Grim in particular was taking a lot of initiative, taking a lot of space on train, so that's a map that I'm going to be excited watching Grim on throughout the season. We'll see if he continues to see improvements there, but JT talking about how losing Elige has kind of lost that secondary voice in the team, and he has a lot more responsibility on his shoulders, but that Sixie's kind of contributing a little bit more than the rest of the squad.
Sure, but I mean, with limited experience, I mean, first of all, you're never going to be able to replicate what Elige does. Complexity losing Elige is kind of like G2 losing Nico, like an incredibly talented player with the rifles, obviously super effective in his roles, and that also has great input on the round in terms of secondary calling, in terms of bringing ideas, and in terms of identifying what needs to be done in the moment. So you can't replicate that with just one person, and you certainly can't replicate it with someone coming in without his, 10+ years of experience of playing at the highest level. So that's the big obstacle for Complexity with this lineup, is the new guys, Nix and Sixie, get underway. And then on the other side of things, Saw, you alluded to it, the story. We know SHR, we know Roman are both leaving the team after this tournament. They'll be changing up. We've got further, I guess I kind of at one point said I wanted to hear kind of the thought process of why that was happening. And I know I saw like a little quote that, there's a feeling within the team that they cannot fix the problems and elevate this team's games from within Portugal. They have to look outside Portugal. So it's going to be another one of these regional organizations now realizing that if they want to contend with the best, you have to go international. You have to open up the pool of players of which you select from.
Yeah, and for Saw, obviously every game here could be their last with this organization. For some of the individuals, talking SHR, talking Roman, and they go out today. If they lose this series, 1-2 game. Just remind you guys of the context of it. There's no progression for any of these teams into the playoffs, but they'll get their last chance tomorrow. So it's a 1-2 record game. Here's the veto coming up. Saw going in for the Ancient pick, and Complexity going for Inferno. I don't think Saw are going to be too disappointed about that. Their Inferno doesn't look incredible, but they've had a lot of reps on it recently, and at times they do look pretty good on it, Jason.
Look, nothing they're playing is looking incredible for either one of these teams. True. So I mean, you can sort of throw that veto kind of idea. I don't put too much stock in where these maps have gone. Yeah, they're nice, but I mean, both teams have looked sloppy in their own regard, so not a big deal to me. I think the nice thing for Saw, and I haven't seen all of Complexity's game, but Saw's played a lot of Inferno and they played a lot of Ancient throughout their run here, so they've at least got reps on the maps, right? They've at least got reps in this tournament and got to be feeling comfortable going into it. The big X factor is always like we like the play that made me question why yesterday on Ancient, those kind of post plants. The question is which team is going to minimize that number of mistakes, because we're seeing a lot of sloppy Counter-Strike on the B stream at PGL Cluj-Napoca, and whichever team literally plays the least sloppy and makes the least mistake is going to have a huge advantage, because everyone's doing it right now. It's all the rage.
Yeah, well, VRS forecast here, we could take a look how it affects the ranking. If Saw got to win here up to 21st place, Complexity 20th. It's hard to really care about the VRS win. Saw is going to make some roster moves. I don't know how that's going to affect it, but perhaps Socorro still retaining. Here's the winner guaranteed at least $31,250 if they win this game. So that's a pretty hefty chunk of change for just getting a win here.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of the pie, Dinko. That's a beautiful piece of the pie that you can take off from a victory. So yeah, and on top of the VRS standings, and on top of ensuring your rating and getting ready for the major cycle coming up with Austin around the corner, obviously that little cash bonus is quite a nice thing to be able to take home as well. But I think this is going to be a tough affair, and I don't think it's as simple as saying Complexity is kind of. I mean, I guess you have a situation where you have both teams with two new players. And just like on different trajectories, right? Complexity's two new players are coming in and Saw's two players are going out. So I don't know which way you want to lean of who's the favorite. Yeah, it's whichever way you want to go.
I think we had that conversation yesterday around FlyQuest too, right? This is a squad that have made what they believe to be an upgrade, getting Regali into the team. They have higher expectations for themselves. We said FlyQuest should be a team that beats Saw, a dead team walking, and they didn't. They lost 2-1 in that series. Astralis got pushed at times, I think in particular on Nuke. So I think Saw have shown that they're still capable of playing a decent level of Counter-Strike here, and Complexity only got their first win of the season yesterday against Imperial Valkyries, and I just don't see, I don't have anything to be fully confident in Complexity with, so I think this could be a real 50-50 game, Jason. I'm just excited to get into it.
Absolutely. Let's find out. Heavy towards the A bomb site on the pistol. Agil pushing quickly. Dooley's close up from Grim. Big impact player that you mentioned. He's got the first kill and the second instant headshot. And he's going to keep just rattling off bullets. Triple kill for Grim, but Saw fighting right back.
MongolZ waiting inside of the temple. They're going to come towards him. 2 heads around that corner. Mutiris making sure that none of them go down other than MongolZ. So 2v2. No plant yet for Saw. 6C can still make this uncomfortable with Nyx, as those 2 new recruits, as you mentioned here, for Complexity to try and close this one out. And 6C with a further kill on SHR, leaving Mutiris in the clutch. He's got most of his health left. This will be a 4K if he's able to close this out. He's got some time. He's still playing behind that big box, taking a few steps back and changing up his angle, but no one from Complexity giving him a shot yet.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Complexity's playing this perfect. You know he's got to make the move, and you can give him all the time in the world you want. Now going to start pushing in towards the bomb site. Here's the peak. Still spot him in the same exact position. Nyx has slipped a little bit closer into the bomb site for, oh, there is the mistake. There's the gift over to Mutiris. You were playing it so smart. You were doing so good, and you just couldn't resist.
Nope, you couldn't. Couldn't resist giving them a chance. I mean, Mutiris knows he's still got 30 seconds left, and he's like, you want to make another one? You want to make another mistake? At 6C, he's just waiting in donut. He knows Mutiris has to come to him eventually. But here he goes. Mutiris running out of time, making some noise now. 6C is completely locked in on the fight. Mutiris taking further damage, but still standing, still fighting. 10 seconds. Got to think about the plant now, and Mutiris is going to commit to it around the back of the box. 6C not running him down, allowing that plant, and Mutiris gets back in towards CT, and if he gets around the corner, oh, it's on. It is completely on, and 6C's going to hold it. He's going to come off it now, and then the headshot out towards CT. Oh my god, that pistol. It was tense right down to the end, but 6C making sure Complexity grab it.
Yeah, and there it is. There's that like NA attitude, that lack of patience in the 2v1. It's 50 seconds. He's got a cross to front donut. You do not need to push into the bomb site. You do not need to speed things up. Just keep track of his position and play it as safe as possible. Nyx gives him a real chance to win this and a real chance at throwing away Grim's triple kill opening. But Complexity do survive, so 1-0.
Yeah, not the worst scenario, but Mutiris knew there was going to be chances. 6C lands a great shot on the swing.
It's a pretty insane shot from Mutiris as well, while he's running, while he's sliding into the box. Yeah. But that's what we're going to be in store for. We're going to be in store for some mistakes that create, you know, opportunities out of what shouldn't be there.
Well, a bomb plant was secured because of that, and that allows a force buy to come in here for Saw. They get Mutiris on the well-earned AK-47, the Galil in the hands of SHR. And it looks like Saw are going to want to send their pack of players out middle. Smoke up red is severing the vision for JT. He can't see much going on there, but that smoke is now faded, and Grim just jiggling, getting that information. And I'll drop out once the util comes in and toss a smoke out to try and slow them down in donut.
That's really shallow smoke, though. He's kind of nervous that they'd be able to slip out to the other side, so it's going to pull a lot of a rotation over. As Saw just take this patiently, they meet the resistance and decide to back off. They struggled to have impact on these red room pushes yesterday. And this time, Complexity is going to come right at him and give Mutiris the opening.
Yes, nearly a double kill from Mutiris. He did a lot of damage on towards 6C as well, who has to back away. The walking wounded, trying to defend this B bomb site. But look at the gap. There's such a timing here for Saw to get that bomb planted. And if you're Complexity, do you even want to go for this?
Yeah, you're at least going to test. I don't even know. I would say test it. You got 2 players here. See if you can grab a kill. There's good damage onto 1. And no kits is a real issue. And I think Complexity's thinking along the lines as you of, we're not really all that interested. So a very easy conversion off of Saw's pressure.
I thought Mutiris was going to pressure them there. He still could through donut. They lose some weapons on attempting the save call as well. It's going to be devastating. You get the worst of both worlds. But Mutiris not going to be able to connect lethal damage on towards MongolZ. They send the Tech 9 in instead, send the weaker guns in. See if you can grab an extra Complexity player here. A rifle going down would be devastating for Grim. the best form of defense is attack, and Grim swings into the peak to take Agile down, and the scoreline tied up at 1-1. So Complexity not able to convert the pistol victory.
Yeah, I mean, they over-rotated and really panicked due to that B pressure, even though Grim shut it down with the smoke, and then the push in towards Red Room is just brutal. 1 kill, 1 player very low, B defense is weakened, and good job from Saab just moving around the map as a group. So 1-1, and Complexity still fighting with 4 saved weapons.
Here comes the util out into middle. Agile taking the brunt of the damage. He can't make it safely to the boxes because Grim was applying pressure towards him. Now he's got to smoke his spot, go into the open. He got caught by Flash, and so doesn't spot Meteorus moving forward. But Roman, they're running at him in all directions. 60 now inside of the smoke, unleashing multiple bullets with the dual Berettas. And the initial round chaos comes to a close.
Jesus Christ, everyone chill. Everyone relax.
So much going on, Jason.
Good Lord. Oh, okay. Roman's got his position to the bottom mid boxes, and Halzerk wants to find a fight. He's just going to tuck himself into the corner with an SMG. Got 2 players at the B-bomb site, 2 players in mid. So A is a little bit weakened at the moment, but Saw's looking for a rebuttal, a mistake, a push.
Dude, the most crazy thing is how have only 2 players died so far in the round after all of that? 1 for 1. Here we go. Another fight coming up. Story crossing towards Jag. He's got Roman beside him. Sent the low HP player in first. And then Story trying to trade it, but gets knocked on his ass by 60. And Complexity with a good hold so far. Bong going to leap in without even checking the site. Saw a double setup in cave. Assumed there would be an opening on the B-bomb site. And then he assumed wrong. So 2-1 here for Complexity. Great response.
Yeah, very, very nice response. A little bit sketchy at the start of things. Nothing's looking super clean, but a nice victory. Good crossfire setup over in Jaguar. And Saw, after the initial salvo of utility to get mid control, just really didn't have a whole lot of resources left. No flashes, no Molotovs in towards Jaguar to bust up that stack. And relatively easy down the stretch for Complexity.
All right,
That's
Coach
the kind
Golden
of
having a talk with the referee.
Grimy, dirty Counter-Strike Complexity's been raised in for years.
Yeah, this is what they're ready for. Perhaps that one win. You know, you predicted it 2 days ago. You laid out a little prediction. You said that Complexity are going to get their first one of the year versus Imperial Valkyries. Then they're going to be able to recover versus Saw. What's the next step, Jason?
I don't know.
They're going to win Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't that be something? They got a long way to go still, obviously. I don't know. I guess the question I'm interested in answering is, now that you have those wins under your belt, it was only Imperial Valkyries, but is that going to give you confidence now? We heard JT kind of talking in the break during the interview of like, yeah, when we boot camped, we were, getting their ass kicked for the first week, and then it started picking up and they started figuring it out. So when you get a win under your belt, does that confidence kind of lock things into place to where you feel a little bit more stable and a little bit more comfortable? That change of vibe within the team can be massively impactful.
Especially with a win here today. It only add to that feeling. We've got a tech issue at the moment, but looks like we're getting ready to get back into the game already.
I was hearing some typing, some messages being sent.
You know, I always when I see the Golden turn up on the screen, I always see someone in chat get so excited, like, Golden's the coach of this team? And yeah, I think that's the response
I get excited
from most
seeing
people.
Golden on the screen. I like watching Golden coaching a team.
Yeah, but I think people are just surprised that he's the coach of Saul.
Sure, yeah, that's a little out there. Well, I mean, it makes sense with the context of them wanting to switch into an international lineup, right? All of a sudden, it does start to make sense of why they brought him in, feeling this kind of a change was probably coming in their future, and maybe pulling him in to be prepared for it rather than pulling him in as a reaction to it.
Yeah. He's not got a lot of coaching experience. This is his first gig. He was playing recently on the Eyeballer squad. Here comes the util from Saw into the B-bomb site. Execution coming in. And with weaker weapons, an attack into the B-bomb site can often prove effective. SHR with some smoke spam being laid down. He's done a lot of damage towards Nyx. Here comes the rotation. The cavalry arriving for Complexity. They've got Grim and Donut in case they bail out and try and go back through middle, but the commitment to the plant is in, and so Grim will start to move. And here come Complexity. They've got to rip this round out of Saw's hands, and the timing on the peak. Nick's seen enough, and he holds down while blind. Holzer coming in on the follow-up kill, and Complexity have 3 into the retake. Grim's got the 4th, and that defuse being started. It's going to be finished off as well as Complexity keep every single player up.
Yeah, I think a really cool defensive setup from Complexity, playing it really passively, not letting anyone going down, not putting yourselves at a man disadvantage, and you realize, yeah, they can have the bomb site, but we're going to molly the bomb site itself, we're going to molly the default plant spot, we're going to smoke off cave, and then they really have nowhere to stand except in the open and back at the B ramp. And just well executed. I'm surprised that Nyx got away with that. Just a pretty standard sit in the corner, wait for the smoke to fade. But a lot of chaos going on for SAW as they try and figure out a way out of the problems, and there's just no solutions.
Well, couldn't get into a round victory and not doing much damage to that CT economy. This is ideal now for Complexity. You can build so much money. There should be zero resistance here. If you limit the casualties in this round, you are going to have so much cash on the CT side of things to kick this game off, and that is exactly what Complexity would have wanted. JT taking 2 kills in elbow, gonna drop back into right. His teammate shooting him in the legs, trying to defend him. And eventually MongolZ does get that pick down mid. JT surviving on 17 HP. And they're just gonna send the rest of the forces in. MongolZ on the cleanup. They know exactly where SHR is because he's just taken 2 kills. And he's got an AK-47 here, so how much more can SHR get out of this round?
Yeah, a little bit of damage would be nice if he's able to do that. He's really switching his guns to knife very quickly. Here we go. Gonna start this 1v3 off at the double doors.
Yeah, he's like psyching himself up, you know, he's getting the energy, the blood pumping. Here he goes.
He's trying to just trying to calm down and work his way into this. Grim's gonna be the first player of contention, and will you clear hard right coming out of heaven? Even if he does, bomb is still dropped, 45 seconds. There's plenty of time. It's just the peek off contact would be brutal regardless, and doesn't even get the first kill. So 4-1 for Cole.
JT rather, just feasting on the 2 kills to open things up. MongolZ trying to shoot his legs off. But JT got out of the way just in time.
Well, Cole looking like they have a good grip of this defense. Really, out of the one hiccup on the second round, everything else has been shut down. SAW's not been able to get anything going. They're not able to exploit anything or find any kind of opening. So Complexity's kind of locked things down after that wake-up call, that splash of cold water in round 2. And they're starting to build a pretty nice lead and a pretty nice bank behind it. So pretty important round for SAW overall. Even if you lose, damage needs to be done. You got to show you can impact these rounds and take money away from the CT side. Grim's got 6,400, JT at 7,500. Cash is building.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, Complexity have got so much money now. It makes this half a lot more difficult for SAW. Gonna have to go up against buy round after buy round. Instant smoke down at the doors. And SAW respecting it for the time being. Although the flash is going to prevent 60 from continuing any ideas that he might have had about going down to the bottom of that ramp. He's still going for a little challenge. Realized there wasn't a favorable fight for him, so he backs away with his teammates into the site.
Going to reaggress in towards cave and set up a stack, I believe. 3 players in there at the moment, though. MongolZ going to be watching Red Room with the AWP. They go deep. They take over Jaguar. Roman would have heard the sound cues as well, and now the smoke is spotted. So an awkward timing for this smoke to come out. It's not going to allow the 2 sides of SAW's attack to connect quite yet.
SAW don't have a lot of utility for a good execution. They don't have... Oh, damn. An opening kill from that spam. SHR on 2 HP, but yeah, the lack of mollies, they've got 1 flash. It's not going to be a great execute here for SAW.
No, you're going to need an absolutely perfect shot. You're going to need someone to just hit an absolute banger of a headshot to open this up. There's a Molotov as well over at B ramp. MongolZ's giving up mid. He says, Mutiris, you can have it. It pulls some defenders away from the B bomb site, actually, and the timing for this could not be worse for Complexity because they're going to need all hands on deck. As Roman, SHR, and Mutiris come in through Jaguar. And
there's the banger of the shot. There it is, Jason. Straight through the wall. Roman's got some more, and they're now running into the site itself. 24 seconds left in play, and SAW trying to get that bomb down. JT still causing problems. The bomb's still on ramp. More damage being done this time through the smoke, and yet Complexity just pack it up, run away.
Well, you're exactly right. That is the shot. That is the exact opening they needed. Not a heads-up duel, a spam through at distance. That's a brutal way to lose a round if you're Complexity. SAW really was having to dig themselves out of a tough place, and the spam from Agil is perfect.
Yeah, if you're Complexity, it's like, well, we did a lot right. We delayed them. We run the clock down. We were in decent positions, and then we just got wall banged. You know, like what can you really do?
But you can tell on the minimap how like kind of nervous they are. Like every little piece of pressure that Saul is applying is forcing the defense to shift and move. So they're kind of constantly always in motion, taking over Cave, falling back to Jaguar, shifting a player back towards middle. Everything that Saw does on the map is making them jump in some way, at least in that round.
Good to see the spam here. 60 not going to be too happy about that. Perfect crosshair placement from Agile, getting the lineup, getting the headshot, and opening up the round victory possibility for Saw. Like you said, though, Complexity are still going to have buys, and that's the problem for Saw. You can win a round like that, but you've still got to deal with a full buy coming up in the next round. And Complexity applying pressure towards Elbow with Util. This time, Saw getting the B lane a little bit earlier. They're going to have a fight on the top of the ramp, and Holzerk's going to come out on top.
Yeah, good opening pick. Saw struggling to build upon that round victory. Deep utility at the bottom of ramp. Story boosted up. Holzerk missed the chance, but he's able to call out at least 2 at B ramp for the moment. So they've got numbers. They've got an idea of where Saw is on the map and what's happening. The defense readjusts yet again in towards Cave and Jaguar.
Oh, JT. He's got a further kill here for Complexity. It's getting better for them with every peak, with every challenge. JT in red. He's now activating 60 to come out of Cave. Oh, this looks like it's about to end in misery right now for Saw. The cleanup in mid, nearly there completely by 60. JT losing his life, but there's just too many targets. Agile does his best, but in the end, Holzerk proves too much to handle with the Deagle, and it's 5 rounds to 2 here for Complexity.
Yeah, admirable battle and death there right at the end, but you're exactly right. The Complexity just throwing players from different angles at him and hard to read where the next fight's coming. If whole plans kind of get shut down, if that opening pick, it really slows things down, and Complexity maintains some of the aggression and some of the disruption, and once again, it seems like the game plan is to make sure that the T side can't ever get comfortable in the mid-round and work the map at a slow pace, at their own pace. Off in the hands of Story, that's a big piece of the puzzle for Saw. If they're going to want to win this game, we have to see Saw's op come online. It's been so important in the maps that they've played well. And any glimpse, any research into how Saw likes to play Ancient, you're going to see this 2-man play towards Red Room. Complexity have to be prepared for it.
Oh! Well, can't really prepare too much for that. Led to the head. Eventually, Mutiris gets a taste of his own medicine. Agile sprinting in towards the A bomb site. They know they've got to deal with the threat of Donut, but in the meantime, get that bomb down. Grim chasing them, trying to nip him behind. But he's lost his teammates. It's now a 3v3 as Grim fights on. He gets traded immediately. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And now a 2v2 as Saw sit in the post plant. Story's still worried about Temple, but both remaining CTs are coming back in from Donut, and Story is eventually going to get eyes on them. Takes the shot. The hand was enough to bait it out. And this time, 60 walks right into the scope. JT, 1v2 comes outside and smoke, low HP, but still a kill. Story gone. Now a 1v1. Agile gets wrecked by JT, who sees the top of his head. And that is enough for the in-game leader to close at a Complexity 6th round.
Damn, what a big-time clutch from JT. That's a huge performance with that defensive smoke. But why did he stand up behind the bomb site? Why did he stand up behind the boxes? That's the info JT needed. That could have been such a. That could have been such a. Oh, that could have been such a sick reposition. I think the play is really smart. You can see JT assuming it's going to be CT. He knows the possibility of bomb site is there, but that's such a hard read to make. The little head popping up right at the end is so brutal.
JT clutching Complexity to a 6th round victory. Now we've got pistols again for Saw. They're going to gather up in A main, and there's 2 players over on this side of the map. Grim is on a boosted spot, and you've got JT out towards Donut, so a lot of support for Grim if he needs it. He's not going to cycle through his utility. He's just going to wait for that first contact, and here comes the util over the top. They know an A execution's coming in. Perfect flash to force Grim away for just a second, but they do not capitalize. And on the second attempt, it's not clean from Grim, so he's cast aside, ripped off the top, and JT runs out of bullets, but it's a double from him. And now Holzer takes the risk to dive through the CT smoke, but he needs to get back to cover and rely on the rifles instead. Next to chime in, Story left 1v3. Not looking like a winnable round, but a bomb plant secured isn't the worst case scenario. Let's see what he can get with a Tech 9 here.
Nyx getting that spam kill is actually pretty huge to making sure that this can just be like a pretty standard closeout 1v3 of this round. 2 players alive inside the bomb site, able to recover M4s. That can get a little bit weird, but the fact that you're able to grab 1 more and keep this really slow paced and is nice for Complexity. 7-2, they've got a 5-round lead, they've got money, and this defense outside of a few hiccups is looking really strong.
Yeah, this is Grim's initial kill. Knew further players are coming in, but didn't put his crosshair in the right spot. JT, a great impact from him so far on this map.
Yeah, the clutch, and now a couple kills here as Grim goes down in a 1-for-1. Instant smoke out.
Looking really pretty here for Complexity.
Yeah, it's looking solid. Missed elbow smoke just as we started praising them too much. It's gone a little bit deep, but Molotovs are there. However, no smoke means Grim gets caught completely off guard. That's going to be frustrating. And flashbang in the sky, but it's 60 to stop Story, and he's still fighting over at Heaven. Although one has slid in towards Jaguar, and it's chaos all over the map.
Yeah, Nyx had that Jaguar push covered, and a 3v2 Complexity, and all of the chaos have come out on top. So
I can't keep track of everything. I can't talk this fast.
Yeah, you can leave it to me if you want, Jason.
Yeah, I probably should.
Roman, Agile. Minute 10 on the clock. 1 player left. It's Nyx inside of Jag. Rotation for JT and Holzer coming back over to defend this B bomb site. No smokes, no flashes. 2 HE grenades and a dream, and they've been spotted. Roman's going to move right into the fight against Nyx, but he loses his life, loses the bomb, and now Agile 1v3. He's got to fight on multiple fronts. There's the first opportunity. Need to nail it, and doesn't actually get a single shot onto low HP of Nyx.
Yeah, nice kills from Nyx. Triple kill overall. Holding on to Cave and making that really difficult. Complexity had to read the entire time. Beautiful rotation, and Complexity came in today looking dominant. Probably a little bit annoyed that they had to wait so long to get this map started, I would imagine, after a 4+ hour best of 3 before this.
Yeah, just kind of hanging around, watching that game, just wondering how it went to 3, and then watching the 3rd map. At least it was a quick final map.
Well, second timeout from Golden and Saw, and it makes sense. I mean, this is starting to get real bad, real sketchy. So Saw needs to do something to get these last 2 rounds on the board to give themselves something to work with as they switch sides into the second half.
Yeah, they're gonna have a mountain to climb to get back into this game unless they take a few rounds here. 6E, very aggressive. We've seen this play style against Imperial Valkyries, and I was wondering if we're going to see the same kind of performance come in today. Where was he going to do it again against this level of opposition? And so far, the answer to that is yes.
It's got to be frustrating if you're the guy walking into Cave. You just see one push out through the smoke to fight at Heaven, and you're just going to assume it's clear. You know 2 are fighting in middle as well, and then a second body over in Cave has just got to be like, why are there so many people here? This time at least Saw, with their start towards the B bomb site, don't take a whole lot of damage from the utility. Let Complexity dump everything. They want to use theirs in the mid-round when they have the advantage. So it's going to be perhaps the most relaxing start to a round we've had in this whole half.
Isn't that nice? Super quiet, chill. Here comes the fights. Agile charging out this time. Grim getting 1 and dropping off. No further players coming through A main for Grim to have to deal with. JT gonna find Meteorus in middle from that donut fight. Here comes Roman making the last-ditch effort through the B smoke. And 6E in the cubby has perfectly positioned himself, and he should have got the kill, but Roman, in all of that chaos, still able to flick back and deal with him. And the bomb is going down somehow, so Saw have fought their way into a winnable situation. Still difficult, but winnable.
Yeah, well, Holzer's got to play this really passive. Both of his teammates are coming in on flank. JT's going to have first contact, low HP. Story, easy kill for him. So now it's on SHR to make a move to win this round.
SHR, he's got himself that first kill, needs a 1v2 ahead of him now, and he's exposed completely to the B ramp, just fully banked on the player coming from Cave, but that is not the case, and so we're now looking at 9 rounds to 2 for Complexity.
Yeah, cool little bait and switch on the B ramp with both players coming in for the flank. JT just being aggressive, and if he wins the round, he wins it. If he dies, you're never going to expect the second player from the same position, so SHR, no real chance in the 1v3. And Complexity just racking up the rounds now, 9-2, heading into the final of the first half here on Ancient.
Nyx is going to feel a little hard done by that he didn't get a multi-kill there. Sure is questioning how he even got just 1. Grim on the cleanup, start of the day, finishes on the B ramp, and we are going to finish this half. Saw looking for 3 rounds. See if they're capable of pulling it off. It has not been an inspiring T side from the Portuguese.
No, it's been relatively simple, and I mean that's to be expected on a team as we know that's going to be making roster changes. But really, it's been kind of 3 things. It's been 3 players start B lane in a default, 2 to 3 players aggressively push out middle on a default, and other than that, it's kind of been heavy A lanes on a couple of rounds spotted in throughout the half. So for Complexity, you've had plenty of time to get used to this, and all of a sudden now with this mid control that Saw went for here, they've got Smoke and HE left for the rest of the round. Everything's going to be fights.
JT, holding a donut. Here comes the peak, and there goes JT. Great shot from Story. It's going to apply more pressure to Grim, who's asking for a rotation. And he'll get that rotation of Holzerk over towards CT spawn.
Yeah, well,
there's
they need
not a
to make
commitment into A. Is Saw still have the bomb outside of the B side of things?
Yeah, and they need to figure out what they're going to do when this smoke eventually fades at A main. How long Holzerk's going to stick here, because the rest of the map is really wide open. And you look at 60 and Nyx, they're saying, we can't really do anything at the B bomb site if we don't have control of Red Room. And Holzerk's been pulled away. So they need this kill, and then they're going to have to turn around and address the B bomb site. It's going to be a rotation and a recovery for Complexity, but keep your eye on Story in Donut.
Nyx trying to cross around the long. Materis is just gagging for the fight. He wants it right now, and he's going to get 2. Great stuff from Materis. Holzerk needs a shot, but he's getting pushed, and a great reaction, but couldn't quite be accurate enough on towards Materis. And Grim is so far off being competitive in this round. Materis has dragged them kicking and screaming into a 3rd round victory out of this first half. Grim's going to give it a good go. First headshots in on Story, but Saw should not misplay this, and SHR is the one to close on that 3rd round win.
Yeah, that's a nice grab at the end, an unlikely round with no utility, but the dry fight seemed to work in ways that they couldn't get done with the utility in the previous round. So number 3 is grabbed, which gives you a small glimpse of hope. It makes the pistol round a necessity, but you can still have a chance even if you lose it. So they've done what they can, but it's a pretty ugly opening half. There he is, American Heavy God.
That's not bad. That's not bad. And Heavy God got to play in Cloud9.
It's all coming full circle, isn't it? All roads start with North American Counter-Strike.
I feel like it could be a Kelsey brother, you know?
Okay.
I could see it. Maybe we should get the podcast going.
Sure. I like that.
Oh, just a moment of respite here for the side of Saw. And the high fives will come in, but they know how difficult of a game ahead they have. It all starts with the pistol win.
Yeah, Materis had a hell of a half, we should say. Someone you don't normally expect to kind of be this guy, but I mean, he was hitting some bangers right out of the gate. Almost had that clutch in the pistol. Some nice shots throughout this half and some good impact kills and openers provided.
Here comes the mid-take for Complexity. They will leave Nyx lurking around the B lane, making sure that if anybody decides to get aggressive and try and quick flank the rest of his teammates, he's there to deal with that, and that's exactly what Nyx will do. Now they're going to try and clear into B through Speedway, and they deal with the only threat that was Story, and they know because they killed the aggressive B player, the B bomb site is likely empty. So they're going to start planting, and this is a cool pistol for Complexity, executed to perfection. And Materis and Agile not in a position to compete. They have to fight their way through the levels of defenses in this post plant, and Materis does not get past Holzerk, and now it's all Agile.
He goes down as well. Good shooting from Holzerk at a distance, 10-3. Complexity have a nice convincing pistol round. Yeah, I think that's well put together. Obviously pretty simple, but I found a nice timing. The Red Room defender had just shifted away. The Molotov at the box to delay the push from the A defenders was a nice touch. That little lurk set up in cave as well. Everything came out Complexity in that round. So that must-have pistol round is lost, and now Saw is facing a very tough prospect of a long comeback with only one timeout to use for Golden, and not a whole lot of positivity to lean on.
Oh God, the violence. Roman, where's it gone, buddy?
Did he lose it?
It's just gone into the void. All right. I think we're fine. He's found it, surely. Maybe in pieces, but he's found his mouse.
That's a pretty important thing for,
Dude, that
for a
was
game of Counter-Strike.
That had some bounce on it.
I'll stack towards the B bomb site. Unarmored pistol saw putting all their eggs in round 15.
The price of eggs these days, man. They probably only have
It is a bit
few.
crazy, isn't it? Yeah. That's why I'm going to get my own chicken coop, Dinko.
Yeah, you start selling
beat
eggs
the man
on the
at his
side.
own game.
O'Toole's eggs.
O'Toole's eggs.
How do you like your eggs in the morning, Jason?
Scrambled lately.
Ooh.
Sunny side up is always nice.
How do you scramble them, on a pan? Or do you
No,
put them
I scramble them in a pot.
Good.
Add a little bit of butter. And then right when they're about to solidify, throw in some sour cream and some salt. It's top tier.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the salt.
I'm giving you all the secrets.
Yeah, sounds good. So that's what you can expect with O'Toole's eggs. 11-3, Complexity getting to the end of Ancients. There's really one opportunity here for Saw, and it's now. And yeah, look at that! It's actually left a print on the mouse pad. It's actually left a damage mark on the pad.
That's awesome. I mean, it's no Nico, but
I think it's pretty good still.
It's like a tier 2 death slam.
Yeah. There's no blood, but pretty violent. Good work from the cameraman. I like that one.
Well, here's that third and final timeout for Golden. There's not really much you can actually say if you're Golden at this point, but maybe one last pocket strat just to give the guys a goal for this round.
Hey, you can
and
say
maybe you create
it's a
some magic.
golden opportunity, Jason.
There you go. Yeah.
You know, got to use it sometime, and we're getting to the end. We're getting to the end of chances here.
I don't think you're gonna have some better opportunities than that one.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like today's probably the last day we're gonna see them, so had to drop it.
Here we go. Round 15. Deep utility for the CT side. It's all on this. Mutirus jumps down. Good job chunking Sixy away, excuse me. And now through the mid smoke that's broken open, Story missed the information that, oh, they're so close and they're just gonna risk it.
Another pick for Story, turns back. And Sixy alongside Grim gone. Oh,
that seems so casual.
Eggs. I nearly said Chixie as well. So.
I know. Chicken's on the brain.
Roman, good work. Follow-up kill here for the CT side. And Saw, in terms of needing this round win, they've put themselves in a great position to grab it.
Yeah, now it's about minimizing damage, and they should be okay with it. Hulls are very, very low. A minute for JT and Hulzerk to work with. Oh, SHR, if he starts pushing, you start giving up these advantages, this could get out of control.
Oh my god, the timing.
Yeah, timing perfect. 11-4, still a massive lead for Complexity and still money to buy. Why leave your mark on the server when you can leave your mark on the mouse pad?
That's not bad.
Shout out to Twitch chat. That's pretty good.
That's Jovial Jared. Shout out to you for your creativity. Might be the only mark they leave, though. Celebration as the golden opportunity nets a round win. And now come the Complexity Galils. A lot of them, in fact. 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s. And it's going to be a B hit, and it's going to be quick. Here they come. Nick's at the front of the attack. Oh, smoke comes up. Flashes in, and it's chaos inside the smoke, but somehow no one's gone down yet. And the cave fight going down. Roman's the one to frag out. Story to step up. And Complexity, they're just disappearing.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't call off this kind of idea to be just hyper-aggressive, go deep. This is kind of what they ran against Imperial Valkyries did it to great effect, but this time get blocked by their own smoke and still try and force their way through at long. Good trade from JT, but he's left in a 1v3, and through the smoke, Mutiris finds him. Saw with relative safety during that whole attack, having 2 players over in cave. And Story is a beast behind the cube.
Solved it pretty quickly. Complexity with not a whole lot of money left, so Saw, they could begin a comeback. The first couple of steps have been taken here. And they're so hyped off the back of it as well. That's the kind of energy you need to come back into the game, Jason.
Well, it's kind of like you with the golden opportunity thing. It's like you finally have a chance to get the boys hyped up, and you might as well take it. That's the only thing that's going to keep this comeback moving forward, is that kind of false belief at the moment that turns into true belief later on. Good spray down. They're lined up against the wall, pinned down, and slaughtered. Saw now have 6.
Fake it till you make it, is what we say. Let's see if they're going to make it. Saw another round collected, over halfway there. But Complexity have got money back now.
This half could get really difficult for Complexity very quickly if they're not careful. It's not like this is a team, as we mentioned, they just got their first win with this lineup just yesterday. So, I mean, it's not like this is a lineup that we know has, like, the kind of fortitude to kind of stick through struggles. And Saw's defense is starting to be a real obstacle for them. And now it's got money behind it. It's got the off-on story. It's got opening kills. It's got confidence. It's got everything.
Straight up deleted. Goodbye, JT. And the follow-up kill. This is clean from Saw. They're switched on.
Yeah, I don't think there's many more rounds Complexity can do these kind of fast tactics to it, where you're trying to just kind of hit some kind of brute force timing. You're going to have to slow down and play a tactical game now, because Saw has finally locked into this map. Nice openings from Roman, a double kill as the smoke breaks as they try and cross over towards Heaven. Red the whole way. Saw is back.
Yeah, and I love hearing Golden scream Vamos as well. Well, the first timeout for Complexity was all going so swimmingly, and now they're starting to drown. So, got to figure it out, how they can get back to shore. Not a lot of money in this round.
No, that's kind of the painful thing about throwing around like that into the mix, where you just get obliterated trying to be really fast-paced and aggressive. Your last 2 gun rounds have been that really fast, aggressive play up the B ramp to push through smokes towards Cube. And this last one is a really fast-paced, aggressive hustle to kind of take a fight in middle from Heaven. And both of them just get obliterated in the first 20 seconds. Your last 2 gun rounds have not had any clean looks at doing anything on the map.
Complexity hoping they can overwhelm the B defense to get a plant out of this. Not exactly expecting a round victory, but if they get a plant, that's not bad, and Story will deny that. He stays very composed. Pulls out the pistol, lays down the law.
Story's switched on, and he's probably the player with the most potential to be dominant for this Saw team. Missed shot here. So JT's forced back. You have a player over in Holzerk about to step into the B ramp, but he's going to go down. So JT just looking to do some damage. Hope SHR walks into this angle, and he does clear it. So Holzerk is all that's left, and Saw now within 3 rounds.
It happened very quickly, because the first couple of gun rounds here were instant victories for Saw. So we've got to see a change up here for Complexity. They've had a timeout before this. TC, the coach, has got on the mic. You can see JT was deep in contemplation. So I'd imagine they have a very different idea of how they want to play this next gun round. They realize they can't throw it to the wall.
And we heard JT talk about feeling like he has more responsibility on his shoulders now that Alicia is gone. Obviously missing someone right now who could have an idea of at least a play that he could make that JT could build something around. I don't know if the new players stepping into this are ready for that kind of responsibility yet. And for a new team that's tried to kind of catch them off guard and deliver an uppercut really early on in this half and close things out quickly, you don't have a whole lot of experience together. Do you have enough practice under your belt to slow down and switch into a more tactical style? And you got to do it the hard way now as well, because Saul's rich.
Yeah, they got money. Money to burn. Similar story as we mentioned in the first half, where Complexity built up so much money on their CT side, and Saul had to always deal with full buys. Didn't go so well for Saul. Let's see if Complexity fared better now. All bell for MongolZ, AKs, and everybody else. Complexity been waiting for this moment to get everything back. Ball going to be positioned towards A main early with a secondary player in behind it. 60 to hold down the elbow push, and some presence in B lane from Nyx.
All right, well, there's the Molotov for the mid cubby. The AWP up in red room is something they're going to have to face off against, and Story's had a hot hand. MIBR at 16 kills. Story not far behind at 14. Going to be smoked off here, but steps around it and in front of it.
Huge play from Story to go to the side of it. As you said, he looks locked in. Under a minute left. Story with further impact here for Saw. And Complexity drifting away from their default to go for a B finish. The problem is it feels pretty easy to call right now for Saw as they're drifting that third player on the rotate over. Story, who got that initial pick in mid, is going to be on the B bomb side. There's 3 defenders here and a pretty quick rotation back from the other 2.
And you don't have any Molotovs either. You can't throw a Molotov at the default boxes. So actually Story's going to have a lot of freedom with this op to be able to pick and choose, get a kill and reposition, take a new angle.
Quietly they go. And to their deaths they will march. Roman ready. Grim gets one back. His second kill will keep this going for Complexity, but still more work from Grim needed. There's not enough output from it. MongolZ misses his first shot. Timer's running thin anyway. And Saw stopped Complexity from even getting close to a plant.
Yeah, this is brutal. And now you're losing all the opening engagements. You're losing multiple players in the first 10 to 15 seconds, the first timing of the round. Getting picked off when you go slow. Haven't gotten a bomb plant. So these buy rounds, these AK rounds, are just few and far between. Without any kind of success of that extra money, it's just like you have to drop down now to Tech 9s, 1 Galil. Complexity is getting battered. And this feels more dominant from Saw than the first half was in the favor of Complexity.
Yes, it does. Missed shot, though, from Story. Could that change the game as Complexity get past him? They do damage, but they do not finish him off. SHR and Story recover it. And the fact that they do not finish Story after the initial damage dealt means that he can change his position and deliver impact regardless. Saw, yeah, this is just a one-way street.
Shout out to BTarena, man. He was the champion in that first half, delivering a really solid performance when everyone else is feeling a little bit quiet. He's bought time for everyone else to kind of lift their game and raise their game and get settled here into Ancient. And Story has picked up that slack. This second half out of Story has been domination.
They haven't lost a round since the golden opportunity, Jason.
That's a good point. You used it at the perfect moment. Who would have known?
Yeah.
And remember, this was like a must-win pistol round that they lost as well. And Complexity hasn't even gotten close to putting a 12th round on the board.
Spam going down through the smoke. Grim getting blasted away with it. Ooh, not too far off. MIBR getting all the info he needed to drop the opening kill.
These stretches are when this team really misses a leash. Good to call his own play and get you an entry kill when you're in some kind of a drought. Something to work with. No one else has stepped up to fill those shoes just yet. Story almost with a third. He needed another quarter second to pull the trigger, but it's just going to pull Grim into MIBR.
Will Grim be able to check this? He's got a health deficit as well. He's down on 47, but he's just going to park the car here in the corner. Let's see how it goes. 50 seconds. Grim has to check timings on the mid-peak and eventually comes back to it. Nice shot from Grim.
Look at the flank, though. You'll never expect this coming from elbow. Agiel, you can't miss this kill. You have to find Grim.
Oh, there's the peak button to MongolZ. Grim drives them back in, but Roman could rip it from their hands as Holzerk with a 1v2. It's a quick kill. Roman's gone, and now it's Agile up against Holzerk, and he knows where he's coming from now, so Holzerk changes up his plant position around the safety at the pillar. Holzerk close quarter combat, and it's no problem for the Norwegian.
Yeah, they jumps through the smoke, and it's almost like he expected the fight to be right there, and he didn't know what to do after that. Just kind of freezes out in the open. What a big time clutch and a big round for Holzerk to deliver when they needed it most. This is how it opened. The Alpers dueling in terms of impact in this round. Story opens it up with 2, but Holzerk closes it out.
I bet Story wishes, he's feeling it, and you understand it. He was so close to getting a 3rd kill as well, but this is the kind of scenario where he's just gonna be like, yeah, if I didn't go for the 3rd pick, got red room. Been 11th round for Saw, but now they've conceded map point to Complexity. They're looking to try and finish it with an A hit.
And the pressure of a devastating loss is now off the shoulders of Complexity, right? You at least know in the back of your head you have overtime to play, so you can't lose in regulation. And maybe that unleashes them to be a little bit more assertive. But Story is still going to be there to put a stop to him. Fast play, first player dead. A chance at a second, the flick is almost there. Oh, wait, he got that. Holy
He got that. Okay, we've got 11 rounds here for Saw, and it all happens in the blink of an eye.
Holy hell.
Story is he just had another level when the second half came on.
Well, 2v5.
Oh, well, there's
2v4.
It's such an unfair opening kill to lose. But 35 seconds left, and here comes the bomb back with Holzerk. JT starting to make his way through the water. 30 seconds to get into the B-bomb site. The early warning system here is Story. I think that's a little scary here for Complexity. They do not have time. Eventually, they've just got to go. And perhaps the flash can get the AWP off the angle. And nope, Story's just going to have to drop back in the cave. He's still alive, still fighting. There's the repeat, punished by Holzerk. And is there a way to close it in spectacular fashion here for Complexity? Story's coming back. It's Holzerk to go down at the top of the ramp, and it is closed out as Story gets both. And we've got 11 rounds here for Saw as they fight on. They want overtime, and Story is the man that is dragging them through to that possible reality.
Dude, how did he hit that second flick? How did he get this kill? Easy here, but this follow-up.
Yeah, that's nuts, dude.
It looks like he's behind the wall.
It doesn't look like... It looks like the bullet kind of just bent around the wall and chased after him.
It didn't bend, dude. That's a 90-degree angle bullet. That's unreasonable.
I think he got the last second shot. Like, it must have been the last tick possible where it could still connect lethally. I don't know. That's nuts.
Well, now you have no money if you're Complexity. You have nothing in this round. AK-47 picked up on 60. 2 Galils. 2 Tech 9s for Complexity to fight for the map win. A 9-3 half, 11-3 for Complexity at one point. An 8-1 run from Saw on the CT side, powered by Story's off.
Agile's opener might just take us to overtime. That's Grim gone. And grim reality here for Complexity after such a strong first half. Overtime is awaiting them. Roman to take Nyx out of that.
Yeah, they're just lost. Like, this is like one player just running into the B bomb site. What's that supposed to accomplish for you? Rifles are starting to play right now, but the Tech 9s have already been taken down. So JT, that's an up at the angle. You've got 1 flashbang for the rest of the round. Like, honestly, the only thing that I feel like they can do is fall back towards B ramp and play a contact.
Gonna start making their way through cave. Flash going through. Signaling. They will be approaching the B-bomb site. The prying eyes of the AWP of SHR awaits. And it's Holzerk that gets picked out. SHR goes again, showing what he can do with the big green gun. 60 steps up, top of the B ramp. We've got overtime. 6C's not going to be able to do much about it. SHR closes him out. Huge rounds from the Ops. The Ops just stepping up in a big way here in this second half, and Saw drag us all the way.
And what do you do if you're Complexity now? When you've played slow rounds, the AWP has picked you apart. It's just destroyed you when you go slow pace. When you go fast pace, their utility, smoke breaks, Roman over and Jaguar, he's been able to get double kills. He's been able to shut you down early on. Complexity doesn't have an easy solution to this because they've tried a couple of things already and none of it's working. What a comeback from Saw.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a conversation, we talked about it at the start of the second half, where we noticed that they were celebrating every round of victory. Every single detail was being celebrated with huge emotion. And they just gave all this energy to the squad and actually just they manufactured the momentum almost.
Well,
you have to remember, there was one timeout taken, and it looked like it was the end for Saul in this opening map. Like, it looked like it was just going to be a damp squib, and it was done. But they somehow recover it.
Yeah, I mean, somehow it's story. That is the story. That AWP in his hands has just been destroying everything Complexity wanted to do. It destroyed the ideas they shifted into.
That shot.
That's unreasonable. 6C, you should be mad.
Yeah, I'm very mad.
12-12. And overtime looms. And Complexity, hopefully, because TC, I like what he did. He burned their overtime timeout immediately before this 3-round overtime even began. He wanted to get the conversation in early because it's clear they're out of ideas and they're stumped. And they've got to be frustrated.
Here comes the attack up into the B-bomb side. Story again, not slowing down when it comes to overtime. He gets the opening pick. SHR's secondary off chiming in, and Roman will finally cast away. It's JT to make quick work of him. The plant is coming in, and Complexity have fought their way into a 3v3 post-plant scenario. Agile is a long way off, and he doesn't want to go for the flank, so he's going to join up at Speedway. Cost him a few extra seconds here, Saul, but SHR is waiting for a peek out.
JT's kind of a free kill. He needs to do something aggressive. Nobody's actually watching short. There he goes. He had to push towards short because nobody had cube. Now the retake begins.
Well, MongolZ looking to try and connect with his AWP. He misses the shot.
No bullets.
And no bullets now, so waste time having to reload. SHR takes the angle in the meantime, but MongolZ fights him. Defuse being stuck. MongolZ pinned in the corner, and he misses. Defuse stuck. Saw to 13.
Well, that was the best look that Complexity had throughout the entirety of gun rounds in the second half. That was their best opportunity, it feels like, to close out a round. And it still goes to waste. The double op setup now. SHR is just like, man, your op is working wonders. I'll pick it up as well. And he's doing, even Agile, what's happening? Everyone's with the op is just destroying Complexity.
Yeah, they've got that great double op potential in the team with Story and SHR. MongolZ on the creep up the B ramp. He's got the AWP and the bomb. He's not alone. He's got plenty of his teammates in behind him.
There hasn't been a whole lot of attention at the A bomb site throughout this half, so I'm wondering if Agile is getting a little antsy to make something happen, to push A main on a timing. Look at Grimm's route. He's running around the corner. Yeah, almost had two.
Very close to two, but a damage done onto the second player. Roman winning inside of Cave. Little peeks out, using the cover, only gets one. Bomb plants in, and Complexity look to tie up the scoreline, but once again, they're in a disadvantageous position in the post plant. And MongolZ doesn't want to sit back and let them overrun him. He goes more aggressive. He comes back to finish off SHR. Helps out his teammate in Nyx. And now it's MongolZ looking for the follow-up. The retake is coming in from the same side, but they don't have the info on the two remaining players. They do not know that they're both together, but MongolZ looking for it. Story's just run right by him, and MongolZ's making noise. Story's gonna turn. Smoke on the bomb. No one on the defuse. Nyx holding down Mouse 1, but he is pushed aside. Saw get to the retake. They get to the defuse, and they now get to 14-round wins.
Well, back-to-back defuses and post plants and retaken by Saw. This CT side continues to roll and be dominant. Complexity still have no answers. Now 14 rounds deep into your offensive half, and you have not figured out how to get past Saw's AWPs.
breaking point for Complexity. MongolZ ready to send some flashes out middle for his teammates. Nyx is taking damage on board. He's going to have to stay or hide behind the double doors at B, but the rest of his teammates are applying pressure to try and go for an A split. 2 through Donut, 2 through A main. Materis with utility being deployed down into the Donut, but Complexity can't respect it. They've got to go forward. They've got to try and break through this, but they're pinned back. They're forced back, and they just can't get out with 55 seconds left.
And I think you have to back off this if you're Complexity. There's no way you go for this. You know the rotation is all here. You know the timings are no longer there. Defensive smokes, defensive Molotovs, all in position. So you got to readjust on the map. Back towards middle from the Donut player is going to push in towards Red Room. And instead, they all fall back to descend to the B bomb site. 5-man hit. They've got utility. They've got a smoke for long if they want to utilize it.
Roman will mount the defensive efforts with SHR on this B bomb site, but they're both behind utility once it comes in. They're going to allow Complexity into the site, especially when they can get a kill like that. They'll be happy playing retake. Roman catches Grim going aggressive. And the passive setup, the retake setup is working so far for Saw, but MongolZ and JT fighting back and keeping Complexity within touching distance. But MongolZ, he tried to change his position, and as he did so, he walked into the open and he misses his shot on Agile. So now Saw in a position of power once again on these retakes. Complexity have been here 3 times, and they haven't been able to hold on to it yet. Let's see if this is the difference. Agile coming in with a headshot. Mutiera's cleaning out the final player, and once again, Complexity lose a post-plant situation on the B bomb site. Saw just can do no wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the regulation was entirely Saw not even letting them get to the bomb site, just destroying them before they could even touch it. Overtime is the ability to find plants inside the B bomb site, finally have success on trades and getting in, and not able to hold on to the post plant. These 2 kills are everything. You keep a ton of space, you keep a ton of control for Saw. It's a launch pad for the retake, and Complexity from there is disjointed and taken out 1 by 1.
It's got to be flawless here from Complexity just to force another overtime. They had a good CT side, but Saw, it's a completely different squad than that we've seen in the first half, and they're full of confidence, they're full of power, and they charge into the B-bomb site. It's over. Throw in the towel. Complexity blow a huge lead after the first half, but Saw, they woke up in the second, and they came out swinging. It's ferocious from the Portuguese. And it is a powerful finish, 16-12 against Complexity here on Ancient. MongolZ will do everything he can, and well, it might not be over if MongolZ has anything to say about it. He's getting flanked though, and that's a problem here for MongolZ. He's still preoccupied with a fight at longside, and he's starting to run out of time. The flank should come in and be the insurance policy here on MongolZ, and it will be. Story comes in to close it. He was the danger man in the second half, and what a comeback from Saw.
Yeah, that's what, a 13-3 run to get to that point. Absolutely insane what Saw just accomplished on the CT side of Ancient, shutting them down entirely when they looked lifeless. And you even got to appreciate the final round. The end to this game is Saw telling Complexity, you guys tried this uppercut in the first half and it failed, and that's when our comeback began. This is how you do it. They do the same exact fast-paced B rush as they switch sides, and Complexity sleeping, snoozing, not expecting it whatsoever. And this has got to be a terrible game for your mental if you're Complexity for the rest of the series.
Oh yeah, this is going to throw you right in the bin. You know what I mean? They were on a high coming out of that first half. They were just racking up rounds on the CT side. Such a strong start in the first half as well. Allowed them to build so much money up. They could play with a buy round pretty much for the entire half. And Saw looked flat, looked dejected. Did not look like they were going to turn up today. Felt like they were done. But then the golden opportunity happened. And from that point onwards, Story arrived in a huge way, and there was no getting past his defenses. The AWPs, they even threw a second one in there towards the end, and it was just so dominant.
It really was. And I mean, I'm at a loss for words. Complexity, they couldn't find any space to work with. It was either the ops or on the fast pace, the rifles were shutting them down, but there was no success on that T side. It's insane how much of a fall off there was from Complexity being utterly dominant in the first half to just disappearing after winning the pistol in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, the second map is going to be Inferno in that kind of form, with that kind of momentum behind them, and what it has likely done to Complexity's mentality. it does feel like Saw are heavy favorites now to close out this series. Complexity not known to be a team with the strongest mental. We've seen them choke games before. We've seen them have problems when it gets like this. And you add two new players in,
as if I needed to see that shot again. This Story just puts on a clinic. I mean, really, he's the big talking point for Saw. What a performance! And he's been so critical throughout their good performances, the rare good performances we've seen from them throughout their run here at Cluj-Napoca. But I mean, that is the capstone. That's a god tier half of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy about his own performance. No surprises. He's going to top the charts on the server here. 28 kills, 16 deaths, nearly 100 ADR here for Story. Just incredible second half. And really just dominating Complexity, who fall flat. Holzrick did what he could, 21 kills. It was a decent first half, obviously, from Complexity. Everyone was kind of looking confident, aggressive. But they couldn't stop this man. The standout player is Story, presented by 1xBet. 28 kills, 16 deaths, 6 assists, and look at that blue wall, that CT side performance. Really impactful stuff from Story.
Yeah, and look at where all the kills are. Look how many of them are over at the B bomb site just around Cube. Like there was nothing Complexity could do to stay safe attacking into that B bomb site. Even with smokes up, biding his time, breaking smokes. That's just a huge performance. I don't know how you're supposed to get over that if you're Complexity. They're probably thinking the same thing at this point. That's a rough way to drop a map. And especially because you weren't even getting production out of your riflers. You're kind of sitting there and you're like, we were never able to like kind of take over Jaguar or Cave and just chill and play the round. We're never able to sit in Red Room and kind of work around it. They weren't even able to take the first step of map control on Ancient. And now you got to go into Inferno and completely reverse your fortunes.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's a map the Complexity have selected coming into the series, but it's a map we know Saw have had a lot of runs on in this tournament. We know it's a map that they like to play a decent amount. And with that kind of form, it feels like they are surely going to be the squad to take this 2-0. It's on to Complexity to prove us wrong, and we'll find out if they can after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. We've got Complexity versus Saw battling for survival here. It's a 1-2 game, and currently one map up are Saw. We're heading into Inferno. This is Complexity's map pick, and we would say there's a chance to bounce back, but I worry about Complexity's mentality after being up 9-3 and letting that go in an overtime fashion to 16-12.
11-3 Dinko. Don't forget the pistol round in second half in round number 2. It was 11-3. Yes.
Yeah, it's 11-3. You made it. Actually, it's worse, Jason.
I know. That's what I was going for. I'm with you. I don't really know what to expect. I don't really know how to gauge what Complexity is going to look like coming out of that, because it's one very good half of Counter-Strike and one abysmal half of Counter-Strike on the T side of Ancient. So I guess you take solace in the fact that that was Saw's map pick and you almost stole it away. I don't know. I don't know what the speech is at halftime. Or between maps.
Well, that's
a little
probably
crazy.
one of the positive ways of looking at it. Or you know, you just get the job done here, and it comes down to a final map of Anubis if we require it. I mean, the talk about Complexity this year was the fact that they haven't won a series. They finally won their series yesterday against Imperial Valkyries, but I don't think that's going to be one they put too much stock into personally. And a game today against Saw, this has got to feel like a very winnable game for them as well, right? A roster that we know is not going to be continuing into the rest of the season together.
It probably was on the second half until the second half of Ancient, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, this team just hit a level that we don't really know how to deal with, and you just spent the entire second half in overtime getting battered. So if you came in thinking this was going to be a winnable map, like you've got a change of tune at the moment.
Yeah, true. Well, we've seen Pain finally get into the playoffs. They booked their tickets into the BTarena in Cluj-Napoca, and you can do the same if you grab your tickets for the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 playoffs. Scan that QR code. You will be brought to the link and purchase them. Pain finally making it, though. At least the Portuguese-speaking squad will be there, and we'll see if Saw can battle their way into a position to try and fight for that. It's going to be tough for them, but if they get it through today, it's going to be 2-2 record. They'll have another chance tomorrow, the last chance.
The last chance. The last chance.
The last chance, yeah.
Well, I think if Saw has another game like that, or I mean, if Story has another game on the AWP like that, like imagine that on the CT side of Inferno. They'll have to wait for the second half to see how that's going to roll, but that op can just be shut down station. Dualies for Grim. Flashbang utilized just now by JT, and there's going to be a mid push. Slow and quiet. Good shot from Holzerk, and now you spot both, and they're traded off. It's Grim with the dually, still at bottom mid.
Yeah, going blow for blow, tit for tat. Nick's still waiting inside of the bedroom, but Grim, he's fragging. He's gone, though. And so you must rely on JT and Nick's to close this out for Complexity on the defensive side of things, and the fights are coming in. Roman looking up to the top. Nick's takes a jewel and does not win it, leaving JT alone on the A bomb site, and there's still well over a minute left here. Minute 10 seconds to cook here for Saw.
Yeah, and I mean, the unfortunate thing if you're JT is you can't just remain stationary, right? You almost have to be proactive, but with a minute on the clock and the entirety of the map to worry about, it's really hard to read where the next fight is going to come from. Roman and Story making their way out halls. JT is going to get this peek, going to get this information. Needs a kill. There it is. One-on-one now for JT, and that USB going to challenge again.
Oh, well, Story at least leaping down into the site. Could go for the bomb plant now. He is going to stick it on default. This gives some time for JT to make the reposition. It's going to go back over towards top middle. The longer that Story doesn't spot him. Oh, Story getting caught, getting up onto the balcony just around the corner in time, and JT nearly sinking him. But unfortunately for JT, he didn't take that first opportunity, and now that Story's got into the apartments, this becomes so much more difficult for JT. A tap on the defuse. Story not buying it, not going for the peek. Second tap. This time, surely Story thinks about a peek, but no, he doesn't buy it. He does not buy it at all. And JT's out of time. He's out of chances. He'll take the headshot on the way out the door, but Saw will find the pistol victory.
Damn it, that's going to give them the advantage in the early going on this T side in terms of economy, especially if they can obviously convert this second round, assuming a force buy from Complexity. But this could be a long time for Complexity to be sitting out of success after that second half of Ancient. A nice pistol round here. But I think all this aggression from Complexity doesn't really kind of coordinate. Nick's not peeking the whole time. Grim is fighting down towards alt mid. Maybe wasn't in position at the right time. But they just get decimated on that mid push, and it's 1-0.
Here goes Holzerk with that peek down bottom middle. It's fast play up Banana. Grim gets his gun out. Materis is already at the logs, and Grim is speeding down with the MP9. Materis is just waiting for him to come around the corner. not even required to fight Grim. SHR does such a great job. JT blasted away because of the low HP. He'll have to switch his weapon out with 6E. Complexity deal with the loss.
All right, well, SHR at very low HP, at 4 health, might be able to be a free cleanup later on, but Complexity have a long way before they can find the benefit of that kind of unconfirmed damage. So Roman holding out in ult mid, looking for the aggression. They did spot Nyx trying to push up in hulls. At the moment, Saw very content with this spread default until Story steps up to the plate, sees their trajectory, gets aggressive, and now the B-Lob site under attack.
Holzerk can reposition around. Oh, Story through the smoke. JT stood no chance. And Holzerk is now back in ruins. He'll come back through to try and fight from coffins. And a nice peek delivered over to Holzerk. So Story walks into the open. Holzerk connects the shot with 44 seconds left. An AK now in his hands. This would be spectacular. He can even come closer because the bomb's going down on the other side of the map and they just pin him on the box. So Saw making sure that they did not allow any opportunity for that one to slip. They keep it clean. They lose 1 player and they do convert. Not only that, but they do it pretty cleanly. So they've got a lot of money building on this T side, making it as difficult as possible now for Complexity.
Yeah, Grim was dead in about 3 different ways. He just didn't even realize it because of that extended spray fight through the smoke. But you nailed it. 4 players surviving in the round. Money gets to grow. Kills on the MAC-10. And now you get an easier time against the USPs. So Saw off to the races and starting to really build this into something unique. It's been a 16-1 run.
Not pretty for Complexity.
Excuse me, 15-1, although 16 after this round.
Yeah, this is gonna SHR is gonna confirm that with 3 in the MAC-10. A lot of money being made for him, and the Galil now get to go at the double. So Materis mauls them, and it's now 3 in a row for Saw. First buy coming up here for Complexity. You can see Holzerk can afford the AWP, but it's so important here for Complexity that they start winning some rounds, that he gets some impact here. Because like you said, that number 16-2 run, yeah, that's not pretty. And you don't start Inferno in a positive way. You don't win the pistol. You don't win the force buy. You better hope you can win this first gun round.
Holzerk is going to get aggressive with the ult. Sees the jump down, burns in the molly, wants the swing that doesn't come. Good composure from Utiris. And some early utility to apply pressure and force counter nades out of this defense.
Grim. Good start here for Complexity, finds the opening. Is going to re-smoke out Banana as well and disallow any trade potential. So Saw going to focus their resources instead and try and overwhelm this A bomb site. .59 seconds, we go under 1 minute on this clock. Saw send Materis up to investigate top Banana. He can maybe even try and sell a little bit of a ruse. But the rest of his teammates stay fixated upon that pointy site over towards A.
Well, they've done a good job of pulling a 3rd defender to this B bomb site. They're showing this hit very well. Mutiris throwing a lovely fake. Holzerk, oh, they almost lined up for him. That would have been beautiful. Molotov going to make this awkward. He starts backing away, gives up the angle. Over towards Halls, it's Agiel. That's should have been a double kill, but Holzerk goes down eventually. And you've given yourself a chance at this bomb site, at this post plant, but JT snags one right back.
Yeah, that 1 kill might have made enough of a difference to prevent this from being possible, but Story was their nightmare, their living nightmare. He won the pistol clutch already. Can he do it in a 1v3? He gets into the pit, and the further he drops back, the more powerful the position. Molotov in his hands, but no chance as they charge to the smoke together. Multiple targets, different angles, and too much to handle for Story. So Complexity do pick up the first gun round win. Finally, a round victory. It's been a while for Complexity.
Oh, good job from JT of grabbing that kill over in lane. Just waiting for that cross and finding 1 frag just as the smoke plumes. That makes the retake so much easier. A 2nd player, and that becomes really tricky. So a very critical kill from JT. And Complexity put this streak to a stop in the first gun round. They absolutely needed it.
A smile in Grim's face. We'll be hoping he gets more opportunities for that throughout the half. But as we mentioned, so much money built up for Saw, so they can get a buyout again. Also going for the peek down middle. Gonna open things up. Bit awkward here. Eventually, though, Grim's gonna pick up the kill. And he gets away.
And he gets away. Back-to-back opening kills for Grim in Banana. That's the kind of impact you want to see him have. North American scene's been waiting for him to develop into a consistent star player. Five on four with a left mid smoke, but the aggression over in lane with the boost up on the balcony. They're going to be calling this clear, this defense for Complexity. They're feeling very comfortable at the moment, although calling 60 back.
Ooh, Agile might actually use the smoke to his advantage, in a way. He was a little deeper than 60 would have liked. Not enough of him spotted there at all. Well, for a second, 60 might get detected, but 60's going to step up instead with a double kill of his own. Push into top middle, stopped by Nyx, and great work from Complexity's 2 new recruits.
Yeah, it's a very good round from them off the back of Grim's opening kill, and Story can do nothing but save the op. And once again, a clean round. When Grim has 600, JT has 100. That extra cash is going to be perfect for them to build up behind it. And much like Ancient, CT sides, defensive sides, dominant so far in this series. With some clean round wins for Complexity, we'll see if they can build it into a dominant half from start to finish. There's going to be another chance at the buy for Saw. As the losing bonus builds for them, they still nurse a 1-round lead and have one more chance to keep the economy in their favor.
It's Grim getting through the bottom banana smoke. And 60. Really good work. I thought for a moment he was about to get caught. He's back.
I'm back. My first kill.
Never left.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes just like Saw, you got to hype yourself up even when it makes no sense. So just let him have his moment, everybody. Just let him have a good time. Timeout taken from Saw. They know the economy's busted after this one, so I want to take a pause to talk things over and see if they can extend the amount they're able, or the distance they're able to fight with this economy they built up in the first few rounds.
It's going down Banana, battering and bruising Materis as he makes his way up to the half wall. Another grenade coming over the top. Materis goes around. Oh, it's awkward. Grim is always in awkward scenarios, but somehow always getting kills. He gets blasted away by that grenade that makes sure that it's a straight kill, and SHR to create further space here for his squad. He's going to continue to try and attack 60. But with that third man at the B-bomb site early, it's proved dividends here for Complexity, or rather paid them, as 60 continues to try and fight, even with low HP, and I don't think that was necessarily the wisest decision in getting a spam battle through the smoke on low HP, but he has lost his life.
That's too much. I mean, you have the safety of the bomb site. You've stopped him behind the smoke. Look what this forces when you go down. Your teammate was smoked off in CT spawn. He's got no information. There's a Molotov coffins. He's feeling like it's a B hit. He calls your teammate over, who is over at the A bomb site. Now that means the Lurker and Agile can move up towards Library, cut off the rotations back to the A bomb site. And this is going to be a free 4th round for Saw. Hulzerk and Nyx won't even go for this. It's a rough, needless death to take at the wrong moment, and it prevents Complexity from fighting to tie things up. So 4-2, still money for Complexity on the CT side. Nyx and Hulzer can obviously drop over if necessary.
Well, it's a long old save, so not going to get in a position to hunt it down fully. Here's a fun fact for you that I've discovered.
Love fun facts. What's you
Very
got?
recently. If you type GOAT into the HLTV search bar, Simple comes up. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's weird that they would have such an inaccuracy. It should be device.
Oh, that would be an inaccuracy, Jason. That's your opinion. It's just kind of crazy clicking on his profile, though, and seeing all of the... it's very full. There's a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah, it's a very busy profile.
Not a very busy match page, though.
No. Yeah, that ship has sailed, it feels. All right, well, let's see. Grim's gotten the opening kill 3 rounds in a row in Banana. Let's see if he can add a 4th onto it, although this time at least Saw's not really aggressing in that part of the map, content to let Complexity burn a bunch of deep utility and deep Molotovs.
No crazy antics from Grim this time, running down Banana. A bit more passive beginning here for Complexity. Roman racing through top middle. Nyx is going to grab the opening kill of the round, though, off the balcony to the head of Agile.
Well, they give up everything after that opening death. Over to the B bomb site, and one thrust with a flashbang. Mutiris tagged by the AWP. Oh, this is not good, Halzer. A series of misses. A sequence of unfortunate shots. And Saw break in. 5-2.
Yeah, this T-side's proving pretty effective so far, and for Complexity, frustrating back-to-back rounds, having to save again, this time on the A-bomb site. They're giving themselves chances in the following rounds just by having these weapons, but Saw getting into a gear where it feels like they're in complete control.
This is also kind of like where it can be so frustrating, because it's like there's no explanation for why this round was that easy outside of like misses. You have a 5-on-4, and the hit they throw at you is not even that crazy or difficult. It's like, what, one flashbang and a swing, and the AWPer misses 2 shots for just no great reason why. And those are the rounds where it's like, how is there not more of a fight? How is there not more of a resistance? Because now you've given up back-to-back kind of freebies that have just kind of, you've lost with a whimper.
A little bit of a whimper. Even with opening kills, not proving enough.
Like, it has to be more difficult than that.
Yeah, and it doesn't, yeah, you can even see there's no celebration for Saw the same way that we see on Ancient, because they were firing themselves up into a comeback. Now it's just fully in control, calm and collected. No Vamoses, not yet. Mutiris, double grenade. And he'll still come out on top. Even with low HP, he's still confident enough to fight. And Grim, who was getting early success, not allowed this time. And a third HE grenade used up, 60 to remove Mutiris.
All right, Nyx up in holes. 60 rotating back. Halzark here with them with a little bit of a stack, and as this smoke clears, 60 might have a chance, but it's going to stick around just a little bit too long. Doubled up in pit, doubled up on balcony. Oh, this is a little bit awkward, but Halzark's got the first, the trades are there, and now a third player slides into the defense. Good reaction from 60, and Complexity hold on.
Lies down in the middle of the site, so recovering that for Story is almost impossible with 3 players still up. Smoked out. And we'll just try and flee the seed. So Complexity get a third round. 60's the man to recover it, because it didn't necessarily go that well for them in Banana. Mutiris got the opening kill. Seemed like there was no way to trade it immediately, but 60 had 1 HE grenade saved on over, and it took 3. But eventually the grenades do remove Mutiris.
Yeah, but Saw has been stopped a couple times now at this A-bomb site. I wonder, I mean, some of the opening kills have been in Banana, but I wonder if that's something Mutiris and Saw are just like, well, you know what? I mean, we're winning the rounds over at B. We're forcing them to save rounds. A is a little bit more difficult at the moment. Let's just keep seeing if they can defend this B-bomb site. Let's see if they figured it out. I think in the future they might not readjust there. They might just keep pushing forward. I'm glad he dropped, because that was going to be really weird if they were both in the same position, cramping each other's style and get doubled up. That might have sent me into outer space.
Had you ask him why?
I'd have to ask them why.
Yeah. Second time out here for Saw. Had an opportunity to break complexity there, but did not take it. And now things get a little bit more difficult. Not as smooth sailing as Saw would have liked. So Golden gets on the mic. Mateus with a quick look at the notes. Let's see if they have the solutions. Sixie's either contributing or just talking. Either way, his lips are moving. And JT did say he's become a bit more of a louder voice in the squad.
Or expecting him to develop in an even louder voice and expecting him to take on some of that responsibility, that burden that's all on JT's shoulders now. Yeah, that'll come with time. Deep nade. Chucks down SHR. Deep smoke as well, but Saw realized there's no aggression behind it, so they're feeling comfortable for the moment. Everyone's cautious, everyone's waiting, looking for any kind of a peek with this deep utility set from Complexity.
Oh, Nyx, aggressive in the bedroom. He's found himself Roman. Great opening headshot. And he's going to walk away. So Saw once again having to deal with a deficit. They did flip a couple of these back where Complexity got opening kills that were untraded, and Saw were still able to win a 4v5. So don't count them out of this yet.
Yeah, it's been one of the frustrations of this, I think, for Complexity, is they've actually done very good job in the opening kill department, especially Grim over towards Banana. Not able to close all of them out. Halzerk takes a peek, spots one. And that's the signal from Mateus to head right back up middle. Attack into the AWP. Attack into this A bomb site that's been a struggle to break into.
Here's Halzerk. Waits in the side, got Nyx out in pit. Oh, Halzerk pulls his utility, but the smoke goes up anyway. Nyx has to defend himself because his teammate can't support him. And if they come through that smoke, Halzerk's going to be under a lot of pressure. But Nyx has done so well to get 2 kills before he goes down. And now Halzerk applying pressure to the default plant spot. Shredding them with bullets, but eventually taking out enough time to get that bomb down in the middle of the site. Grim is now the last remaining Complexity player because everybody's gone down in an instant to Mateus and Story. And Grim, he goes to the apartments. He'll try and enter, or rather re-enter, via the balcony. He's got no kit on his back and he's got no util. He's got to be fast about this. Needs to find the first kill on Story. As soon as he makes contact, that op should peek out and deal with him, and vice versa from the site. But he gets Story, he gets into the 1v1, but Mateus wins the fight. He just swings instead of hiding the corner, and that's Saw responding. They started in a deficit. It did not look good in the post plant, but they fight.
Yeah, and the hit's not even all that clean. That's a 2v4 won by Mateus and Story. And again, this is maybe the first time in this opening half on the T side we've seen Story's AWP get into a position to have impact. Find some space in pit, find some clear lines of sight, and drills down 2 players before the retake can begin. That's a huge hold. And Complexity, yet again, another really disappointing close to the round. It's rough, man. When you have these good setups, and even when you have the right read and the players at the appropriate place, the fights being missed, the impact not there.
Yeah, these rounds have a mental toll on your energy, don't they?
Yeah, and the toll on your economy, because look at what Complexity has to fight with now. It's just disappoint. Like these rough endings have taken all the money away. So you lose this round now if you're Complexity, and Saw's going to have a massive lead. They're going to have that 9-3 lead that you had on them on Ancient.
So I've got to hope. Oh, Complexity have got to hope they can have a Saw level comeback. Here's SHR running quickly up Banana. Mac 10. Leading the charge, gets around past the car and clears out sandbags with the fire, so SHR with no worries. And they can pause if they like. Saw a lot of space here, or they could just execute into the B bomb site.
I was going to say,
they've got a lot of options.
I'm surprised they haven't pulled the trigger yet, considering how clear it's been. There's the smoke up for Coffins. Nothing coming in yet from the CT side. Angle taken from Story. Easy kill. holzerk slides into it without a flashbang, without a smoke in position. And all of a sudden, Saw have the 5-on-4. They've got a launching pad for this B execute. And Complexity don't really have a whole lot to be happy about in this round so far.
No, they do not. And it could get worse for them. Nyx and 6 are the two players that would have to change that reality. Under a minute long on the clock. Here comes Saw. Trying to go over towards the A bomb side. They've got plenty of time to put themselves in good positions. They can even take their time to clear apartments if they'd like and remove the threat of Nyx. They have got one player doing that. It's Agile, who's now looking, but the timing favors Nyx. Information at least picked up on his position, but he's able to trade out and keep these numbers even.
Well, for the moment, that just looks like a lurker. So all is not lost for Saw if they want to continue to the A bomb site. At the moment, Nyx is just like, that's an information player. That's an extremity player who's going for a sneaky kill, a sneaky position. All's fine here at the A bomb site, but he's dead wrong. And now he's going to find out as the smokes plume.
Oh, yeah. Roman's loving that. Mutira's getting involved in the site take as well. 19 seconds on the clock. Save call being made here for Complexity. They don't see a way back into this. And it's 7 rounds now for Saw's T side. It's just getting better and better. And Complexity are running out of chances for any level of competition in this first half.
Yeah, Saw's calling a clinic on them in this opening half. They're running this defense ragged. Complexity have no idea where these hits come on a team scale and even individually. Two-man defense at that A bomb site. They had no clue what was wrapping around towards long. That whole idea of taking out that lurker and Halls, and they just never expected the hit to finish at the A bomb site. And a round again where you just have to save.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, you can just see from holzerk how dejected they look right now as they sit back in their seats.
It's just like the dry peek in that angle is like crazy. I think there's like 2 flashes on Grim who's standing right next to him. And those are the small details that are the difference between looking silly and taking an angle and being able to force back the attack. But I mean, just a free kill given up with a dry peek. Op saved over is passed to holzerk. Upgraded pistols, MP9 on Grim still. A little bit of money in the bank for Complexity, but every round is desperate now.
Minute 5 on the clock. Here comes Saw through top middle. Mutiras, just spotted enough, and he decides it's the time to go, nearly taking a balcony player out, but it's 60 from the side with a 5-7. Unexpected opening kill. Advantage currently siding with Complexity, but how long can they hold it? 60 gets another one. The rest of his teammates, though, not faring so well, as 3 kills collapse upon the Complexity defenses. And we're looking at 8 rounds now for the Portuguese.
Yeah, admirable hold from 60 with this double kill. Him and Nyx do what they can to slow down the hit and make it a little bit creative, a little tricky for him, but those rifles just come out on top at the end of the day. Mutiras once again being the space taker, aggressing into the bomb site, and once again this op is going to be brought forward into the next round. The last round of the half coming up. Complexity will have a goodbye. With the money that they've saved, the money they'll get with the losing bonus, they're going to be just fine. They just still don't have solutions. If you're just tuning in, this is, well, welcome, first of all, to Complexity versus Saw. Not a advancement game. This is for elimination. One of these 2 teams is done. The other one plays with their last chance to advance into the playoffs tomorrow. So merely a battle for survival with these 2 teams.
A lot of work to be done here for Complexity. A 1-round difference Could put them in the right direction. You know, difference of 8-4, 9-3. With a pistol win can very quickly look a lot better. Meteor is coming out through top mid. A little gap in the start of that smoke has favored Nyx. Complexity pick up the opening kill. We have seen that many times though, and watched as it did not really matter all that much.
Oh, Nyx gets another one.
Following up.
Yeah, because they had 2 boosted, and Mutiris only ever saw the 1. And Roman was calling out the sound cue of 60 dropping off, not realizing that Nyx was still up top. So double kill from the position. Nice little, whether intended or not, nice little fake sound cue for Complexity. And Saw, this is the toughest prospect they've had to face yet on this half. 3 versus 5 to try and break into the B bomb site. If this is clean, though, we know the post plant at the B bomb site can get tricky, especially with stories up.
It's a 3-on-2 at this side of the map. Decent amount of util here for Saw. They could execute into the B bomb site. JT and Grim, one playing from Dark, that's Grim. JT out towards New Box.
No utility for the defenders.
No molly for the T's. Yep. You can't force them out from the back of New Box, so JT will be able to maintain his position and play off Grim, but JT doesn't pick up the opening kill. Grim caught with a flash. Agile also, but did he spot him? Oh, it comes out. Peek from Grim. Second lined up, and Grim mauls him. Great close to the half from Grim, and Complexity do get their 4th round.
Yeah, boy, did they need it. Good showing from Grim, and almost you could see that round kind of coming in. Good flashbangs on support from the rotating defender to slow down that attack and not let Agile aggress onto the position and get a wider angle. And Grim with a triple kill at least buys Complexity a little bit more breathing room. It's not a pretty half. It's not a great half, but it's something to work with. The struggle now is going to be Complexity on their T side on Ancient. Ran out of ideas, got stopped cold, had no success, and now you've got to win this game in a comeback from the T side that just let you down on the previous map.
I'll tell you, make the most of the very short halftime break here before they flip sides. I think what was so integral to that Saw comeback was their ability to muster energy out of nothing, right? I think we call it fake it till you make it. And I don't think Complexity are going to be able to have that same level of manufacturing energy. I don't know if that's the kind of squad that can do it, Jason, just from, you know, knowing the players a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be something Complexity are capable of. They just got to win it in cold Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you can't manufacture, but you've got the players to create it with some kind of a performance. Let's see if it's going to happen here on the pistol.
Go around the corner, Story's ready. Joe Beretta's SHR2 on the USP. It's clean, and it has silenced Complexity right from the get-go. So that's both pistols going against Complexity here on Inferno. And this one, they don't even get close.
Man, that's a real cold start. That's gonna, whatever speech you gave just falls flat after a round like this. Roman finds the final kill onto Hulzerk and a 5-round lead from Saw. I mean, dude, since this has been a completely different series from first half of Ancient on, it's just been Saw all day, everywhere, since they switched sides on the first map.
And Saw keeping it pretty high energy as they want to try and close out this game, get a 2-2 record here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. They face defeat at many points, elimination many times, but they get a last chance tomorrow.
Gotta say too, in the series that we watched against Astralis that they ended up losing, we could tell from there that this was kind of like a dead team that wasn't just here going through the motions. They were a dead team like looking to actually have an impact on the way out. And they're doing it. They knock FlyQuest out. Now you're about to knock Complexity out. That's exactly what you're hoping to do coming into this, is play spoiler.
Oh, big clearance from Hulzer. Tech 9 doing a lot, finally taken out by Agile's Tech 9, and the MP9 have closed the round out. So 3 players stay out for Saw. Limited the casualties enough. That attempt for Complexity not going as deep as they would have wanted.
No, especially with the force buy not having any success, not even really kills that you can motivate yourself to force buy again for it. So the gap just gets wider. 6 rounds now separating the two teams. Halzerk doing everything he possibly can. But Saw starting to get way more hyped up. They can feel victory in this series coming. Deep nades and aggression from the MP9. A little psychological warfare sprinkled on top as they don't let Complexity have any breathing room.
Here's Agile. And he'll close out Nyx. Nice and clean here from Saw. They haven't lost a player in this round. And Grim has lost most of his health. 13 HP. And the grenade. It's going to finish him off. He doesn't even get a chance to get a 1D towards the end. Saw with some clean rounds here.
Well, I guess this would be, is this Complexity's golden opportunity, Dinko? Is this where you throw that one out there into the world? This is the golden opportunity to have an epic comeback for Complexity?
No, I think that was there's only one golden opportunity, Jason.
It's been used already? We only brought one to the party today?
Only one.
Well, they're starting a little bit closer. It was 3-11 for Saw. Now it's 4-11 for Complexity. A little bit of an easier comeback.
Yeah, I guess that's one positive way of looking at it, Jason. The only way, perhaps. I gotta stay committed into this B bomb site. 4 players attacking in. It's Roman to take the first kill. SHR moves to the smoke, but he does trade spots with Grim. I think that was communicated as Meteorus was able to spot it. Grim just walks right into the rifle. Extra damage being done through the smoke from SHR as well. So that's Halzerk down to 28 HP. Complexity don't break through the B bomb site. And Saw about to grab map and series point. And for Complexity, that spells elimination.
Well, they're going to give it one last go, right? You've encountered so much resistance at this B bomb site. Nyx just fell back to look for any kind of a mid push, but that's going to be Story, who's patiently waiting at alt mid just to see if they reconvene at the A bomb site. Complexity has to finish here, has to go for it.
Waiting for a mistake, waiting for some aggression, and the aggression comes, and the timing does not favor Complexity. They just get lined up, mowed down by Roman.
Yeah, that doesn't help anything at all. That doesn't help the mood or the environment within the team. 12-4, comeback ain't happening, not even close to building up. 8 chances for Saw to close out this map and series and eliminate yet another team from the tournament and their last battle as a Portuguese squad.
The Galeals and the AK-47. It's a 1-for-1 to kick things off here. Complexity making sure that 60's the man to trade it out. SHR blow for blow in Panano here with JT. That results in a 3v3.
Yeah, really quick 3v3. Story's up, looking for anyone to hop up middle. This round should slow down at this point, though. In the 3-on-3, Complexity is going to be a little bit more quiet moving into position. 3 smokes and a Molotov to utilize. No flashbangs to create an opening. All you can do is block choke points or force somebody out into the open. And Story's being very bold crossing middle with nobody watching Boiler, but not punished at least this time.
Oh, Meteora sends the grenade on up and knocks him down. 2v3 to recover this and close the map. Story's defensive efforts on Ancient were enough to win it. This is his first opportunity. He's going to reposition, go around long.
Yeah, and they don't know
Roman
about
to go up into the apartments.
They don't know about Roman, so this is attempted from Story to see if they can get Roman into a sneaky position to provide you 1 kill that allows the op to commit to this retake.
He's trying to pull this attention towards him, even with that util, and it's working. Like, Roman has got out. He has got out into the open, and he's looking for that pit player. He's got the right read. He's going to realize that there's no one in big pit, so he must be in mini pit. Oh, Roman again, short 60 goes down. He knows exactly where Holzerk is. Can Roman close this and knock out Complexity? Yes, he can. Headshot to Holzerk, but can he get there in time? Is there time for Roman? It's close, but it's so close, and it's 13-4. Oh, they knock out Complexity in a sequence of milliseconds.
Oh, what a way to lose it. That's my favorite game. Oh, no, Complexity. Heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. That's got to be so devastating. Man, Saw, you've done it again, making roster changes at the event, but still tearing apart the hopes and dreams of your opponents. What I mean, on some level, you got to appreciate this run from Saw. Knowing this lineup is gone, probably not having a whole lot of hope, but finding the ability to fight back in these games. Complexity's gone, FlyQuest is gone, all at the hands of the Portuguese.
Yeah, the Portuguese, obviously, that's a great storyline to follow Saw. But for Complexity, I think it's just such an incredibly disappointing start to the year, Jason. And they're used to heartbreak. They're definitely used to heartbreaking losses, but I think this one is just added to that list. You know, you're like sitting there on the edge of your seat. Is there enough time to stay in it? And there would have been a huge comeback required, but I mean, you look at this team, and the only match they won this year was against Imperial Valkyries. The only, you gotta say that it just has been such a tough start of the year for Cole.
Oh, of course. But I mean, I think on some level it should be expected as well. This is essentially a team going through, you know, a rebuilding phase of bringing in Sixy and Nyx. There's going to be some lag time in getting them up to this level of competition. Not saying that that's going to be a fix, like it's going to launch them up, but, you know, still very raw to professional play. And then obviously you've lost Elige, who's pretty irreplaceable. Even for a team like Liquid, when they replace him, you're still losing a lot. So, I mean, there's tons that Complexity has to try and make up for and try and figure out how they want to do it. And yeah, this is an ugly showing. I'm not going to try and pretty it up. But it's a tough position for them to be in as they try and rebuild as purely North American as well. One of the few organizations trying to pull that off.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, but you got to respect it. But for Saw, the fact that they were able to come back into that opening map was so impressive. But Inferno was such a comfortable showing from them. 13-4 win. Didn't really need any hero performances.
Let's put it like this. Complexity won the pistol round and the second round of Ancient in the second half. So that put him up 11-3. So what? That makes it 13. That's a 25-7 run. If I'm crazy enough to do math on air, 25-7 is what they get.
I'm just going to trust you because I don't want to do the math either.
No, 25-5 run.
Yeah.
That's
well,
the correct math. Yeah.
Here's the round history. 13-4 win. That's all you really need to know. Dominant from Saw. Exciting from Saw. And we'll see what they can do tomorrow. They get themselves one last chance. One last opportunity to try and get to the playoffs at Cluj-Napoca. Move out of that studio in Bucharest and get into the BT Arena. and that's what they're looking for.
That'd be a wild send-off coming into this event, announcing that roster changes are coming, and then all of a sudden just being like, actually, we're just going to make it into the playoffs. No big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Which would be mental.
Yeah, it's dead team walking, that dead team buff. But here's the standings for the group stage. We've seen Frozen. You could have believed they went 3-0 through a group stage phase, actually getting it done. 3-0, comfortably so, and MongolZ 3-0. But today, Pain going 3-1. Now that's exciting. They beat Virtus.pro, and I think that's a huge step in the right direction for Pain, who are a team that are always on the brink of getting into the playoffs, Jason, but always have this sort of heartbreaking loss. I was expecting that to be a reality that Pain might have to suffer again, but they got the job done today.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the teams too, like the Brazilian kind of hierarchy has been something I've been trying to keep track of, you know, since last year, and it keeps chopping and changing. Of Furia, Pain, MIBR, like so many different teams have felt like they're right on the cusp, and Pain's just another one that just hasn't been able to actually get over it. So nice to see them into the playoffs after a long time of struggling to find this accomplishment at a big event.
Well, that's it for the B stream. We don't have any more games on the secondary stream for this event, but it's all about the A stream, and these are your 3 matches for tomorrow. Astralis versus Big. MOUZ take on Virtus.pro. 3D Max Saw to round it out. And if you're Saw, man, that feels like a pretty winnable game. You know, if you are going to pull off this miracle, I still would favor 3D Max, but if you are going to pull off this miracle run, a game against 3D Max for the playoffs, you know, that's not too bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, you've already played Astralis, so you weren't going to get them again. MOUZ and Virtus.pro, obviously, teams you'd want to avoid if you were Saul, so they're happy about that one. I'm pretty big on 3D Max. I think 3D Max is going to handle it with relative ease, but Saul's obviously been surprising through all this event, so I can be wrong. But yeah, I think that's one of maybe 2 teams they would have been like, between them and Bid. Like, I'd love to play those guys for the spot in the playoffs. So we'll see what kind of an opportunity they can create for themselves tomorrow.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is certainly an exciting time. The final day of the groups. Tomorrow we'll find out who those 3 teams going into the playoffs are. But that means it's the end of the B stream. It's been a pleasure here at the opening PGL tournament of 2025. Plenty more action to come, but not for us. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. A stream. Enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.